Welcome, welcome, everybody. Welcome to this month's, this week's, this quarter's Brick Talk. I am Randy Rowe on Twitter. I'm RT Rose. If you're listening to us on Twitter, you already know that. And if you're paying attention on YouTube, you can see that I'm the guy up at the top left, and my co-host is at the other side. That's Danhai, who can introduce himself.
Hello, Pete. Danhai Hall. Asian on Twitter, as you can all see.
There we
Happy
go.
to be here
And this
in the
is
future.
in the future, right? And this is this month's weeks and quarters Brick Talk. The first Brick Talk of April Fool's Day, which some of you might have picked up from the title of the the space this week. Shout out to the girl subscribers, by the way, who do have a private stream. To this this Brick Talk, or should have a private stream space this week. Shout out to the girl subscribers, by the way. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was getting a double up on my sound. Thank you to Sir Figgles Dre there in Japan, who was kind enough to give us a little bit of an early talk while we filled some of the dead space. So if anybody if you want to get some of the extra bits, you follow us on Twitter, check out the space, and also that's where we take any questions, comments, blah blah blah, anything at all that you might have in mind. Any questions at all that you might have in mind. We take it there. So you get on Twitter, get into the space, and send us a speaking request, and keep it clean, keep it sensible, or don't keep it sensible, certainly keep it clean and respectful, and we have hopefully a great conversation. Of course, I have to start off by plugging the sponsors, the official, or only official sponsor, mymoneyja.com, the number one place for you to keep track of your portfolio on the Jamaican stock market. That's mymoneyja.com. If you thought it was good, it is getting better and better by the day. The next update that we have coming is going to be, I don't want to oversell it, but I expect it to be one of those nice, it's a small update, but fulsome update. Nice, fulsome update. Very useful, especially if you trade on the Jamaican market. You'll see me using it throughout the evening. If you're wondering what that website is that he's talking about, it is www.mymoneyja.com. Check it out. It is a wonderful thing. I should also point out, if you want to also talk in terms of sponsors, there's Danhai Hall, who is a licensed investment advisor, but I should say that none of the conversations that you'll hear this evening should be misconstrued as investment advice. We're not giving investment advice. This is not an investment advisory forum. I don't represent an investment advisory firm. And while Danhai is speaking here, he's not speaking as an investment advisor. He's speaking simply as Danhai Hall, my brethren who I talk to about stocks every week. All right? If there's any confusion about that, write us and you will hear the same thing in text. None of us going to jail for you. All right? No. I said all of that. Welcome again, guys. And well, I go straight into the conversation that we had started before. So we had Dre in Japan, who was talking about his favorite stock. Him say he's Mr. Fesco. All right. And I think there's been enough of a gap for us to talk about Fesco again without me getting ultimately bored. So Dre, what's up? What were you saying about Fesco? Yeah, I was asking what your timeline is, because you say you have a hell of a goal. You say you want to make what, $1 million profit?
Yeah, $1 million profit by October
That's
31st.
not a goal. You know why that's not a goal. So, but then again,
And
you make your life harder. You start with the way that no, you can't avoid anything now. Because one, we're talking percentages. But now, if I ask you what the goal actually is, which is a percentage,
Mm-hmm.
then everybody know your money.
everybody
Right.
know your business.
So that's up to you still.
You
But
know, well, I'm a good man. No, I've stated it otherwise in the Grow space, of course, the Grow grad group on Telegram. So we already talked about it. But yeah,
okay, all right.
the percentage wise, which is a task, but if you aim for the sun and you line of the stars, I mean,
Well, the sun is a star.
well, a smaller star than Randy.
I mean,
The small, Dre, the
I don't think
smallest
you work
stars are
hard either.
bigger, right? They're just further
Yeah.
out there.
So say overshoot it.
Oh
Oh,
boy,
shoot.
oh boy. But all right, All right. So you say you believe in yes. Well, you say Fesco is not the vehicle that you plan to carry all the way. So you plan to go just part of the way with Fesco and then move on a little while.
Just make sure you first carry your vehicle, you know. And
Yeah,
just ship the gas down there.
shit, all right. If it's not the vehicle, might have to use the LNG to get the rest of the way. But
Because there are no vehicles that use LNG, right?
Yeah.
son, it's just change the whole engine out. So that might be a play eventually, you know. But yeah. I just don't want, as you said, the guys said I've been listening to you guys for a while. Podcast wise, and then even talking to one day, separate and apart from that, and then series. Your eyes is opened up to a lot of things and how to look at stuff in a very real life application where you're not using a lot of the fancy words that you'd have learned probably in CFA or in your CPA studies or whatever. So make it real and apparent to you and using things that everybody readily available information that is everybody should be able to access and making informed decisions on that, which is really the point. Isn't me? So I was thinking that nice,
October.
maybe midsummer, but
Yeah.
I think that.
Doing
But
opening next month.
yeah, but I know you're busy, so you give myself summer. If I don't reach 50% by summer, then panic mode. You know what I mean?
Well, I said, I'm pointing out to you that if you wait until summer to we talk,
Mhm,
if you wait until
mhm,
summer to decide that we're talking, then
mhm.
what you'll be getting is August. Yeah.
Wow.
So if you're booking in June, then you're booking for August.
Damn.
Yeah,
Damn.
so it's a double from me. I believe
If you're booking May, then you're booking thing there. If you're
for
booking
July.
May, then you're booking July.
Come on, that's
All
all
right.
right. That's it.
Yeah. And
That's it.
Just
explain
make
that
sure you
to
have your
people.
milestones and how you work out everything around that. That's fine.
Explain that to
Yeah,
people
man.
again. Explain that to people one more time, Danhai, because I know a lot of people going to want to, especially because a
Oh
lot of
yeah, so
people have been
just
looking for the sessions. So you're just
yeah,
saying that
so
you've changed how you do your
yeah, so the
your thing.
bookings now are happening 2 months in advance for any particular month. If you're booking for that month, then you'll get a release date and you book within the month 2 months prior. So if you book just like last month, opening for May, you're booking the March bookings, or if you're booking in March, then you're booking for May, April, for June, and just continue on. Any month you're booking in, you're booking for 2 months ahead. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I put up a calendar
Mm-hmm.
and a priority list. So anybody that wants to book and they want to get anything free up and they want to get a new same time, then you can go on priority list and the calendar will tell you when exactly each booking opens for which particular month.
Wow, that's a
So yeah.
system. Mm-hmm. My
Yeah.
friend tell me for a long time say I can't wait on that. I have to go early.
Yeah.
Mhm. But I mean, so yeah, that is the plan. So I mean, I have I did get some learn eventually after many days of failing the reference and not getting in time and the halting and so got some and I'm still in a positive light there and based on what I'm seeing in terms of IPOs, I don't see a lot of haven't seen a lot of IPOs being projected to come. I know there's just alleged JPS so people have been talking about. But I don't know how soon anything else is. So I think there might be some room for persons to the stocks start moving because there's not that a rush to kind of cash out to jump into something. Because I think
Mm.
that's my thinking. It's like there's a lot of movement when it was time for the Massey, the JFP, and the any focal. There's a lot of movement for persons trying to get out to kind of get in on new IPO at a low price and then do that IPO quote unquote flip.
When you say
Which I've,
ghetto, when you say ghetto, what you mean?
as in they'll realize some of the gains and then try and get some stock from the gains from their other stock. So like for instance, like what I did, I got out of some of my lower performing stocks to try and get into some of the IPOs and then get out. So I flipped JFP on the second day, I think. Yeah, because That was I did it for. I just put in some money to try and get a quick flip, and I did. I made my goal, and I got out. So I'm happy. I'm
Word.
satisfied. Yeah.
Or you're a flipper. Some people don't like that. On the second
No,
day,
I'm
too, you
not.
say.
It
On the
just not that though. It's what it is.
on the second day. So how much did you get out at? 164, which is why I closed that on the day.
That's it. Why is the milk on it? I remember. I know. I made out with the fee, and I did, yeah, and I did the 164. Yeah, around that, and then I did the thing with the when there was a dip. I sold Fesca early in the day, and then I bought back at a cheaper price, like much cheaper at the end of the day. The top striker S moves not quite there yet, not quite there yet, but we're trying. We're trying, you know.
All right. So your winning stock for the quarter was what?
Uh, Winning stock record was Fesco.
Oh, it's Fesco. Your beloved Fesco.
I love Fesco.
Man, love Fesco gone to bed, Danhai.
Yep.
What a thing.
Hey, I
Right?
don't wrong him, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I can't make
I
it.
said, I don't argue with profit.
That's true. I mean, it ended the
Only
quarter.
profit that's wrong, that's illegal.
Yeah, that's
Right?
true. It ended the quarter yesterday at 614, having started at 288 3 months
Yeah.
before. I mean, that is not a light
Uh,
move at all. 213% growth. 213% growth, 113% profit in 3 months.
you know
That
what I find
is
interesting?
what a
Fontana's rise was very similar to Fesco's.
Fontana's.
I just don't hear the same cussing.
What kind of cussing you hear though? Let's.
I
Ooh,
mean,
I guess it was
not,
when
not,
it was
not, not even not even talking about this. Talking about when it start IPO to like just take the time. 2 year, take 1 year after IPO at Fontana. What the price it look like?
when did Fontana IPO? Late 2019, early 2020, or late 2018,
Early
early 2019?
2018, I think.
Yeah. So late 2018,
No.
and it actually listed early 2019.
Mm-hmm. At 188 it is.
Yeah. Our
and then
beloved.
this year too. Fontana did from I think January 24. It was
Yeah,
at
man, a big jump.
7.77.
But I just prefacing that. I want the comparable periods
Mm-hmm.
because the talk I hear is a Fesco is extraordinary, and from the sense that it's something that shouldn't have happened. Because I never hear the same talk with Fontana, and it's on the base of the level of movement, nothing to do with anything else. So that's a crazy idea.
Yes, I've heard that sort of talk to where it's almost like, and it's strange the quarters that I hear that kind of talk from, but it's almost like because the movement has happened, that is the thing that is
Yeah, that
bad.
is a problem. Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
And I'm sure I have more examples. ECL, SOS, JetCon, they're out there. So it's
You think
more.
it has to do with the management per se, or a person's not believing? I don't know.
That's rubbish.
I don't know. I'm
I
just
don't know. I
asking
don't know. I
people.
know. I don't know. Most people talking know the management or anything like that. Or like that. But
Hmm.
if that's the case, that'll be pretty sad. That's the usual. I mean, ad hominem. It becomes about the person.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, let me play devil's advocate. Some people would say
I've
that,
never heard it.
okay, some
I've
people,
never heard it from people. You know. What are you saying? Sorry about that.
no, sorry to cut you, but I was just saying, I was playing devil's advocate in that some people would say that the management of an entity is extremely important, and a lot of people do place
Oh,
value
definitely. I mean, the
on
company is the
who.
people.
True. But a lot of people do place value on who it is that does the actual day-to-day business, and the team. That's part of why the prospectus has to have the board in there. They talk about the CEO in there. So maybe it's on that basis that people might be maybe a little wary. You think, Danai?
I don't know. It's a possibility, but that'll be again pretty odd. If really,
Yeah.
I mean, I've never thought like you can disagree that a price should be there, meaning not should. You can disagree that or you just never expect it, you never see. That's the truth. That's a different being. Or you say, boy, I wouldn't buy at that price. But something move on, you vex. Or something move on, how dare it go to that price? That's a strong, weird idea. Like I just saw it is. Other people are willing, then do them thing. Yeah. And
Yeah, but
if you're the voice of adversity, if you're the pocket of adversity, meaning you can actually you say, cool, I'm not going to stick around because it passed my price. That's fine. The person you're selling to is somebody. The person you're selling to is the same person you're cussing for doing. So the person that gave you the exit to the money and cuss and say, boy, this idiot, really. And if you don't have a skin, if you don't have any stake in the game, like you don't own that stuff, I think you're pretty fine just not caring. I honestly
yeah,
vexed you couldn't you didn't want to buy it in Q4 for cheap and you just never move too early.
yeah. It's a strange.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a strange sort of thinking a lot of people have. Like this stock shouldn't have moved yet. But yeah, I don't know. Like Danhai said when Pickles was talking, you can't argue with profit. Again, anybody listening, welcome to Brick Talk, and we do it every week. So if you have any questions or anything that has been happening, anything that you're wondering about, anything you want to know about, send a speaking request to the space on Twitter, and we will be more than happy to speak with you. All right, I'm more than happy to hear your points. Then I'm gonna ask this one long before anybody else rush in and ask it. I should point out to the people who are messaging me. I only wear the glasses of a nerd. I do have limitations. I can't look on YouTube, talk to that, I think about what we're talking about, and read the messages you're sending me at the same time. So please,
Oh yeah,
go
no.
easy on my brain.
I've actually stopped answering the messages during Big Talk because it just don't make sense. Just ask. Or
Yeah.
no, find a way. Send a message, send it on YouTube or tweet it.
Yeah, or
And if
just
you see,
join
we
the
see it.
space.
But
Join the
join and ask
space,
a question. You don't have to stay too long.
please.
It's much easier that way. Right.
And trust me,
Tell juggling, guys.
the worst that could happen is that you have a conversation with us, and then what? Yeah, yeah. The worst that could happen is that you have a conversation with us, and it end up with you learning something more. That seemed to have worked for a lot of us.
Getting a different perspective.
That is true. All right, so we see I have two people who have sent speaking requests. Approving both of them now, and we'll take the very first one. I don't know how to say his name. Daigen?
Sorry, my name is Dane. Dane with a G.
Dane with a G.
Yeah. But don't worry, I get that all the time. All the time.
Sorry about that, Dane. Let me actually look at the name.
It's,
Okay.
it's fine. It's fine. Trust me. This is my first time actually asking questions and stuff like that. I've been listening to you guys for about a month now, probably more. In my mind, I'm very green to this whole thing. Even though I bought stocks from through JMMB probably like 3 years ago, I think.
Okay.
But most recently I bought some more this week. This is after getting an account with MVL and learning about JTrader and seeing my money JA and stuff like that.
Okay.
I'm actually at a point now where I can actually look at the stock graphs and see what is trending down and what is trending up and stuff like that. But this week I was just scanning through the site, my money JA, and I had noticed that there were some trends with Massey, Salada, and Carreras where
trends.
A couple years, well, I don't even know if you call it a trend. There was a significant dip. For example, Massey's stock price was at 1,200 per share, and then it dropped to like $100 back in And I saw the same thing with Carreras and Salada, and I was wondering if that was like a split sharing thing or if something bad happened with the company, or
One of the beauties of my money JA, is that it also allows you to see any of the news and events around the company, and you'll notice, like for example, Massey here. One of the most recent news events is a share split that they speak about on March 3rd. That's when the news item was, and they spoke about it taking effect on March 11th, 2022. And if you check back the graph, you'll realize that that big dip you're talking about, kind of right by that date, right? So that was my money JA. We also highlight what it is. So stock split. So that's those things that you see. I like the fact that you're taking it serious and you're looking at your education. I'll take this as an opportunity to give my first an early plug for Grow. If you listen to us for a couple of weeks, so you've heard me talk about Grow before. Have you done Grow yet?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I haven't gotten to.
I know you haven't, because you'd have known what those things were, and you'd have gotten a start. But regardless, doing Grow or not, I like that you're taking the right approach. You're taking your time. You're trying to learn about the market and the things on and around the market. And then you're trying to apply it little by little. So I love that sort of approach. It's a great approach, Dane.
Thank you.
Dane with a G. So was that the only question you had around what these things were? Because those three stocks that you mentioned, the reason why the drops are there are because of stock split. So Salada had a stock split. When was that, Danhai?
Stock split, Salada, last year. We goes last year.
Or 2020. Or is 2021 that the split? I don't think it's 2021, you know.
Well, I get these things mixed up.
Yeah, the pandemic just kind of make all those years meld together. They did a stock split. You're right, actually. March 31st, 2021. So you are correct. 2021, last year, is when they had their stock split. That was a hell of a stock split. Stock splits are amazing in that they don't change the value of the company, but psychologically, everybody rushes it. And I think because everybody knows that everybody rushes it psychologically, they tend to keep rushing it psychologically nonetheless.
And I honestly think there's a fear thing there. There's a case for it.
I mean, there can be reasons for it, but I mean, you mean a case to get to buy into the stock because of an own stock split?
Yeah.
Well, if it usually is preceded or followed by
rise.
Yeah, then that's a reason to get in there. I mean, it's not as strong a reason as maybe the fundamentals.
I mean, I'm trying. We got some fundamentals. Of course.
Yeah, and usually the people splitting the stock have a reason to split the stock.
Exactly.
So,
That's interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Stocks are split for reasons.
All right. So another question. A very what would you call it now? Very naive question.
You don't have to preempt. You don't have to preempt all of your questions by saying you're naive. And you want anybody else listening. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. We assume that everybody is new, and we speak accordingly. You don't have to be an expert. We'll ask you a question. We don't mind the beginner question.
What benefit would stock splitting be for a long-time investor of a company?
Outside of the rise in share price, even though there is no fundamental reason for the share price to rise, outside of that, no, you just have more units. That's all at a lower price. There's no change in actual value.
Okay. So whatever you had before is still value, just that you have more shares.
Exactly. Instead of $100, you have $10 coin.
Okay. I get you.
Yeah.
Right.
You should check out Grow. Trust me, you'll find use in it. I should sweeten the deal. I'll say here that I do. Is it this month that I'll say it? March, April? So maybe not April, maybe May. I do have some slots for the night session. I think I have 4 or 5. And I made sure to reserve those pretty early. It's just 5, but I will be doing it for people who do Grow. I will be not giving you for free. So you still have to pay Danhai the money you're paying him, right? But you don't have to wait 2 or 3 months. That's 5 slots reserved for whoever it is. So the 5 that I guess maybe participate the most at Grow. So if somebody wants to get in and they want that, you should probably sign up for Grow. And the worst that will happen is that you learn a lot and you get the time with Danhai. And you also get a discount because they are discounted when you do Grow.
And Grow is on Evermickle, right?
Evermickle.com/grow. That is where you go for it. Yeah. Evermickle.com/GRWR. And Yeah.
Okay, I've heard of that. I'll definitely be checking it out.
Good things. I hope. I hope it has been good for you, as I've heard it being good for the people who have done it, especially recently. But big up. You had any more questions? Or you're
No,
good
actually,
now?
I think you answered the other four
Okay.
while talking. Which now that I'm reading them, because I wrote them down from in the week, and now that I'm reading them, I'm just like, oh, well, I don't need to ask that anymore.
Oh, perfect.
So,
That's good.
oh
Glad to
yeah,
know.
that information was very helpful. Yeah. So
You're
I'm
very
gonna,
welcome. The big up
gonna
and keep investing. By the way, how much you say you just started, I restarted, I would say, right? So
yeah. All right. So a few years ago, I bought JMMB shares and Barita shares,
mhm.
which the JMMB is doing okay. The Barita is doing fairly well. I think for the Barita, I think I have about 60 or 70% gain with that.
You bought the
Um,
Barita when? 3 years ago, you said?
back in, I think they had some preference shares a few years ago. Yeah,
What's
Preference
a
pre-COVID,
few
shares.
years? Oh, you bought
pre-COVID.
preference shares, or you bought Barita
Why?
shares in the company, ordinary shares.
One of them. I don't remember.
I think it's
Don't.
right. I think it's the right issue bought into.
Probably. Well, I
Because
bought them through
preference
JMMB though.
shares, I don't know that anybody does that preference shares just so. I think that was a cornerstone thing.
So
Yeah,
I bought.
it's a very limited.
Unless you know he's secretly the
I,
owner of
I,
Cornerstone.
I really don't remember, but I bought some shares, and then since I have this new account, I bought Edifocal,
Yeah.
um, a little bit of Fesco, and a very small portion of Grace.
Ooh, this man only picking winners, Danhai. What a
So and
run!
so.
Winner.
What
Yeah,
a
but
run!
Fesco and Grace not doing so well right now, but I have a lot of faith that that's gonna change soon.
Well, I
Um,
stop. I keep having to address that. Not doing so well. What does that mean?
it's just red on my money JA. It's been red all week.
As in
The
in
thing,
your portfolio or the
In
actual
your
stock?
portfolio or the
yeah, but
stock
I mean
just trading low?
the
Yeah, man, but that's
change
normal.
really isn't that significant. I don't, and I'm not worried about it really because it's not like it's a lot of money per
Watch me.
se.
No,
There's
no,
a
no.
free
Roll back,
tip.
roll back, roll back, roll back, roll back. I think you're going far. This.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Are you in profit on GK and Vesco?
GK,
And
GK and
you
the
buy
best
in,
score. No,
you bought in at that point. Also, you
yeah,
bought in
but
recently.
yeah, this week.
Oh, okay. But I
The
think
thing is,
think it's still
the thing is, I was trying to buy Fesco from about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
trying. Well,
And
done.
I had set a price.
Mm.
I guess I was a little too ambitious. It was the price was too low, maybe, and it
I'm
just
tell you, I'm tell you, I'm tell you.
never got
Shift,
there.
shift that thinking. So the thing there, when you're buying something, you go market, right?
Yeah.
And you see the price of X. You're buying tomato this week. You want to cook up some food. The
Mm,
price of tomato are 30, but you will buy for 25 per pound.
right.
Or you're trying to buy when you decide that you're only buying for 30, 25.
Something like that. Like
Man, that sounds like trying to buy to me. That sounds like I'm not buying for whatever the price is, what it is. The price is X,
yeah,
and I am not buying. That's what that is.
yeah, because I was looking at the graph,
Mm-hmm.
and based on the direction it was going, the couple of days before, it looked like
Mm-hmm.
the price was going down. So I said, all right, let me take a chance,
You definitely
and I
need to
put
do a grow. You
Boy,
definitely need to do a grow.
you should definitely
Yeah.
do a grow. Think you're
Yeah.
thinking
yeah,
about the market in a very wrong way.
Yeah, man. That's
cool,
not how it
cool,
work
cool.
at all. That's not how it work at
Stocks
all.
aren't stocks aren't going anywhere. If you see them at that point, they're at that point. That's what they are.
Gotcha,
Not
gotcha.
because you get me. And then two, your whole idea around where exactly you're buying a stock, yeah,
Yeah,
you will get caught up if you're buying just because the price was going up a couple of days before or going down a couple of days before. If you buy on the basis of that being why the stock is going in the direction you want it to go, you will have
mm.
a problem.
Well,
Yeah.
I figured that out very quickly actually because when I realized that when I was checking again, I realized, oh, okay, I don't have any Fesco stock, any shares in Fesco, and I was wondering why. And then I checked it and I realized, oh, yeah, that don't
That's
make
not the
sense.
only
So I
problem.
bought it.
That's not the only problem there. As in, outside of not buying, just if you had bought,
Mm.
and it did well, and you would tell yourself that it was going up and I bought in. So I saw it going up and I bought in. So that's the way to pick stocks, because you saw it going up and you bought in. That's how it worked out at that time. The next time you see it going up, you buy in and do a JMMB on you. You go the next way.
Mm.
Ouch. Then I shoot to the boy. it, it do a JMMB on you. Damn.
No JMMB going good. JMMB are going things still. April 1st, JMMB's
Yeah.
day. Buyback start today. Or
That is true. That is true.
proposed to start today. But we're supposed to hear from them about regulator approval. We're not hear from them about that. So I don't know if it's starting today. If we have it started, no idea.
But look
But
at that. Look at that spike nonetheless. Look at that
yeah,
spike
man.
nonetheless.
I've been saying the anticipation of the thing might be more than the thing itself, and that's what about that can do some wonders, especially. Yeah, especially coming out thing there with that next report coming. If that next report looks great, then this kind of rise in front of that. Maybe continue after that, people get up and feel nice, or maybe the report come out and say, okay, all right, eat that and then gone. you know how that is sometimes. The rise before the result doesn't mean it's going to continue rising.
That's true.
So let us see.
As you might have heard from some very popular people, yesterday's price is not today, and today's price is not tomorrow's price, right? That's not how it works at all. But Bro, I think will help solve some of that thinking. That I hear you.
And for everybody, I will want to see JMMB. If JMMB is a $90 stock, Zine, so I'll be the happiest guy if it were to do that. Yeah.
Boy, well, I mean, think of the people who may have been lucky enough to buy it at the nadir.
The dip.
Properly get the dip there. 39.46, and it is currently, it ended the day today at $45.
Even that, let's go back a little more. Just the year just start. Imagine you bought that in January.
Ooh,
Or you bought end of December.
Yeah, you bought.
Hey, that'd be nice.
End of December, you start the year with JMMB at if you bought
At the APO price.
Oh, 39.44, and you could, and that's
38.
beautiful. You're getting in the APO range. What, 3 years after the APO? Yeah, time travel. So you get in the APO range, then 39.44 today.
And only up from there.
Yeah, that's strong. That's strong. 14% gain in that time. 14% is not.
And you can do that big money with JMMB.
Exactly. So what you bought before June, people who've been holding out, or the people who got in earlier in the year. The year being 2021, of course. If you bought in near the top of, let's say, the end this time last year, 2021, you'd have been buying it at 32.89. That's even better, you know.
In fact, you could have a short-term DC and JMMB and get something nice there. Yeah, pick up a good amount of units at nothing.
Yeah, that's a good question. If you were to short-term DCA JMMB from last year, April 1, that's a great. How much money?
10 grand a month. Anything.
10 grand. People don't want, like, the answer won't be as impressive for many people, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Right. 100 grand.
Oh, we can vary.
Trying to impress. You know? No, the money is the money. We'd have to overdo it. Unless you have 2% fees.
40% up.
No, that's not a year. That is since 2017.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you bought it from April 1, 2021 till now. DCA is a short-term DCA dollar cost average 17%. Not bad. You're ahead of inflation.
I'm seeing another zero upon it now. Make it 100 grand.
You're certainly better than a bank account.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have be 17% up on $1.2 million.
You get 12.
Your 1.2 become 1.5. 12 grand in dividends.
Yep. And it just, and depending on who you ask, it might have just started, right? Yeah. That's not necessarily a bad, a light thing. Yeah. We highlight a lot of some of the heavy.
I could be very passive and do that. And think about it, JMB has been relatively safe, meaning there is no strong dip down or nothing like that. I don't expect too much of them. So
that is true. So JMMB might, but yeah, that's we'll tell you. I'm dealing with that. You seem to have, like, you have the right thinking. I think well, you have some thinking that needs to be fixed, but I like the general approach where you're taking your time with it and you want to get into it sensibly. I would tell you to not be so quick to look at the chart and try and predict what will happen, right? Because
Well,
that's not how it works.
that's really why I use constant, because I know that trying to predict things just not going to work for me.
Yeah, man. No.
I mean,
Predicting things will work. That is stocks. That is investing. Predicting things will work, but you have to use the right basis for prediction. And the shape of the chart is not, in my view, the right basis for prediction.
all right, fair enough. All right, that leads me to another question. Outside of, well, I know that the prospectus is usually for people who want to join the stock market. What about those companies that have been on the stock market for years? Like, where do you get credible information to see what they're doing and
Yeah,
what they
man. You
plan to
definitely
do?
come. I'm gonna leave that one. Come grow and ask it and tell me that you're Dane, right?
All right, cool.
Maybe put you at the head of the line to go link Danhai for his session. Yeah. Cause we definitely cover all that stuff and more at Grow.
All right, cool.
No problem. All right, big up, Dane. And next up we had, I think it was Gavin. I remember, people, if you have any questions, anything you want to talk about, anything you wonder, and anything you want us to get into, send a speaking request on Twitter and we will get into it together. Gavin?
Oh yeah, Hail Randy, Hail Danhai.
Yes, Gavin, what's up?
Yeah man, big up, big up. I mean, you have to big up you guys. I mean, the space and the information. I mean, financial literacy, all that. I mean, respect. I want to make a quick point. I think Danhai had mentioned about I think the point that you had mentioned about FESCO moving and persons having issues. I think the fact that, I mean, so many younger persons are now actually investing in stocks and they are actually writing about it. And I mean, putting light to it and kind of educating their friends and co-workers and church members and all them things. I think because you're kind of putting everything in the limelight now. So persons who in time past might have figured about investing is just for them. I
It's
think
not for
they're the
them.
ones that. Pardon?
Or what you said, not for
No,
them
it's
or
just
just
for
for
them.
them?
Oh, investing is just for them.
The
Okay.
persons who had that thought in time past.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So now that you have, I mean, person just coming out of university, person just start working and them investing and not really saving because we came up in a generation where they taught us just save and save and save, not invest. So the fact that we change the narrative, I mean, persons have issues with that because we can now talk about tax in a way.
Without the middleman.
Right, exactly. Right. So
I
because
definitely see some of that.
if you even look at, say, for instance, Barita when Cornerstone bought it, in less than a year the price moved from almost $7 to almost $50. So Fesco movement and Barita movement would have been the same in the same time period. I never hear no way for talk about Barita moving too fast. So and even Ghana mentioned SOS and a lot of others that move in the same with the same speed in the same time, but you never have nobody to tweet about them. You never have nobody to talk about. You make your money in a month or you make your money in a 2 months. So I think that's where, because it changed, you gotta have only for talk. But I think we must just continue doing what we're doing and continue to educate people, educate our friends, our family members, our children, so that generational wealth can continue. Yeah.
But the truth is, Barita did get some of the talk too, you know. I remember some people were not so happy with Barita's movement.
Boy, I know them I get the talk.
But yeah, but yeah, no, them getting the talk more than ever. And if you check it, the person at the helm is a young person.
That is true.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is
So
true.
yeah, that's what I want to mention still.
All
Yeah,
right.
I definitely see some of that. Everybody wants a good amount of it is coming from snobbishness. Or just really, I want to be the center of information. How dare it not be on me? Yeah, the narrative shift.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, it's in some regards, I have to like in some regards, I understand it, right? It's resistance to change. It's a human process. It is a human process, resistance to change. So, it it is, in my view, a sign that change is happening, because you get that sort of resistance to change, really, right? And of course, we in Jamaica, we have our own reactions to that. So we're very fiery, we're very spirited when it comes to that stuff.
Especially money involved.
Oh God, man. Oh God. Fear-filled and fiery when it comes to money. Is either the people are thief, or them are do something wicked, or something I don't know. Right? And if I don't know, if I don't want to say if a white man came and did it, we'd be fine with that. I feel like that kind of talk is reductive, but we don't give everybody the same kind of heat. For me, I just got to the point where I accept that. I use Twitter because Twitter is a great barometer for some parts of Jamaica. I just have a rule of thumb. I say, if Twitter hate it, you're probably onto a good thing, right? So, and you look at the stuff on Twitter now. What was terrible 5 years ago is acceptable now. Blah blah blah. So just don't be too not by it. And I said that even saying it to myself, because I've felt a lot of the heat from it. I still do, but I just kind of have to move on and know what I'm doing makes sense and put it out there. So thank you, Gavin, and just keep believing, keep pushing. If you're out there in the market, you sound like you're in the market a long time, Gavin. It's a long time now you're investing.
I think my first stock would have been SOS and Wesinco. But at the time, I mean, the knowledge I have now, because as I said, the narrative changed and the way you think as it relates to investing changed. Because when I bought those at the time, it was just because I was told to buy them, and you never really understand that much. So you just felt like you had to just buy them and keep them. So it's not a matter of boy. As you mentioned, you find a vehicle and you have a goal. I just bought them because somebody said, "Boy, we think our company market, just buy it." Never even understand anything about stocks. Same thing with SOS. I just bought SOS. I remember when the prospectus came out. I never know nothing about financial statements. I asked a relative of mine to look at the numbers. They look good, so I just buy it. And you understand. So from those days to now, where you can say, all right, you just don't buy something because somebody tells you to buy it, or you just buy something because it's sounding good. It has to make sense. You have to look at it and say, boy, is this what I really want? How long should I hold it for, and them things. So yeah. Just to change that how you think now.
Yeah. I can hear the grower difference. That it's not that you're doing anything. It's not that the pieces are what you know around, but how you're putting them together. I think it is different. So I am glad to hear that. I'm proud.
Because I remember I said to a person, somebody that a relative of mine. No, come in. I said to a friend of mine the other day. Yes.
No, man, handle the important thing first, man. Yeah, Gavin sound like him child, or I'm assuming it's his child.
Yeah, sorry about that, Randy. Yes, I remember. I was saying to a friend of mine. She has invested in stocks for a long time now, and because of the pandemic, she have a lot of financial stocks, so the price has gone down. I was saying to her, I think you should look at your portfolio and kind of do some change up. And she said, remember, I said, I don't buy things for prices, But I mean, she's from the old school. She just buy them because she want.
I can tell.
Actually, have to believe in that,
Yeah, man. A lot
and
of
the thing is, they don't actually believe it. That's the crazy part. Them say it, but you know how quickly that shift up. How when you need the money, you care about the price now.
Or when you start lose the money.
But them say that when they lose the money. Them say that when they lose the money, they don't care about price. It's when they lose the money and they're not going to touch it just yet. So it's cool until January I need to pay for this. And the only place I have is my stocks. When we put 10 million there, why is it only 6? I never. And You never made any changes when it was going down. You had all the time to make the chip, but you never do anything. Yeah, you can't do that. You're buying for the prices. Don't lie to yourself. That's how you make money with the prices.
Yeah, but people don't yeah, it's a common refrain. Oh, you know, don't buy to sell, really? Oh, you don't buy for money?
So why are you doing it?
Yeah.
Why are you doing it then? Why are you doing it?
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Why?
I don't know. It's a different thinking, but yeah, don't be disheartened by it. You mentioned, you're right, Danhai. They got bought by, they being Barita, not as Danhai, because it's actually Gavin who mentioned it. Barita got bought by Cornerstone, I think late 2018, was it?
Yep.
Late 2018.
Later mid.
I think late 2018, mid
I think it's late.
2018.
I think it's late because of rights issues.
Mm.
And we were talking about them on earnings season a good amount.
Yeah, this is yeah, it's been a hell of a rise for them. They had that rights issue, and then a strong rise from it, and then
That's
they've only
a couple more.
Then they had a rights issue and then APOs after that, right? Not really a fan of APOs.
No, I'm on rights issue, man. Like 3 rights issue. 3 or 2.
They did 3 rights issues?
3 or 2.
I don't know, my brain going.
Well, definitely more than one.
Definitely more
APOs,
than one rights issue.
2 APOs, but definitely more than one rights issues.
I remember a rights issue in 2019. I don't know if I remember another one. I don't know if I remember another one, but I'm sure somebody will message us and correct or say, oh no, it was this or that. But regardless, yeah, it's a great example of the rise in the stock. I mean, if you bought it when that was announced in middle of 2019, you'd buy it for $43. And I don't even think this is a fair thing, because I want to feel like there was a split.
Look at the thing there. Look at the performance post rights issue versus the performance post APO.
Yeah, spikes.
Different ball game.
Yeah.
Not post, but around the time. So different ball game.
Yeah, and to their credit, at least they have
yes, they do.
They have
APO that are profitable after. Yep.
Yeah, and a better. They don't have as heavy a fall as all the other APO companies. Still a bit of a fall, but you can tell. It is my personal view that whoever is behind this does pay attention to and care about their share price, which is not the case for every company out there. Not a fan of APOs, but if you have to do it, so far they have done it the best. If anybody else does it, I'm not a fan of it at all, but if anybody else does it, I hope that they at least have the presence of mind to include some of these little things that will make it at least palatable to the retail investor. Anyway, so big up, Gavin. Thank you for your point. I don't know if you had anything else, or that was it.
No, man, yeah, respect. That's good.
All right, cool. Thank you. And anybody else listening, if you want to talk about anything, or you want to ask any questions around anything, or just anything you're wondering about, now is a great time to send a speaking request. We'll take it in order, we'll talk about it, and I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. End of the first quarter. It has been a hell of a first quarter. I still say it feels to me like the end of a year. Feels to me like the end of a year, then I don't understand why, but
it just feels like I'm talking as if we don't, cool, something long, just like in my mind, we don't think that we way down into the air, and I keep thinking of it that way, like we have no time left, and in my head I'm like, why? We done so much already for the year.
and there's so many exciting things that I think are
that will happen.
Geez, for Q2. Earlier, Pickles was talking about him hearing about JPS. I've also heard about JPS, and 1 quarter down, and I think it's this year to only leave 3 more quarters. Any quarter JPS list, I think it will be the talk of the quarter. And if it happens in Q2,
extraordinary.
Oh God, man! It's a chance to own back the thing that has been chopping us for years.
Chop you back.
Chop back.
I just chop my piece, give me.
right. You can't beat them, join them. All right. The next up we had was Hey Miss Nyla.
Hi guys, good night.
Good night, Miss Nyla.
Thanks for this space tonight. So like I saw the topic and I was like super intrigued, like long term investing and fundamentals. Um, so like I'm
Complete
fairly
troll.
new.
Complete troll.
The
Sorry.
the only path to profit.
Yeah, that should have been a hint to you. There's no way that it's the only path to profit. Although I realize after putting it out that some people really think of it that way. Kind
Yeah.
of,
Uh-huh.
yeah, yeah,
That's so unfortunate.
yeah. April Fools, it's not. But anyway, sorry, Miss Nyla. Go ahead. You're saying.
Yeah, so that's kind of it's super intriguing to me because like as I said, like I'm fairly new to investing. I've been like like surveying the space for a while, but like I didn't really jump in until I did grow at the end of February and really got a lot of stuff clarified and crystallized in my mind, and I didn't want to. I missed out on poetry. Really, what really jump prompted me to really jump in was I missed out on Spur Tree. I was watching it. Like I was watching the thing and I wanted to like get in on it and I didn't, and I saw how, the price like triple in no time, right? And I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like doing the math to myself and I was like, I could have been that much richer. So I was like, I'm not gonna miss out on the next one, which was the Edufocal IPO. So I did grower and I got some very solid tips. Let me tell you, some very
Oh
solid
God,
tips that I'm like still floating on cloud nine from. So I'm really thankful for that. So thank you for that, Randy.
you're welcome.
Um, and so I jumped in. I have my I'm starting with one. I have my one brokerage account that I'm working with now, brokerage firm. And so I've been like steadily building my portfolio. Like that first week, I was like on the stock market like every day from like what 9:30 to I think 12:45 is when my brokerage closes off. But I was like just like sitting there watching
Sorry,
it, and
what?
seeing what's going on.
Your
Um,
brokerage doesn't close at one, meaning the
it's
market closes at
Or
one.
you mean they
yeah,
start
yeah.
taking orders at one at
They
12:45?
stopped taking orders at 12:45. So I was like, all
Oh,
right. So I was like,
Um,
watch
you
and
have day
see.
trader?
What was that?
They have a trading system. I mean, everybody has one, no? So
Yeah, so I
we
can like put in stuff, man. I can buy and sell. I can put in the stuff there.
you use
does it execute?
We go ahead.
Does it execute after 12:45?
Wait, I didn't get what you said. Repeat that.
If you put in an order at 12:47, will it go through?
I've done it close to that time and nothing happened. So I was like, well, I'll just like put it in earlier because like
How
they just
how do
kind
you
of
put in
rejected
order?
it.
You send emails.
No, I put it in like using the portal. So I enter buy if I want market price or I want to put a limit order.
You can just
I
say the
do that.
brokerage name, please.
Mayberry,
Oh,
you use their
that's
app.
odd.
I do it online. I do it from my laptop.
Oh
I
wow.
don't think they close. I can't speak from experience. Maybe as far as I know, they go straight up to 1 o'clock in the
Really?
trading. So yeah, as far as I know, I used
Okay.
to
I
work
have
there.
to like
When I
look
was
into
there, that
it
was the
some
case.
more. I have to look into it some more, but like that's what they have on the website. Market open from at least on their end, they said 9:30 to 12:45.
Oh well, I guess that's what I guess me too late. Man,
Yeah,
I'm
we'd
there for it.
want maybe you'd want to verify that. I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah.
But you want to verify that, and we're big fans of if you're doing it on your own.
Yeah.
You having a JTrader account. However, we're even bigger fans of having the right guidance. So if you feel the right guidance from your broker, stick with your broker because that's who has the fiduciary responsibility, really.
Yeah.
I don't know about that 12:45 thing though. That's strange.
Yeah, that's what I see on the website. And whenever like I enter an order close to that time and it got rejected for some reason. I don't know if that's the reason why, but it didn't go through and I was like, I guess I'll just have to put them in ahead of
Yeah, that's
that
my
time.
advisor. That one, I guess
Yeah,
that's my advisor. So interesting.
Okay.
yeah.
I'll look into it though. So, but I definitely ultimately, or fairly soon, I want to move over to JTrader. But I think I have to find another broker to do that, right?
Yeah,
Because
Mayberry doesn't
Mayberry
offer it.
doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
everybody
ultimately
bought Mayberry and JMMB. You should be fine. You get a
okay.
JTrader broker. Yeah, if you want to use Moneyline or whatever, JMMB is there. But JTrader, anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm looking into that and to how to go about that. Because I was reading about how I need a JCSD account, something like that, to add to JTrader.
The moment you open your brokerage account, you get a
Yeah.
JCSD account. So you have one already
Okay.
at the Mayberry account. You
Okay.
have it at other places. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
man.
all right, cool. So I guess my first question, or I guess rather comment, was around what somebody was talking about earlier when they were talking about what are the benefits of stock splitting, and I was like grappling with it for the longest while. And so you guys said that essentially the stock price doesn't change, nothing changes, just that if you have one $10 bill, you get 10 $1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So so
So
so each of the, I mean, the $10 are now worth $1 each, but the value that you had there hasn't changed.
okay, so just clarify this part for me then. So you do have more shares though.
So you have 10 shares, each worth $1 instead of
Mm-hmm.
one share worth $10.
$10. Yeah.
So you
Okay,
still
all
have
right. So then
$10 overall. You just have 10 $1 coins instead of one $10 coin.
okay, so then now Randy, when you start to think about things like, so let's start with like a dividend, right? And the dividend is paid out per share. If before the stock split you had one share worth $10, now you have 10 shares and you multiply that by the price per share that you're getting for the dividend, wouldn't you get, let me see if my math is off there.
No, your math
Well,
isn't
how would that
off.
translate? How would
It's
that
just,
translate?
it doesn't translate. They're probably just gonna give you. They're probably just gonna declare a, a dividend of that. If the dividend used to be $1 per
10?
share, no, the dividend is probably gonna be
It's 10
10 cents
cents.
per share.
That did not
Yeah.
make no sense then.
What you
Oh
said
my
don't make no
god.
sense. What you mean?
So what's the point? This is what I've been grappling. So what's the point of getting excited about a stock split then? Like,
That's
what
why
does
you
it
hear me
do?
say. That's why you hear me say that it's a funny. It's such an openly psychological thing because it doesn't change any of the values. That's what I mean. You heard me say it, you know.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what
I
it
heard
means.
it, but like I guess I'm just like you said that, and I heard that, but people are just like freaking out. Like even when Massey split the other day, like I was so like, and I mean I know that I shouldn't be doing this, but I was so like, am I missing
We never
out?
said
Like
that. That's a very
everybody.
different thing. Hold on. We never say it shouldn't be. We never say it shouldn't be excited about stock split. We're saying the reason for it is largely psychological.
But how does it impact me tangibly? Is what I'm saying.
That's
If
why I
it's
was
largely
You were.
saying that's why
psychological.
I would say it's just
Mm-hmm.
psychological.
All right, so that settles that. That settles
Mm-hmm.
that for me.
Just think of it as the same company. And
Yeah.
typically, you hear certain things at certain prices. The price is going up, people start say it's high, and you have a willingness to not buy, right? People are more willing to buy stocks at a lower unit price, right?
Okay. Okay.
So you get that. People just more people will want the stock and that type of thing, which will get the demand in. And that's what it is really. So
Okay. I
people are
got you.
saying, boy, I wouldn't buy Grace at 100, even though I know it's a $200 stock. I wouldn't buy JMMB at 80, even though it's enough money stock. But if you split it, then more people will rush into it.
Even
That's
though it do,
interesting.
yeah,
Even
it's
though truthfully,
psychological.
it doesn't
Yeah.
change anything for their money. The same 10 grand they go with, the same 100 grand they go with, the same million they go with, no matter what the price of the stock is, and the same 100 grand, same 10 mil, same whatever invested. But people
Yeah.
just have that thing about them.
That's what the experts call the nominal figure tends to scare people, right? Um, the nominal figure tends to scare people. In simpler terms, from what Danhai just said.
The
I
price.
truly believe that GK is 200 easily worth more than $250 per share now. But if you say that to people, them not there are many per. Would you buy GK right now for $200 per share?
Absolutely
Why?
not.
Why?
But
Because I don't have that much starting out, and I want something that's gonna give
I
me
want
more
you to hear yourself
volume.
what you just said. Stop, stop. You hear what you just said?
What did I say?
You have more than $200?
I do, but like
It sounds like you have enough.
I want more. I want my volumes to be solid, to be
why?
reasonable, right?
What
What's
volumes?
reasonable?
So at the end of the day, I want to have a solid position with whichever stock I buy, right?
Your
So
position is, you come on, you the girl,
It's
you
the
know better.
same.
Your
Your
position
position is
is
the
a
same no matter what the
percentage.
price
Yeah.
of the company. Yeah.
Yeah, your money that you put in there is what's important.
In
If you
fact,
invest,
you just made a case for why you would be excited about a stock split.
That is why, yeah. I don't know if you're realizing it, but you are showing why you'd be excited about it. Because you wouldn't buy GK at 200 right now, right?
Even if
But
you know it's at $250 stock, but you
but if
not
they
buy
do
for
a
200.
hundred, if they do 100 to 1 split
Ah.
next week, would you buy it for $2?
Yes, but at the end of the
All
day,
right,
no. But
that's
based on
and
how you
no. At
explain
the
it, though,
end of the
Randy, it
day,
don't make no sense, though.
it
It would.
do,
I mean, I
No,
would have more.
we are not saying it don't make sense. We are saying that is also people think about it.
So think about
Yeah.
what you just said. You wouldn't buy GK for $200 next week, but if they do 100 to 1 split, so now you have instead of one GK share worth $100, you have 100
Yeah.
GK shares worth $1. You would next week buy a GK share for $2. So you would pay 100% more anyway you cut it. But for some reason, you're telling yourself that boy, I can't buy it at 100 at 200
Cause
because that's expensive. But you
you
would buy
know,
it at
yeah,
but you would buy it at $2 if they did 100 to 1 split.
yeah. Really,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know people that are already through the door at an investment house with a brokerage and up that don't have the $200. Or don't have $100, but them telling you said they would have never buy it. The $100 stock too expensive. They don't have enough money. Put in a $100 stock, them $100,000 can't go in a $100 stock because $100 stock too expensive.
Yeah.
And Massey is a great example of that, right? Man, it's such a we're talking about it in the grower group, and I think at one of my grower sessions, I don't know if it's one that you were at, but as pointing out that it was such a great example of the reality of the market because and how there's no set rules for anything because almost you can split in my view you can split a company that is doing bad and just on the announcement of the split people rush the shares even if the company
Yeah.
isn't doing that great, right?
Yeah.
But here comes Massey with a 20 to 1 split, but they're splitting from over almost $2,000 per share down to roughly $100 per
100.
share. Here they're at
Yeah.
And Massey is doing
198.
great.
Right, but people think of it as expensive, so it's expensive.
You see, from expensive to expensive. Boy,
Yeah,
you're gonna get the fight.
It's
yeah,
interesting. It's very interesting.
Quite.
very, very,
Um.
very interesting. Yeah.
So I guess to bring it to the topic at hand now. So this long-term investing thing and fundamentals. So like, because I did grow, I know that, and it's grow research, right? So like you're very
Correct.
big on emphasizing the research bit, and so I am of that mind as well right now as I approach the stock market. So like I'm learning how to read the financials and like really spending the time to learn the business of the companies. And so the more I learn about those things and the more I look at the historical data, I initially when I started out, like jumped into investing, I had and I still do have a few, well, at least one short term goal. Like I had like a target date in terms of short term for like September. I have a trip coming up and I wanted to be able to like, use the stock market to fund that. But the
Okay.
more I study, the more I'm like, I don't want to like turn things around that quickly. I want to stay in the market longer. And so I'm kind of like grappling with
Stop.
finding that
Hold on,
balance.
Miss Nyla. I'm not saying you should. I'm
Yeah.
not saying you shouldn't invest in this way. I'm asking if you really just said you don't want to make money earlier.
No, that's not what I said. I would never say that.
Or what did you
Bring it back.
say?
Run it back again. My ears now work.
Yeah.
My glasses something now here good. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the thing. I am in looking at the historical data, right? I am like intrigued by the prospect of holding things longer because I see how the all like how like just how I don't know, maybe I should give an actual example, but like I see how holding something for longer term, like without messing with it. Of course, I'll be still paying attention to what's going on, right? To know if I should, what's really going on. But like, I just see how holding things for longer term, it has the potential to give you, yeah, if we're talking about capital gains, right, and that's ultimately, or that pays the largest
Mm-hmm.
amount, gives you the largest payout. I think that is not the only path, but I think it's in the long term far more profitable. And I mean, I know
Oh
it's no
yeah.
dependent.
Hey. So holding us. I'm telling you something. A secret.
So I'm
holding
getting
on
a
stock.
wicked feedback. I don't know. Say something
Yeah.
again, Danhai.
Holding on stock.
Hello.
Okay, the feedback
Yeah,
is from Nyla's side. Sorry, Nyla. We're
Yeah.
just trying to figure out where the feedback is coming from. Go again, Danhai.
Yeah. So you think of it this way: would you prefer to get 30% a year for 3 years, or you hold the stock over 3 years and you end up with 119.7%? Which one is more attractive to you?
So the question is 30% a year for 3 years or 190%,
119%.
119% profit for 3 years.
Yep.
Let me ask for some clarity on that, Danhai. Is that compounded, the 30%?
Yeah, man. So you get 30% on profit every single thing. So you're compounding every for the next 3 years.
Okay, or 190%.
Or just get a straight 119.7 from just holding it.
For the 3 years?
For for 3 years, you get 119.7. Or every single year, you find a stock to give you 30% on all the money you have.
It's actually a great question. Which one would you do, Miss Nyla?
I'd probably choose the 30 per year because
Why?
let me think about how to phrase this. So like the 119% over a 3-year period is what you're saying by just holding it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not. So I don't know. This is a tricky question.
I think you think it's a trick question. It's somewhat of a trick question, but it's
I'll
not
take
really.
the 30 per year. I'll take the 30 per
Why?
year because guess what? I don't know if I'll be here next year. So
Oh.
I'll take the 30
you just made a case for. So one, those are the same thing. If you invest 30% a year, if you get 30% successively on three times, you get 119.7% in profit overall. It's the same return. Most people, they look at the long term and they say, I got 10x. And they never break down what's the average return every single year. But somehow somebody making the same or more on average per year is worse. I make 50% every single year. But the guy that got
50% per
200%, you get 200% in 3 years. And I get 50% per year. So suddenly he get a bigger return, get more. It just sounds better. So suddenly think we don't break it up. The same like looking at the high price of the stock and determining that this is better because it's cheaper. You're not breaking out what the actual return is. You look at the nice big profit they make. Very often you check it. How much leaching made on thing the NCB. I did it and it wasn't no. Like yes, it's a great return, especially on big money. But if you were to actually analyze it, it isn't like people on the market now are making those returns on more on a yearly.
So I guess
but you look at the large movement and say, yeah man, 10 years is a way to go because you make X%, and guess what? That is guaranteed. Holding a stock for the longer term, not going to make it think that, not going to make it, and you have that same issue you have. It's different risks you're working with there.
Yeah.
You have, if you really decide to hold a stock for the long term, you have to understand that there's a lot of time for this to happen.
Yeah.
I have to make sure I say, this stock, I can't even need the money in between the time. The 10-year I hold it for, I can't need the money because then it takes away from the gain. Right?
True.
Yeah.
You're pulling out of it. You don't know, you said you just made a case. I don't know if I'm going to be here next year. So I want to make the money I can make in the shortest possible. That's the way we're working with here. So it's different things to balance. You have to understand where the risks are and what you actually want from the stock.
Yeah.
If you're okay with the long-term thing and you willing to take all the risks around that, then go for it. But it doesn't make one better than the other. You can, as I said, I can hedge. I can say, boy, I don't know what's happening there in next year, but I know what's happening for the company this year.
Yeah.
So I'll go there, so I make the money there, so whatever. it doesn't mean I have to stick with it for the next year after that. I got to get there so I can move on or whatever. Versus somebody doing the long term thing. If them sticking with the stock long term, then them sticking with the stock long term and take every single thing the company come to them. You can be there for 3 years with your 5 year journey, and you realize 3 years in that, boy, this ain't going like I thought it would. Because these companies are doing like I thought it would. Because 3 years ago, the thing they said, it don't materialize yet. There are real risks around long-term investment. People just don't talk about it. There's a reason why I think we use it on the earnings season. Why bonds pay you more the longer they are. Because it's more risky in certain because yep, so much things can happen between now and then. So
Yeah.
it's not really so clear cut. And again, check the returns on an average basis. If you're comparing over this long period of time to a smaller period of time, check it and say, boy, how much I actually make in every short period of time. Is it actually worth it?
That's very good. That helps a lot. So, are there people who
Mm-hmm.
say you have more than one brokerage account, and it's more or less, I don't know. This is kind of like dividing your money in a certain kind of way and kind of designating one
One bro.
portfolio
Mm-hmm.
to like a more shorter term thing. Be like, okay, this is my travel. So this is my travel account now, right?
It's one portfolio, just different parts of it working for different areas, different thing there. And yes, that's very fine if you want to split up per broker. The truth is you can have it all at one broker as long as you remember which money you put where.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or you can have it split across 2 brokers or
Split
10
across.
brokers.
All of that work for you. Right?
Okay.
But
Yeah,
end
I
of the
think I
day,
probably have to do something like that.
whatever works for you, you know.
Yeah.
I don't put my money. My money is pretty mixed up at different places, and anything. My goals, if the goals are different across any, they're all at one place, I just use my money and say this is pieces for whatever.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That helped a lot. So thank you so much for that. Um. Yeah, I think that's good for now.
No problem, Miss Nyla.
Yeah,
All
man.
right.
Thank you.
I'm
All right.
glad.
Happy to hear. Glad you asked those questions. Really, I'm sure a lot of people got
Yeah.
something from that.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm positive a lot of people. If you want to learn more about this stuff, guys, come to Grow. You can hear more about it. You can get to ask these questions. And yeah, as you can hear, the effects have been pretty good for the people who have done it. If you have any questions, any comments, anything like that that you want to ask or talk about, anything happening in the market that you want to talk about, you're wondering about anything you're excited about, or any concept, send a speaking request and we will get through it together. You have to be on Twitter to send a speaking request, because we would like you to do that, and it tends to work out for the people who do it. Next in line we have Kamsi Wamsi.
Hi, night everyone.
Good
Then I
night, Trouble.
apologize in advance for this. I just
What
kind of
trouble you mean?
wanted to, yeah, I kind of wanted to piggyback on Gavin's point when he was talking about, or rather, responding to you about why some persons perceive Fesco in one way versus Fontana in another way, for example. I just kind of wanted to say that it's not only from that perspective why what you guys are doing is a good thing, because it also gives, for example, young entrepreneurs or just businesses in general, I think greater exposure to persons in the market who are wishing to deploy their money and make money. There's kind of this perception in Jamaica that money is only in certain places, and if you want to access capital, you have to kiss whoever's ass. Sorry, apologies.
That's fine.
And I think it's what you guys are doing is really effectively just kind of leveling the playing field. And it's not just you, it's just general increase in financial literacy overall. It's leveling the playing field and making people realize, or I'm hoping that it's making people realize that it's not just about who you are and what your last name is and where you work and blah blah blah. It's just knowing what the facts are, acquiring certain skill sets, doing your research, and being smart about your money. And so I like what you guys do because it helps people to realize that it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter who you are. Once you come armed, you can get the results that you are looking for. And that's what I appreciate. So it's yes, it's the snobbishness, and it's some people thinking that investing is for only certain kinds of people, but it's also from the company perspective, the listed companies themselves. It's very difficult for certain people to access capital to grow their business, and making it more accessible increases, everybody's chance at succeeding. So that was my only point. I know we've long gone down that road already, but yeah, wanted to say that.
Well, those don't get trouble with me, so I'll take it.
Yeah, those are some good points. Also, the point you make about not having to know or be friends with or beg a link or anything to make money, that's a strong point. You don't need a link to make money off the stock market in Jamaica. You simply need to be able to invest. I would say, I call it sensibly. You simply need to be able to,
in fact,
to invest deliberately and practically, profitably.
Everybody have heard of invest via links. It sounds like subpar returns so far.
Not sounds like. I don't know anybody who invests via
I've yet to see it.
Yeah,
and it all sounds terrible over there. So.
Which is linked, I think, to the second point, which is a sad point. I won't dwell on it too much, but the reality is that just a lot of people truly don't actually understand the market, and the people that you'd expect to understand the market, a lot of people don't actually understand the market or investing. And I think maybe anybody who's been in the industry for a long time and knows and truly understands investing, understands the power of the stock market, also realizes and knows or has known for a long time that most people don't really understand it. Most business people don't invest. Most finance professionals don't invest in the stock market. Most accountants don't invest or invest in the stock market. It's a very rare thing. It's still a very small stock market that we have in Jamaica. And so and sometimes a lot of people are in positions where this stuff, they have a responsibility with regard to it. Earlier we were talking privately about, Danhai and I were talking privately about pensions and what it takes to be a trustee and what a pension trustee should be doing versus what a pension trustee generally really does, which is just sign the document or whatever they're told, right? And it's almost a fear that has affected the stock market that it will take us a long time to get past it.
Yes.
Yeah, even shows like this, you'd be surprised some of the messages I get when people talk about just the fact that we talk about investing openly and speak in a casual way and don't say the typical things. That is like we're doing something wrong. But if you check it, I mean, I'm very, very careful. Danhai is very careful also. I'm very careful not to cross a certain line. But outside of that, people should be talking about investing. And we shouldn't all be repeating the same things that you always hear from the bank brochure. Because look at the returns from the bank brochure.
So much things change just around conversations being there. Like, just around this being accepted by the general public and people. So just the fact that more people will invest is almost enough. Because, boy, if I care about money, then I immediately just starts looking at what do I need to know to actually care about money? What do I need to know to make sure that my money is in the right place? Versus, boy, I have this fund that's not really working for me. I don't know why it's not working for me. The guy at the bank can't explain it, and I stick there because, as far as I know, this is the only option I have.
Yeah. Fixed
deposit or bread and butter on two sides, because we don't stop with the fixed deposit, man. We love it. And you have so much money in there.
Yeah, most people investing don't even know to check. They don't even know what to look for.
Yep.
They don't even know. They just say, me have a thing at the me have an investment thing. Yeah.
One of the saddest stories I always hear is, I need the money now, and the thing I was investing for, there was no process around. Cool. At the start of this thing, what are we actually looking for at the end? I don't know, say we're investing to buy the house in 10 years. I know say investing for retirement. I don't know where the investment is happening. I don't know what investment generally get, what you generally get from investing in that way. Put the money going there.
Every month
and we check it in 10 years.
Money. Yeah.
We check it when the time comes. And that's a heartbreak moment for a lot of people. We always talk about it. People being under pension. People left them work because they never get a pension. So they look for the pension, finally reach, and nothing there because the thing they were investing in never really aligned what they wanted. But
And
as far as they knew, that was the only thing the lady at the bank did tell it. Or the boy. Hey man, the JMMB.
yeah, it's a sad thing. So I'm happy to do my part. I know Danhai is happy to do his part, and you hear the people who've done grow how happy they sound. So they see the change, not only their mindset, not only the money in the pocket, but also the mindset. And I mean, you've heard and seen Danhai's customers talking about their own money. Them start get frightened another way. They make the money early. They make the money earlier than they expect and frightened.
And jump ship.
And jump ship, yeah.
Somebody said to me, if they don't think investors are being spoiled, because the returns you're asking for versus what the market generally gives, and the level of input you need for certain returns and whatever. I said definitely. More than anything, you find people really get the bag of money make, and imagine we have a boring April. How would you feel coming out of the first of this thing?
Yeah, I might even enjoy the break, but I mean, boring for us. Our boring or market boring?
Proper market, the market dead. Like nothing really go on. Everything stagnant.
Yeah, that'd be
I know you would think of it and say, okay, cool. You probably start to say, all right, what's happening in me? You just start adjust, right? Most people, it's a panic moment because they just make a buck of money in a short period of time. So
I'd expect that it's going to be like every single month. Yeah.
I say here it's working. You hear them. Everything sounds like a very continuous thing because it go on with something money. It grow. It growing, and then you say, bossy, it might just be flat for a while. People can't accept that.
Yeah. That's something that a lot of people don't get, and it is a real thing. So when put in real terms, I use CPJ, something that nobody's spoken about in a little while. CPJ last year, 2021. If you look at CPJ over 2021, really and truly, CPJ over 2021, you're seeing. Look at that. For most of 2021, nice and flat and boring, dead. All right, Matt, you could have bought it up to the middle of the year. You'd have been able to buy it for $4. $4 and change, right? Which, by the way, would have been a nice growth from where it started the year at $2 odd, right? It started the year at $2.58. By end of June, you're at $4 odd, almost 100%. And then it still doesn't seem like much, but look at November, $10. You're at $10 in November when you're at $2 odd for the majority, for a good chunk of the year. And then when you start getting this growth, it doesn't mean that it's going to continue like that forever. That's not how it works, right?
So that's all you got. Cool. Yeah. That's all you get. What if I told you that, like around that midway mark, I had people that were them more the higher risk, they more the higher return by end of year. They won't even take the risk them, man. They more this high risk and it's not their workout and it's a certain level. At the point when I was more okay with CPJ, and that was near to 4, a good amount of people had it, but by the time we meet again, it don't move yet. And then decide, say, this can't work. Because we get the gain on this part. Oh, this will go on so.
Yeah.
I want the money in a year. I want the money next 3 years. But that part, nah, more.
Yeah. The stock market is not a straight line, and it never is a straight line, right? And that doesn't mean that you can't make some phenomenal gains. CPJ end of the year up 405, I think, up 405%, and it went on from the end of the year at 1304 to hit $20 by the start of February. So it almost give another 100%, in 1 month. Yeah, 75% in 1 month. So you can't expect a straight line. I said for anybody listening, especially the beginners, do not expect it to be a straight line. Yeah, it went up 10% this month. It don't mean it's gonna go up 10% every month. It could stagnate for 3 months and then fly 500% at the right time. But the secret is it's not magic that make it fly. It will have to move based on specific sensible reasons. And the secret to sensible investing in any term, long term or short term, is to be able to predict what those things are. That's the truth. And I don't know if it was clear, but like I keep saying, I don't know if it was a good enough troll, but it's a troll title because of April 1, because of All Fools Day. It's not a real thing. It's definitely not true, right? Long-term investing is definitely not. Long-term investing and fundamentals is definitely not the only path to profit. It is one path to profit. It's a strong path to profit depending on how you do
Strong,
it.
reliable path to profit.
Yeah.
It works.
And it works even better if you don't know what you're doing. You're much more likely to make money over the longer term if you have no clue what you're doing. Just simply by
Okay, we stick it through.
exactly. But on its own, no, it's not the best way. It's not definitely not the only way. It's just one way. It was a troll title.
That's how it
I
is.
don't know if that was clear.
It's like me. If I get up and argue with a long term man, that 10x, like if money grow 10 times over the last 10 years, and me go check out my returns, and my money go grow only seven times over the same time. After I flip every month, and me I go tell the man say, yo boss, what me do make more sense, cause yo every month I flip the money and make a bag of money, but at the end of the day, he made more money than I did. I can't go argue with this man and go tell him, say, yeah, man, the short term thing, it works, and the best thing ever, the long term thing they do are foolishness. And they beat me. If them get more returns, if there's proper viable returns here, that's also it is. And that's very much the case for the short term. So you put a long term into your fool. Whatever long term means, as we say every single week on the show, I thought that would be the giveaway, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought so too. But I also realized the strength of that message. That message out there is strong as hell, boy. People really like that message. Cause it sounds
Watch them
good.
go screenshot with. This you? Just when you do a screenshot, guys, just make sure you include the date in there.
Oh God.
So I can point out.
A little clip of what we're saying. All right. I don't know if the undisputed queen Kamsi Wamsi done or she had another point or a question.
No further points.
That's it. No further points. All right. No problem.
Ending the night on good behavior. Love that.
Right. Yeah. Wonderful. All right. I think we had next Thomas Sings. Tom Sings.
Hello, good night.
Evening. How are
Hello,
you?
good night.
Great. Of course, long-term investing and fundamentals cannot be
Sorry.
the only
I can barely hear you and I get that feedback. You using like a headset or something?
No, I'm not using my headset at all.
Or maybe you have a headset you could use?
I'm hearing an echo.
I'm just in a room. I'm not sure. Is it still very bad on your end, or?
It's only when we talk.
Okay.
So we just shut up.
All right, that's all right. I really do think that it is very dangerous for an investor to identify themselves as long-term or short-term investor.
Agreed.
Like, I've been listening to a program just today, and there was this particular guy who says that he identifies himself as just a long-term investor only, and he will buy and hold stocks for I personally don't consider 3 years to be long-term. Long-term to me,
Therein lies one of the early rubs.
3 years to me would be like more of a medium term, for sure. So he wants to identify himself as a long-term investor only. I think it is very dangerous. I think that it is more important for investors to be able to assess their positions. Whether you want to assess your position monthly or quarterly or yearly, but I think it is important for you to be able to do that and reposition yourself if you need to. No, just being a long-term investor, you can lose, let us say 50% or more of your portfolio just sitting there and waiting to say that, oh, I'm a long-term investor and I'm just going to hold it that way. I have an example that I wanted to share.
Is it
Let
Cygnus?
us say, let us say you bought, no, it's not Cygnus at all. Let us say you bought Mail Pack at $1 at IPO price, and then Mail Pack goes to $4. At one point, it was pretty close to 4. I don't know if it went over 4. 390 something, 398, I think. And let us say that you had 50,000 Mail Pack shares, and you claim that you're a long-term investor. I guess you're waiting on dividends only. Mail Pack would have been paying, say, 5%. So for the year, you're going to be getting like $2,500 for your dividends. And at the same time, your 50,000 stocks would have been valued at close to $200,000. If you sold Mailpack at $3.98 or $3.90 or something like that, you'd have been making close to 300% on your money. Why would you want to hold Mailpack? Just for argument's sake, I'm not bashing Mailpack because I like Mailpack. Why would you want to hold Mailpack when it is $4, when you can sell it and make 300%? Just be holding it for holding's sake and be collecting $2,500 per year from Mailpack. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
You want to go again?
I wouldn't say that one. I would say people, the issue we have really with saying I'm a long-term investor and use it as a broad brush thing there.
Yes.
As you said, the person considers long-term 3 years and you don't. So saying I'm a long-term investor doesn't really say much about what I'm actually investing for.
Right, because, well, he was saying that he holds them from 3 years to 10 years or
And
whatever.
that's long-term for him.
And that's long term
Look,
for him.
Wait, the term means different things for different people.
True.
Hey,
That's true.
yeah. And then if you look at it, they say I'm a long-term investor. I think Mailpack will reach 16 in year 7.
Yeah.
Then it's fine if it's at 4 and I don't sell because I can buy more in it falls at 3. So it just depends on what exactly the person is going for. Right? So yeah, but
That is true. That is true. Because you're up on your investment, for sure.
but I do think there's a strong case. You can sell at a peak
Right.
if you if you don't think it's
And if
going
you
past
can buy,
397.
you can buy when it falls back down to
Exactly. Yeah. So if you're looking for that, then definitely go ahead for it. But I don't see the need to draw lines in the sand and boy, I'm a long term, I'm a short term, and you make a determination on what you do based on that. I think that's
Yeah.
very flawed.
Let me just apologize. Let me just jump in. Sorry, let me just jump in and apologize for some things there. I think we were getting some really bad feedback from you.
Oh
From
yeah,
your
a
mic.
few people said they couldn't hear anything really because they could hear, but the double.
Yeah, there's a doubling of sound. I'm not sure why it is. If maybe it's a speaker or what.
I think it's the speaker.
Yeah. So I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, well, I'll also point out something else to anybody who might be interested or anybody who is listening. That and another problem, one of the major problems I have with long-term investor, and I agree with Tom Sings on this.
Definitely,
The danger with classifying yourself as something like that is that we don't invest for time.
Yes.
Time is not, as I say again in my grad group today, time is not the determinant of a successful investment. If you decide that I'm investing, I want $10 million and I have $5 million now, right? I'm have 100 grand, I'm gonna want to turn 200 grand in 2 years. So I want 100 grand turn 200 grand in 2024. When 2024 come, I just say put it in one stock. I love, I don't know, I love GK. So I put my 100 grand in GK because I want to become 200 grand in 2024. 2024 done. And you have your GK shares that you bought for 100 grand are now worth 150 grand. It was not a successful investment simply because you waited 2 years. You were not investing for the 2 years. You were investing for 100% profit. So the idea is that the thing that determines whether or not an investment is good is the profit. That's how I measure my investors. That's how I measure investors. I measure investors by either profitable or unprofitable. That's what we invest in for. If I got the 100% in 2 weeks instead of 2 years, I wouldn't leave the money in there for another 2 years just because, well, I wanted it for 2 years. No,
They
I
get a
wanted,
membership to the long-term country club.
yeah, I want my
Like,
money
that's not
for,
what.
yeah, I want my money because I want my money. I don't want my money because it sound good. I want my money because I want my money.
They could have 2 years or more.
Tom Sings, I think you're about to say something. I heard the echo, so I know you're unmuted. I'll be quiet while you're talking.
No, I wanted to go back to a listener position, so I was just trying to go back there. But for sure, I agree with you guys for sure. It doesn't make sense you're holding your position for 10 years just because you claim that it's not time that you want, it's profit that you want for sure. I agree with you.
Love
Yeah.
that. All right, thank you, Tom Sings, and thank you for sending the speaking request. Anybody who has any points or any
Thanks for
questions,
the strong point.
yeah, anything that you want to talk about, anything you're wondering about, send a speaking request, and we will get into it with you. 100% we'll get into it with you. If you have any questions around this, a stock, anything that's happening, I didn't mention it because I figured, well, let me see if maybe the next person will talk about it. If you want to ask, you just send a speaking request. Martina Rick, I think it's Martina Richards, but with an X instead of a C. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing fine. Are you hearing
Hey,
me?
Martina, what's up?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you, Martina. How are you
I
doing?
hearing you, man.
I'm fine. I have a concern.
Oh no.
So, I don't know how to say this, and you guys can correct me if I'm like, you know, not so good there. But I'm concerned that, as an independent investor, I might be depending on factors such as financial reports, management, what the company is doing at heart, stuff like that to influence, in what direction the stock price goes, or like if I should, tap in. Um, I'm saying this also based on the principles that prices fluctuate, because of supply and demand. The more people want it, the more the prices go up. The more people want to sell, the prices go down. But for me, um, I originally wanted to ask what do you guys think about, entertainment stocks and
Just you swung me for left there. Like I
I
thought
did
we are going in a
not
different direction completely. Yo,
I did
yeah,
not expect
just
that at
hold on.
all.
Entertainment stocks and main event and things like that. Given that the place open up back now and summer is coming up,
right.
so
We call it entertainment stocks.
No, man, hold on, man.
I'm not. I mean, not entertainment, tourism, like Dolphin Cove, etc., etc.
Okay, it's like a
You,
triple.
you are taking me all over the place.
Yeah,
Jaja.
yes, but please follow me.
No,
Follow
man,
me.
hold on.
No,
You have
but
to help us follow
I'm
it.
trying to find,
Yeah.
I'm trying a bit hard.
Yeah,
All
man. All right,
right, let me
hold
start
on.
over.
Martina, help
My
me.
walk, I'm a loser.
Your
Let me
first
start
thing
over
that you
because
wanted
I
to
have
ask.
myself.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let me start over.
Yeah,
I
man.
originally wanted to ask, how do you guys feel? What's your sentiment on, given that summer is coming up, on those type of stocks, those that I mentioned?
Tell me
But
some of them. So, no, man, we'll do them one at a time. It's not
for
like we're in a
example,
rush.
main event. I was thinking about main event.
What were you thinking about main event?
I could tap in since the summer is coming up. So my concern is, what factors can
You
I
could tap
depend
in.
on?
Don't use a fancy talk. Use just regular talk. What do you mean? You're thinking you
That's
could buy
basic
main
talk.
event?
Yeah, by main event.
Tap in
You
is
know,
not basic,
since
unless you're talking football. You think you could buy main event and you would be able
by
to.
main event since summer is coming up and we might not know. But
We
here's
might
my
not know what.
concern.
We might not know what.
We might not know what direction the stock might go in, the price might go
Oh,
in.
never know that.
We never know for sure.
Until you tap me know. Until you tap me know.
Yes,
Yeah.
we never know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I am saying, suppose main event is I am a good suppose quote unquote I'm a good investor, and I'm looking at the financials and the reports and good reports and all of that. But there are other factors such as the social sentiment and people just generally talking about the stock, which can affect the price.
Says who?
And you know that the stock price
Says
can
who?
The stock price here, I hear
I
people
mean the
talking about
stock
it.
price can rise
Yeah, I know you
even
haven't done grow. I didn't have to ask. I know you have not done grow at all.
I feel like the stock price can rise
Your
even when
feelings don't affect the stock price, and this is something that's not how it works. I know you haven't done
It
grow.
sounds like it sounds like
so
you
so
really
that's
wanted
what
to tell
so
you.
that's what I'm concerned about because
I'm concerned. So here's the first problem: you don't know what set stock price is, and that's something that you need to understand. Um, you need to be able to understand that. That's a law one. There's no getting around that. You will never avoid that. If you want to be a successful investor, you have to understand what it is that actually affects and sets stock prices.
okay.
And so I know you're saying a couple of the typical things that you say
Supply and demand.
sentiment, supply and demand. None of
People
that don't
talking about
matter.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's not.
mean there
Yeah,
so
but I want you
here's
to
what's
know.
in
So
my
I'm telling
mind.
you, early before you get confused because, and I'm doing this
Okay.
deliberately. It is very easy in the investing space, especially for a beginner. It is very easy for a beginner to get confused because there's so many competing views. There's so much what I call noise. There's so many opinions, and then what tends to happen then is that a beginner starts to, instead of judging what they're hearing on the basis of whether or not it's logical, sensible, or accurate, they start judging it on how it sound, how it feel. I put an extreme amount of effort into having the people that listen to me clearly and trust the things I say. I put an extreme amount of effort into them trusting it because of the basis of why I'm saying it, the sense behind it, the provable things behind it. But I'd be lying if I didn't say that I know that a huge part of why, and what, why I'm listened to is because I sound sensible to people. I sound confident. And
You know what I'm talking about.
yeah, him sound like
Yeah.
him I talk about him, ever confident. And not that I'm not confident. Of course I'm confident, right? I mean, I believe in what Garvey told us. But I don't want my ideas to be accepted because I say them, and I don't want my ideas to be accepted because I'm so good at when I'm delivering them. I'm so like him can speak properly. Him wear glasses, he must know the finance thing. I want it to be accepted simply based on the strength of the idea, the logic behind the idea. And it's a weird thing, especially on the internet these days. But I am willing and often do change my ideas if I'm proved wrong. I make mistakes all the time. If somebody comes to me and is willing to have the conversation and go through an idea, I'm willing to change and I'm open with changing in big things and small things. I didn't even think that was a big deal, but then I realized that it is a big deal. But it's almost a superpower that I am one of the reasons why I'm willing to argue an idea is because you can win, meaning I can lose. If you can prove XYZ to me when I say ABC, I will change my idea to XYZ. No, why am I telling you all of this? You need to understand the real drivers of a stock price. Now, yes, people can be influenced um by I don't want to say fundamentals too much. People can be influenced by company results. People can be influenced by by talk. People can be influenced by views by others. People can be influenced by the impression of supply and demand. But none of those things set stock prices. And so what I think you need to do is to have a clear idea around what sets stock prices. And I can tell you also that you need, and this is just my personal view, you need to be clear on why you're investing. You specifically, you need to be clear on what your goal is when you're investing, and that will make a world of a difference. I can tell you for you and for anybody listening. And I don't want to turn it into, oh, you should come to grow, but you really should come to grow, because you know enough already, that you know you have enough pieces to put them in the right order to make some serious profit. And the pieces that you think you don't know may not be the pieces that you need to know. I think the change that you need to make is an understanding of what it is that you're actually doing, because it's dangerous otherwise, and you can find yourself making a lot of losses by following information that is not sensible but sounds good. Every single, I say it all the time, you should be pressuring, stress testing who you listen to. It hurt feelings when I say it, but everybody have an opinion on investing. Not every opinion is worth your time. A lot of them are rubbish and they just sound good. It don't matter what them work. It don't matter what them sound like. It don't matter what them qualifications are. Results are what you need to look on. The logic behind what they're doing is what you need to look on. And that is, if you follow that line, you will, I am almost willing to guarantee that you'll make profit, and you make the best kind of profit, deliberate profit.
Yeah, I think you answered my question, but what stood out most to me was, yes, I know this, but what really stood out to me was, just be clear on why you're investing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You have to know that has to be a major part of it. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up for trouble.
Yeah, I need to get back to that. I need to get back to that.
Yeah, man. Come on the grow, and you'll understand why it is I'm saying what I'm saying. Right? It's not for no reason. It's a serious thing. It allows you to be able to make money on your own, and more important, it allows you to be able to judge what you hear elsewhere. Yeah,
That's true.
very, 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 very major point. I can't stress it enough. I hope I don't put you off too much. I don't want you to be put off
No,
like
you
that.
don't put me off at all. It's just you don't put me off, and I heard what you said. It's just that I was just thinking that supply and demand
What is supply and demand?
kind of
Real.
really sensitive to the news of
what
the
is supply
market.
and what is supply and demand?
I mean, supply and demand in terms of the price is going up. A lot of people want to
No man.
buy. Price is right.
That's
That's it for me. A lot of people want to sell. Price is going
that's
down.
not
So that's not
far
it.
from that. Uh-uh. You cannot one side at each time.
Think
Supply
about
and
Okay.
no, go ahead, Danhai. Sorry, go ahead. I can make the point after.
quote unquote supply and demand. It have to meet, no? There's somewhere in the middle where supply meets demand, right?
Right.
People, it's very funny. Again, so, not you. I was generally going off for the news. I'm very much going off on tangents and everything. Nothing to do with you. Just brought me to this point. I don't want to lose it. Econ people often throw that supply and demand thing around, Andy, right? But the basis of econ, but equilibrium price and what is supply only matter when supply is actually demanded. So trades that actually happen are the ones that matter. It's not the boy then I want to sell for 30, but the stock now the stock is at 25, and then I say at 30, and he's shouting onto the whole room. Anybody want it, take it at 30, and nobody wants it. Danhai's influence on the market is very, very small at that point.
Yeah.
So you could have
Actually,
supply and
to cut, but add to your point there, Danhai. Let's use like a regular market example.
Exactly.
Danhai selling the mango them for $10. Him have all them Julie Mangere and selling it for $10. Nobody's willing to buy it. It is actually the lack of demand that influences Danhai to drop his prices to $9. Because maybe if I got $9, they will buy it. And if nobody's buying it at $9, it might go $8. And then people start to, I must sell. That is the reality of supply and demand. And I'll flip it. let's say that everybody wants Julie Mango all of a sudden, Danhai is the only person with it. Danhai can still sell for $8. The reason why he raises his prices is because, and I'll use two very easy though complex at the back end reasons. One, human nature, greed. Yo, why would everybody want it for $8? Let me carry it to $10 and see if they will still buy it. Maybe
But it
maybe
must.
maybe only 10% of the people, maybe only 90% of the people who wanted it at $8 want it at $10. But when those 90 persons buy at $10, the money that he gets for selling at 10 is more than if he stayed at 8. And again, he's a human, so I'm greedy. So I'm go ratted. I'm go $15. Maybe only half of the people who would buy it at 8 would buy it at 15.
As long as one man up there buy it with my super high price, we're good.
Yeah. As long
That's
as
supply and demand.
Yeah, as long as his supply that he's willing to put out there is being taken at the price he's putting out there, that is what causes it. So that's one of the reasons why, on the flip side, if he's raising prices, increased demand would cause him to raise prices. The second thing now is generally in terms of a lot of products and services in the world, if it tends to be, if something is scarce or harder to get, it costs the person who is supplying it more in order to get it. And so they often raise their prices as a reflection of the increased cost that they put into getting the thing, right? So the barrel of oil is harder for me to get in Jamaica because I had to pay more for freight, and I had to pay more for the actual individual barrel of oil, and I had to pay maybe more taxes to import it into the country. So I'm gonna all those additional costs that I had to pay, I'm gonna increase my selling price by all those costs. And the people who are, the reason I'm doing that is because I have to cover those costs, and because not many people can cover those costs, it means that the thing is scarce in the market because not many people can import it. And as a result, it costs more and the demand is high. But at the end of the day, it's not supply and demand that matters, the share prices. So you always hear me stop when people say things like that because it influences the people who are buying and selling the stocks. But it's not the thing that sets the share prices. Because if Danhai wanted to, he could keep his mango price at $8. And it don't matter if the demand go up, I keep it at $8. If they buy it at $8, that's it. Supply and demand does not set share prices.
Think about how people look at the queues. They look at, the queue, a lot of people on the buy side at prices that, that don't make sense for most people, right? It's not really happy. A $20 stock, you have a bag of buys in the queue at $1. It's not going to go through for no, if at all. But people look on that and say, boy, those people really affect what's going on here. And in truth, their effect is, there is an effect. But it's far from the top. It's far from the top that people make of it. It's far less than whatever. The people that really affect it are the ones that are actually trading.
Yeah, they influence people to think a certain way, but at the end of the day, they're not what sets stock prices. And that's an important thing to know. A very important thing. That's why I say come to grow, because that's part of what I lay out. That understanding that I think is needed for people to make money in the market. It's needed for people to make money deliberately in the market. And when it's ignored, like the reason I can be so easy, and you hear me argue with people who have years of experience, you hear me have long conversations with people who are doing it and experts in the thing and qualified in the thing, is because at the end of the day, I stick to the principles, and those principles, anybody with a little sense can understand. And anytime I hear anything that goes against those principles, I question it. And if it can be proved to me, I adjust the principles. So for you as I'm assuming you're a beginner. You didn't actually say that. So let me actually ask. Are you actually a beginner? When you say a beginner, when you start by shares, when you start investing in equity?
Is it 2020? Yeah.
Good.
Not a bad time. Yeah. Okay. And since then you have bought and sold a lot?
Not a lot, but I understand what's happening.
You do understand what's happening?
Yeah.
You're in finance, or you're an accountant or something like that?
Yes.
Which one? In finance or an accountant? Which one?
I'm a double major in finance and accounting.
Tweeting, boss.
Oh, and you invest? As in you're in school now, or you are?
Yes, I'm in school. I'm in school.
Okay, okay. I'm glad to hear that in
Good
school and
move.
investing. Yeah, man.
Start early.
How much
Better
years you
than
have
me, yeah?
left?
One.
Okay, so you're almost. Wait, Dan, when did you start? 2020?
No, I
Yeah.
started in 2018.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
okay, okay. So
Yeah.
you got to go to school when people are still going to school. Um, you're a double major in it, and you've been investing since 2020. I love that. Yeah, man. I want the narrative change. People who naturally understand the language of finance should be participating more in the equity market,
Yep.
man. So you've what's your portfolio been like? How do you track your portfolio?
Pardon?
Do you track your portfolio?
Well, again, man, you
I'm
chip out.
I'm I'm investing in the US stock market actually.
Or maybe she
Oh,
never heard
no.
me. What I was asking was, do you track your portfolio?
I don't have a Jamaican portfolio.
No, wait, do you track your portfolio?
You
Yes,
do
but
not.
I do track my portfolio.
Yeah,
Oh, you
why
don't
is
have
that on
a.
US?
Yeah, why don't
No,
you have
I
a Jamaican
don't.
portfolio?
I mean, I have a Jamaican portfolio, but this what I'm asking is one of the reasons why
Well, you
I don't
confused me,
invest in the
man.
Jamaican stock market. I invest in the US stock market since
Well, if
2020.
you have a if you have a Jamaican, yeah, confuse me now, like,
You
if,
have a Jamaican
see,
portfolio or you don't?
No, listen, because I think I'm not hearing well. I have a Jamaican stock account, but I don't have a portfolio of stocks.
also you
So you
don't buy
don't
any,
own.
you
So I
don't buy
You
none
don't
here.
buy I don't buy anything, but I've had my portfolio. I've had my account open for the longest while. I do
damn.
have a US portfolio.
I'm so
Why?
sorry.
No,
I'm
no,
so
no, no. So,
sorry.
And
why the US are not the Jamaican?
the reason why I don't invest locally is because I don't know what I don't know what drives these are the questions that I'm asking. You can see that I really don't know what
But it's the same thing over
drives
there.
prices here. Not really, because I can know that for example Tesla's report is coming out tomorrow, and they promised us 200,000 vehicles and they didn't give us any. I can know that the price might dip.
But
I
the
can
price
look at
hasn't dipped.
I mean, no, I'm just saying, for example.
Okay, no, I get you. But conversely, you can know
Same
that
Jamaica.
Yeah,
GK's.
but in Jamaica, I think it's just the lack of resources. I just don't know what drives prices here. I
It's the
don't
same
know
thing.
because
It's the exact same thing that drive prices there.
all right, let me give an example.
You did.
I, for example, Edufocal. I didn't know about it, and how I know about it is by Twitter, and I just see, everybody talking about it, and for quote unquote the hype. That's what I see. So my impression was that persons were just, talking about this stock, and the fact that people are just mentioning it and, suggesting that developments may occur, the price went up. So for me, what
What?
drove that, I don't know. I don't know about any
Did you read the
fundamentals.
prospectus? Did you read the prospectus?
No,
No,
she said
I
she
didn't
never know
read
nothing about
anything. I
it.
don't know. So I'm saying
Oh,
that's the impression that I have.
it's
That
been the
what?
same thing over there.
Well,
Just you have to
sorry.
find
One
it.
sec. One sec. That I just want to get this clearly. There's something she's saying that I'm not getting. You didn't know about it, so you say you only know about it from Twitter when people talking about it, which is understandable. There's a lot of talk
Yes.
about on Twitter, and so the impression you have is that what about the Jamaican market?
About with the Jamaican market, I just feel like there is not enough resources. I don't know where to research.
Okay.
I don't know if I don't. Yes, I know that at the end of the day, inflation, interest rates, and stuff like that affects how the markets move.
It does
But
not.
I don't. I feel like there's how people perceive the stocks, kinda.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's why I asked the questions that I asked tonight.
I understand.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me to hear you say that you use you go to you get all the way to the US market and past the
Yeah.
local market. And you've been doing it for 2 years.
Yes.
You track your US, well, then you use in the US market, you have lots of trackers. What's your portfolio return up to in 2020? At the end of 2020, what was your portfolio return?
Let me open my account.
No problem. And I like that too. That's another thing I like about why I want more financial types than to get into investing, because more of them understand the importance of recording what they're doing. Good, bad, or ugly, they understand the importance of actually tracking their portfolio.
It'll take
Yeah,
a little while to log in for me to log in.
no problem. Off the top of your head, in the meantime, though, while you're logging in, do you, off the top of your head,
I've let me just be frank. I've seen more than 30% return.
damn, in 1 year.
Yeah, because I remember buying Tesla when it was at 700 and something, and between now and then it has been like 1,100 and that, so yeah.
I get you, and that's
That's
over 1 year overall. Though your overall portfolio would have given you, all right, let's say from 2020 when you started till now, your overall portfolio would have returned about
and
what to you?
and this is what you guys are talking about, long-term investing. So tonight I learned, I didn't box myself in and say, oh, I'm a long-term investor, but that's what I've been doing, saying I'm holding it for the long term, so you know that those profits
Boy,
are unrealized.
No man,
I
that's
do right.
okay.
I'm not. I don't care what
Yeah,
that.
yeah. The
It just
profits
sounds
are just a
accidental.
profit. All right.
What made it? Did you expect to make this amount of return from Tesla?
Pardon, your
What did you expect to make from Tesla when you bought into it?
what did I expect to make?
Yeah,
Between
man.
now and when it started, when you first bought Tesla, do you think that no? What kind of gain? What did you expect to have in your account between now and then? You say you got more than 30%. Were you expecting that? What were you? What did you buy Tesla with the expectation of getting?
Oh, like what did I want from it personally?
Yeah,
Yes.
basically.
Yeah,
What kind
I
of returns?
I that that's what I was expecting.
30%.
I was expecting more than that, but
Oh, I
How
see that
much were
change
you? How
car.
much? Yeah. How
That's
much were you
how much
expecting?
different thought, man. Come on.
you mean monetary, like
No,
money
percentage,
wise?
percentage. It's the same
Percentage
thing.
is fine.
Percentage? I don't know, probably even over 100%. I don't. I know it's a volatile stock, so I was expecting
Hey,
anything really.
you see, bringing in them thing there, the
Yeah.
volatile stock. I'm not sure
All right.
how that factors in. In fact,
I
yeah,
wasn't. I wasn't expecting
I
a
feel like
negative.
You didn't have a. You didn't really have any. You
it.
didn't have
I
a
It,
goal
didn't
when you
really
got
have
in.
it
anything
sounds like
in
you buy
mind,
it and
but
you
yeah.
think
You really.
Tesla is good. At some point, you get some money. Whatever you get it.
No,
Yeah.
no, not just that. Not just
So,
that.
what kind of money were you expecting? Well, you already said you didn't.
She wasn't thinking. Yeah. I don't think she
Yeah.
wasn't
So,
thinking about anything like that. You really should do grow. Trust me, it will make a
yeah,
difference
man.
for you. You really should do grow. Having said that, though, now I know you might be thinking, well, I don't need to do grow, because you say you're a finance and what was it, major, double major, finance and what?
Accounting.
Finance and accounting double
Oh,
major. I assure you that you will get
Yeah,
great value
I'm
out of.
definitely going to be there. I
All
mean,
right.
not because I'm learning. I mean, when you put things into practice, it's kind of different. So I'll definitely be
It's
there.
a world of difference, but I like that you're taking it
100%.
serious. Now let me. I like that you track your gains. You logged in yet? So you know how much you've done in the past
I
since you
didn't. I didn't.
started.
Let me continue.
Yeah, and I'm sure people
when
want to know who do you
when you, when you
how do you
finish
do
school?
this?
When do you finish school?
Next, I'm graduating next year.
Ah,
Okay.
boss. Sweet.
Congrats.
Indeed.
Yeah, and keep investing. No matter what, keep investing. All right, that's something that you
Yep.
should keep for the rest of your
Make it
life.
a habit. Don't
Yeah.
stop.
I like that she's investing also. Then I know there's one broker I think who allows you to that easily. There are a few brokers who allow you to invest in the US
I
market
use
easily.
IBKR,
Uh,
Interactive
Yeah.
Brokers,
Brokers. Yeah.
and I
yeah,
have Fidelity as well.
it's very nice. So what are the fees that you pay with them? What are the general percentage fees that them charge?
When you execute, it's like a cent.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
no matter what you do, you charge a cent. No matter how much money you come in, you charge a cent.
1 cent.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it depends on if it's like stocks or I think options and all those other things have different.
Fee
Different
Yeah.
fees.
levels.
But I don't trade options or those other type of
You just
things.
go straight to investing. Well, all right. While you log in, no problem, and I'll answer some of the questions that I see from YouTube. In the meantime, people are asking what Grow is. Grow is a monthly investing course that I do. I do it in two forms. It is you can access it if you're watching on YouTube. You can see it on your screen right now. That's everymickle.com/grow, GRWR. That's how you get there. That's how you sign up. The dates are also there. And if you're listening on Twitter, it's everymickle.com. That's EVERYMICKLE, just like everymickle make a muckle. Yeah, everymickle.com/GRWR. And that's how you get to sign up for Grow or see what the dates are and so on. It comes in two forms, which is a full day workshop. So you take one day and you're going to learn, it carry you from, boy, I don't know nothing at all, or maybe you do know, to at the end of it, I understand a whole lot more about the local market. I understand more about the concept of investing and my own Randy Rose personal investment strategies towards a strategy I call practical investing, right? Offer it in two forms. Like I said, it's a 1 day workshop. So I usually like we do it like last month we did it on a Saturday. Start 10 o'clock in the morning and we're supposed to end 8:30 in the evening. So it has breaks in between, but yeah. It has at the very least one break, but it's a investment workshop that really is meant to get you to understand the local market. Don't worry, you don't have to be a fancy finance type. In fact, it works great for fancy finance types, but it also works if you don't know nothing. If you're afraid of maths, it works great for you. Offered in two forms, like I said, the 1 day workshop and also the split grow, which is the exact same stuff at the 1 day workshop. But for anybody who say, boy, I can't do a whole day, it is offered over 2 evenings. So like a Wednesday evening and a Thursday evening, or a Tuesday evening and a Wednesday evening. So I do the first half on the Tuesday evening and then the second half on the Wednesday evening. So it's the same stuff at the 1 day workshop, but split over 2 sessions. It's the same cost if you choose to do split grow or full grow, and you get a lot of things from it, including a discount to that website that we say sponsored us, mymoneyja.com. You also get a discount to Danhai's investment advisory. Danhai is a licensed FSC licensed independent investment advisor. I think he's I can say without fear or fail, he's easily the best investment advisor when it comes to the local equities market in Jamaica, bar none. Anybody willing to say otherwise, I mean, come on to Brick Talk and let's talk about it. And if put in simple terms, if you want to learn how to do it yourself, you come to Grow and you'll learn how to do it yourself. If you can't bother, you can link Danhai at D Hall. I'm always saying it wrong, Danhai.
DHallAdvisory.com.
DHallAdvisory.com. And you hear
Check the
always
link in
in
my bio.
demand. So check the link in his bio, or you can see it on screen. I'm looking for the caption for DHallAdvisory.com.
Okay. Are you hearing me?
Yeah,
Yep.
man, I am hearing you. Just one last point. I saw some people in the YouTube
Okay.
chat asking, yes, we accept it. You can pay on site. So you pay by credit card. You can pay by PayPal. Sorry, no, we don't accept link yet. Link don't give me not the boss actually asked, but it.
Same. I'm waiting.
Yeah. I don't know why, but so it go. And if you can't pay by any of those means, then I'm so sorry you can't pay, but it has to be one of those.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's
Online payments only.
Yeah, so Grow is everymickle.com/grow, and Danhai Hall is at dhalladvisory.com. Hold on, I'm screwing that up a little bit there. Sorry.
That's right. DHallAdvisory.com.
Yeah, I forgot to put Danhai Hall's advisory. And that's the official-ish ad. For anybody who is wondering, Danhai Hall's investment advisory is at dhalladvisory.com. Right? So if you want to go directly to him, I'm always booked. I'm telling him open up for a new month. It's 1 month in advance. And you have to sign 2 months in advance.
Before. Yeah. So April, we're in April now. Speaking as if we weren't, we're in April now. Bookings for May, bookings for June will be coming later this month.
What it finally open up, and I can tell you, people, it don't last long. Like it open up Monday, it not gonna make it to Friday. The slot them get book out immediately. Yeah. So if so, don't walk. What them say, run, don't walk. If you want a discount to it, you do grow, you get a discount to the session with Danhai. All right. All information is on his website, D Hall Advisory. If you want to do grow, evermickle.com/grow. So that's our little ad. In that time, Miss Money Loaded Alert, Martina. You have the information now?
Yes. So I can't log in, but you guys are not disadvantaged. I did add a photo that I took yesterday of
Okay.
what a position in my portfolio looks like.
Well, I wanted to know what the whole portfolio look like, but it's fine if you have the position. That's fine
Yeah.
too. Oh, and I
This
see
is
you
my
shared it to the space.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let me check
that's
that
what
now.
it looks like. And 3 weeks ago, this was in the negative. Yeah.
And so like last year, the end of last year, because 2021 then would have been like your first full year of investing on the US market.
I think it was way more than this. It was way more than this, but at that time, I was gradually investing in the stock, so I can't say, definitely was this amount. Every time the price dips, I try to add in a little more.
But your
So,
your
yeah.
platform allows you to see how much it is, right? Let's see what your
Yeah, I can't log in on it. I'm
I
trying
get
to
you.
log in, not responding.
All right, no problem. I guess
So
maybe it's
that's why
done. Maybe
that's why I added a photo, because I didn't want to.
no man, I understand. That's fine, no problem. And I'm just looking for the portal so I can show people on Twitter in case anybody was wondering what kind of returns to expect. But give me a number in your mind that percentage wise, generally in a year you think you make what? In terms of, again, you'd have to
30.
talk your money. So you said 30 was, I know 30 was a big deal because
The way you said
Yeah.
it.
you remember
And
that
at
one
that time
quickly.
it was less. At that time it was less money. So that was a
30%.
big deal.
All right. What percentage would, so if you were able to make that sort of percentage on the local market, you would be more impressed, right? It would be a lot better for you.
Yes, it would be better if it was on the local market.
No man, I mean like if you're able to make that kind of profit generally. I'm not just talking just this year, I'm talking generally.
Yeah, that would be good, of course.
Then what kind of percentage you make last year?
Um,
Yeah, let me not even put you on the spot. It's all right, then I don't say that. I always say that. I consider this Martina. I think I don't want. I was going to say. I've made
more than
maybe
30 since year start.
I was going to say like 200% last month, meaning March, but
Whoa.
that includes the Edifocal. I don't think that's necessarily a fair thing for her. But then if you
Yeah.
go,
What was it like without Edufocal?
I think 76.
Okay.
And then the month before that, over 100%. The month before that, well, on a single portfolio. No, I won't use my own personal portfolios because as the numbers get bigger, the percentage gets lower. But what I will say is that I say it all the time that the local stock market, the JSE, if you're a Jamaican investing, the local stock market is better for you than it is the best stock market for you, for a Jamaican to invest in. It is miles better than the US stock market for a Jamaican investor. And this is not an April Fool's troll or anything. I'm being very clear and very serious. I say this every week and I mean it. No, the local stock market is a much, 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 much better place for a Jamaican to invest their money than on the US stock market. Orders of
Facts.
magnitude better, right? Martina, if I made 30% on my portfolio for all of this year, 2022, I'd probably have to. They'd probably have to put me in a mental hospital.
I
I would
mean,
be.
but as you guys said, long term investing isn't the only path to profit. So yes, I learned that tonight.
Yeah, man, but I'm not just talking about only long term. I'm not really long term. Meaning, if I made 30% on my portfolio this year, if I made only 30%, the doctor would have to carry me out. I'd be gone to the madhouse. That would be abject failure for me, right? And that should give you
Yeah.
an idea of the kind of returns you can expect if you are diligent and actually investing deliberately on the local market. So I'm not saying that's for everybody. I'm not also saying that you can't. And also not saying that you can't make losses. It is stocks, it is equity. You can lose money if you do it incorrectly. But the local market is a much better place for an investor, in my view, than anywhere else. For a Jamaican investor, right? It is so good that, as you heard Danhai saying earlier, Jamaican investors, especially people just starting out, are spoiled because they do not know that it's not normal for you to. I see like girl grads in the girl subscriber group. Sometimes we're talking about. We haven't done in a couple of months. We're talking about like our portfolios, and I got the chill sessions and talking about the portfolio, and I hear people saying, "Yeah, but whenever bother because only 20%," and I'm thinking, wow. You don't even know that there are people who look for 20% a year and happy. And you are exiting plays at 20% because it's only 20%. Yeah, it's like it's so good that they don't know. It's like if a kid is born rich, they don't really know what poverty is. Like they know it exists, but they don't really know what it is. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, so trust me. Especially with the knowledge that you have, you are working much harder on the US market than you have to work on the Jamaican market too. And you say you don't know what to look for, or you say that there's a crap load
I
of
just feel like
information.
there isn't enough resources
But that's how you
Have
feel.
it.
That's not fact
That's not fact at all.
at
Look,
all.
in fact,
I mean,
same
I just discovered Brick Talk.
Forget brick talk. As in,
I
there's
learned
we
up.
talk is
I
I,
saw
I,
Learn Grow Invest a couple weeks ago.
forget them too. What you want to do is you want to pay attention to the sensible. You
yeah.
want to pay
If
attention to
you're
the official sources of information. If a
if
company,
you're getting
how
your
you,
information from the guys that are telling you, don't
I
listen to
mean,
us for what to buy, then you're
there are the annual reports, but
okay,
that's
hold
a
on,
part of
hold
it.
on. There are also the quarterly reports, right?
And news.
No, hold on. You know that there's two. There's the annual reports and there's the quarterly reports, correct, Martina?
yes,
So
yeah,
you do know that there's information, and you know when the quarterly reports come out, right?
yes.
So you can.
So
So you used an example earlier. You said, for
Tesla.
example, I knew that Tesla's financials were coming out. Okay, so you can know that any financial for any company on the JSE is coming out. So why are you discounting the local market? Because Tesla
All
sound
right,
nice.
the reports are there.
So you have information about what's going on in the companies. You tell me
Yes,
that you
but
knew about any
I don't
focal.
know what happens. Like, so you're telling me that it's the same thing. So okay,
No, no, no. I'm not saying it's the same thing. It's better.
okay.
In
We're
many
saying
ways,
we're
it
saying
is
we're
better.
saying the bases for movements on stocks are very very aligned.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, the U.S. markets are obviously more advanced markets in that they've been around for a longer
A long
time,
time.
and they've
Got more
been
people.
yeah, a lot more people on them, and they have a lot more features, a lot of fancy. It's a market everybody knows. I mean, it's a market.
Big industry.
Yeah, it's a market in the biggest economy in the world. So obviously it's gonna be fancier. But are you investing to be fancy, or are you investing for profit? Yeah, the typical US investor who makes 50% on their investment portfolio in 1 year is extremely happy. If you've been investing
Like
on the
15.
yeah,
15.
15 is great.
It's a reason they said 30 was great. And 30 is great. Though not knocking it there.
Yeah.
But again, I can say 30 online and many people will say, boy, I will move with that. In fact, I wish people were asking me for 30%.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a reason I never send my returns because I know I get the pressure later though.
Yeah, which is why I also pull that away from it. Yeah, but if you are serious about investing, um, yeah, it's not. I see Khalil Ellison on YouTube point out that the S&P general return is about 7%, right? The S&P, I think that's S&P 500,
Yeah,
about 7%.
that's the index. Yeah.
And that's good,
That's good.
but it's not great. Well,
Yeah,
it comparing on on the local market for the typical portfolio, you can get far more than 7. You can go for 7 very consistently, and you find that if you do it right, you're overshooting it by and wondering what the hell is going on.
yeah. Based on the average price of stocks last year, the average price of if you average out all of the prices of all the stocks on the JSE last year, and you compare all their dividends for the ones that paid dividends against it, Carreras would be the top one. Carreras's dividend on that basis that I just said was over 9% yield. So the dividend yield from Carreras, the best dividend payer on the local market last year, is better than the S&P 500 return.
It's funny because you have companies abroad that pay to that
Strong
level too,
dividends.
pretty strongly.
Yeah. The US market has all sorts of
Prop.
layers to it. Yeah. We spoke about that
Yeah.
either last week or the week before. So we're not knocking the US market. But I hear you run go foreign, go get 30% and proud. Tesla.
and sounding very not sure on what exactly we're doing there. Because boy,
Yeah.
you win, you get that money, nice, but expectation never meet reality.
Yeah, looking down on
I'm not
little
looking down on it. I just
on little
remember.
Edifocal that people talking about. If you put your money
I'm
in
not
Edifocal, you'd
looking
be
down
up
on it.
300% now in a month. 374% today.
As I said, I have my broker and I have
Biases.
I
Yeah,
have my
yeah.
Jamaican investment account.
Start
I
using.
feel I just yeah.
Start
Start
using.
use it,
I just
please.
don't know.
I want you to finish school and you come to the market, work and you get look your work and whatever, and I want you to know the market at a certain level.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
man.
want to
You
understand
you
that.
you you'll be surprised if you reach to where I want you to reach at that time. You get start working in industry and you start look around and you say, you know, you get realize you're on a different level.
Manifesting those heights.
Yeah,
All
you
right, so you
can.
know what to do.
Yeah. Just buy the little
Thank you
crystal, then
guys.
buy the oil of profit. I'm joking. You're very welcome. You're very welcome,
Yeah, man,
Martina.
Martina, big up.
Yeah, big up,
I really
Thank
Martina.
appreciate your
you.
questions. I really like everything
Yes.
you brought today.
I'm
You know.
happy that I shared as well. So thank you.
Share some more.
Yeah, yeah.
Looking to
Please
hear more from you in the future.
come to the next grow and then start hit the market the proper way. And I expect that you're gonna be very surprised at how much easier it is to predict profits on the local market than the US market and the level
And
of
it's
profit
funny.
that you get.
We started with I'm looking at entertainment stocks, looking at main event, but really I haven't checked much around them. What you guys think?
Martina, what happened to all of that thought there? You think we'll forget it? What happened to the entertainment
Say
stocks you
say it
started
again.
asking us?
Say it again because I heard him
Entertainment
say
stocks and main event, and what we
yes.
think
So
about it.
like me, I feel like I respond to like the climate, like what's happening. So the fact that summer is coming up, what is gonna drive stocks like those? You
So you can
know,
drive
that's
stocks no
supposed
matter
to be the
what.
time that's supposed to be the time they must shine. Like what's gonna drive them?
Yeah,
Same thing that drive stocks any time of the year.
yeah.
I mean, so the mere fact that it's just summer, those stocks are.
I don't know about that one. Some have them every
That's how
year.
that works.
You see, that's what
Some
I'm.
have
So here's
even
the
on the
thing,
US
Martina.
market. Some
No,
have it
hold on,
every
no.
year.
Let me tell you what you're doing, Martina. You're using. You see, on the US market, I know that in summer Disney go up because people are going. Okay, that's like knowing that in winter in the US, you need to wear warm clothes because there's winter there. Cool. That's cool. That's true for New York State or Washington D.C. Why would you wouldn't carry that sort of thinking to Kingston, Jamaica, would you?
No,
So why are you carrying the US market thinking to the Jamaican stock market?
which is why I was asking earlier, like
No, but Randy,
what
even then, Randy,
happens?
even then, the idea that summer we get this fly in summer on the basis of just so. We've seen this in not really do so well some summers because boy, this summer just wasn't working out for them based on whatever was going on in the company. Or some of them every year, it's a different summer every year. It moved based because this summer something different happening.
Yeah, think of it this way, Martin. I get what you're asking initially, and I hesitate sometimes to answer these questions in the way that you'd want because it doesn't really serve. It doesn't serve people when I do it. They think it does, but it doesn't because all you get is it's like you get a one fish instead of learning how to fish on your own. But main event, I think here's a more recent discussion around it, Martina. Right? Main event has gone through the pandemic the last 2.5 years, not being able to earn from the thing that they make the most of their money from. The entertainment sector was officially locked down. Now, my uncle and your uncle can keep a one dance under secret in the back of the lane. Main event cannot do that because they're a listed company. They have to follow the letter of the law. So when the Right Honorable Bro God say everything locked down, main event cannot be having events there, right? Moreover, they can't be part of an illegal event. So obviously their earnings would have been hit heavily, right? And we saw that last year. We see that in 2020, they made a loss. Coming from 2019, where they made 97 million profit. By the way, you also said that you can't see where to get information. I don't know if you're following along on YouTube, but mymoneyja.com is a great place where you can get all of the information on all the listed companies in Jamaica.
Yeah, I learned about that weeks ago as well.
Bossy. So you see that there's information out there, right? All of the information.
I said no information.
I mean, apart from
annual report
talk and
no man, you tell me annual report.
The one with the dollar coins, learn, grow, invest, and my money GA. I'm just learning about these.
That's cool, but I'm saying my thing is to you, Martina, don't start by writing off a market simply because you know another market. But I'll finish the main event point since you asked it, and I don't want you to feel like you get beat up. 2018, 94 million profit, 94.7. 2019, 97.3 million profit. 2020, the year of the first year when they dropped the first COVID, $18.2 million loss. 2021, $16 million profit over the whole year. So, that's them barely making it out, right? And even now, year to date, 2020, their first quarter, 2022, they're looking at a loss of 40 million. But again, that quarter included the majority of the time with the country under lockdown. Now that there's no more lockdowns and events are actually back, the entertainment sector is officially open. It is quite likely that a lot of those events will use equipment and services from main event, correct?
All right.
And that means that they are likely to make a lot more revenue, and consequently, one would hope, since it would only make sense, a lot more profit. If they could make profit in 2021, they're likely to make profit in 2022, correct?
Right.
All right. So, and I'm not using anything that you can't use. You know all this stuff better than me. You're getting qualified in it. I'm a guy in my yard clothes. There's also 3 whole quarters to go. Their year ends in October of this year, and I hear the argument on Twitter as to whether or not Carnival is going to be in July or October.
Yeah.
So is either all I'm hearing is main event gonna eat a food in Q3 or Q4. But either way, main event is gonna eat a food. Moreover, main event during the pandemic made some moves where they seem to have a lot of influence or ownership in Caymanas, right? Which would have also faced a lot of pressure from the lockdown. But now
and they also closed their physical offices. That sounds like saving some money.
And now they're back and they're more efficient, and the work look like it turn up at main event. Do you think that it is more likely that main event will make and report heavier profits in the rest of this year, or is it likelier for Tesla to give you another 30%?
It is likely that main events will, do.
All right. And you are able to tell this because you go out, you party, you're in college, so I figure
you're party man.
So you can tell more about the parties in Jamaica than you can about the
car that Tesla dropped.
Than you can about the production of Tesla in the Chinese factory. Right?
The news is in my face, so I kind of know
Let me tell you something. I don't know if you've heard over the last few years, but sometimes they lie on the news. Sometimes it's fake. I swear to God. Believe it or not, sometimes the news is fake. Sometimes they make up things. Sometimes they get things wrong. But if you're at a party and you see the party ram and you know it go all night and you see this trussing put up on a nice light them, or if you see a stage show happen and the stage show pack and you see, yeah, that lighting setup look very familiar, or you look at the back and you see it's a main event, or you look on the flyer and you see it's a main event, is that more real to you or less real to you than something on Bloomberg saying that Tesla's Chinese production is expected to rise by 5% in Q2? Which one is realer to you?
Um,
Or Tesla say we're giving you 200,000 cars, and then right before the report there are no cars. That
you're
200,000
using
cars
my
was
words.
no, definitely those 200,000 cars were very real until, right.
Yes. So you can you have a point. You have
All
a
right.
point.
Yeah,
I
man.
figured I did,
It's
I
also in
often
my
do.
face, and I'm
Yeah,
aware.
man. I tell people all the time, like you drive past the church of KFC, you see the lines every single day. KFC buy from Jamaica broilers. All right, Jamaica broilers sell straight chicken to KFC. Is the line outside KFC less real to you than somebody on CNN saying that chicken production is expected to go up? No. There's loads of sources of data in Frontier in Jamaica, and it's clearer, realer to you, and more. It has more verisimilitude. It is much more practical for a Jamaican in Jamaica to make money and investing on some strong bases in Jamaica on the local market than it is in America. Because in America, guess what? You're using the same news on the internet that the other 2 billion people are using. There's no real edge there for you.
Yeah, that's why the market moves so fast, because
Exactly.
these billions of people are doing the same thing. You're fighting with those people for whatever happened.
To the point where they have to be predicting prices using the patterns of the charts because it moves so fast and there's so many disparate people from all over the world contributing to it, so that the only commonality that we can find between these people is the shape of the chart that they're all looking on. In Jamaica, the shape of the line around KFC matters to me. The fact that there's traffic on Draxhall as them open the new church matters to me. The fact that Spur Tree said themselves 90% of them stocks, their products in overseas, right? During a time where more people are home and where more people are starting to earn more, and they also, some of them get some nice free money depending on which country they live in from their government, and they want a taste of home, and Spur Tree sells a taste of home in your Walmart or your whatever. That mean more to me than anything about Tesla or Apple or Amazon online, right? Matter of fact, it mean more to me that I can order on Amazon. If I could order something on Amazon and send it to my mail pack address and have it sent to my yard, I would rather invest in mail pack than Amazon.
I know Jamaicans. I know what's going on there. I know Jamaican spending patterns and habits. Yo, America big, and Amazon is not just America.
And she competing against the world because everybody is in there. She's a
Everybody.
small fish in a major pond versus
We think of the fact that you're there. It's not you alone it's not you alone outside of the country saying, boy, let me just jump in on this market.
That's
And that
true.
has an effect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. But I feel like you didn't know this war, no, Martin. I feel like you say, yo, let me try and tell you
No,
my thing and see what I go on.
no, it's not like I have it on my forehead and like me know this, but me I ignore it. It's just it's a learning process. So
Think it
No,
out
man.
yourself.
Yeah, don't doubt yourself and big up yourself and keep
You, you,
investing,
fig-
like I say.
you figure that you don't know. So, and that make you not really look for the, for you to decide, say, yeah, man, not enough is there. But you read it, you have what you need to do. Again, we're talking about main event and go party. Say every single party you touch this year, you're going to check out, you're going to look and see.
We Cinco, them sell water. Schweppes, the chase are done. You see how all of that makes sense? Anyway, Martina, thank you very, very much. I hope it makes sense. Like I said, come to grow. It will make sense for you. Trust me. If it don't, I will give you your money back. And yeah, please check it out.
Yeah, man.
All
okay.
right. Big up, Martina. All right. As I said at point, Danhai, I thought somebody would have mentioned it by now. Nobody did. The fire with Fesco. God forbid, Fesco can't take a fire. Oh, they can. Damn, they did.
Oh, yeah.
They did once, but the fire at Wisinko.
I hear somebody say it's just a thing there. Just not the yard. And the damage report is a tow truck. So it's bad and not so bad. It sounds like something you can do.
Boy, I don't know. Maybe it's the just how the video look. Boy,
The video is terrible, brother. Because I was looking at that and I said, again? We're back here again?
I saw a lot of people saying that, yeah, again. But you
The
know, the
fire
style
look serious, man.
yeah, I don't know if I just two. Maybe it start with just two. I hear somebody else said there are pallets in the yard, so maybe it's pallets on fire like that. But I've also seen the managing director is quoted in the Gleaner as saying it's under control and they have great access to water. So that is true. They do have they have a
Underground
well there.
water.
Yeah,
A well.
they have a well. They tap the reservoir there, and it's a great opportunity to talk about. I mean, I don't know. Maybe some people rush to sell when them cities still, just
Likely.
in case. Yeah, just in case. Maybe
No complaints.
no complaints on my side if they choose to do that, right? I think Q2. My here's one of my bets. Q2 is going to be the quarter of the majors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that
Big
I'm
money
willing
popping.
yeah, man, the majors gonna move like the Wisinkos, the SVLs, I don't know if maybe we'll touch a finance company. Maybe JMMB finally coming to its
Maybe.
own. Then who knows? I could even dare say a Cygnus.
Boy,
Probably,
I was looking at it and I said, boy, JMB might give me something, you know.
yeah, man. This shape might make people truly start believe, man.
And there's been a heavy buying serious, man. And the selling no look so serious again. So
Yeah.
and that report coming out with the enough profits. People might well say, all right, cool. At time now, $90, $100. We shall see.
Yeah. Who's hoping? Here's hoping. The majors, GK. Yo. Yeah, man. I think Q2 will be the quarter of the majors. Q1 was the quarter of the IPOs, the junior market guys.
I'll laugh if all that go on and we get JPS. Like the majors move and we get another major IPOing.
That would be beautiful.
Beautiful.
You ever consider the JPS? I was doing some mad math the other night. Like I could see 20 billion shares at $1 each, but then I don't know if they'd sell it at 20 billion shares. That's me shooting the breeze there. I was using their last year profit. They just reported their last year profit, and yeah, I was thinking that
Last year profit was
40 something. I want to say 40 something million US. I'm working from memory here.
40 US, 20% of that.
Yeah, don't necessarily take my word for it. Well, take my word for it. No, definitely don't take my word for it. Go to mymoneyja.com and look it up for yourself to see what it is. It is JPS is listed via let me be very careful here. Say, oh, these guys were saying JPS is technically listed because it has debt that is listed, and they have put out their financial results for the year. You hear me stalling is because I can't find the file that I had up just now where I was going to look at it. But I did it based on the government's 20% ownership, and then I think I used like a PE ratio of I think I did 10 point something or 15 point something. So it worked out to like and it bring it back to Jamaican dollars.
So 20 billion shares at $1.
Yeah, 20 billion at $1. Yeah.
So a $20 billion raise.
Well, not raise because it's. I don't think they're raising. I think it's the government selling their piece, right?
No, yeah, man. That's what I mean. Exactly what I mean. So $20 billion worth of thing there under the.
Yeah.
Right.
Just a thought. Is that literally just a random thought of mine?
And the PE is 40 mil.
The PE.
The price is 40 mil. Price is 40 mil USD. With a 6 mil JMD and 20% of that.
Yeah. I wish
so
I had
20 million to 1.2.
Yeah.
Into 1.2 billion.
Whoa, say that again?
Right.
No. The government's piece would be 20 bill.
Yeah, and I'm saying that. So the price earnings.
Oh, okay. You're working backwards. Okay.
Yeah, it's a PE at 16. Yeah, PE at 16.
Yeah. I'm thinking, yeah. But then again, if I'm selling JPS and I'm government, maybe I get greedy. Maybe I go up to a PE at 20. Why not? 20,
That's IRR.
25. Why not?
Drop the IRR in the report, man.
Yeah, drop anything you want. I mean, you know it's gonna be sold anyway. You know the pensions are all gonna buy it. Yeah, you know what
Pensions
the
are nice, lock up on J. Yeah, that'd be great, actually.
Yeah, I hope my only prayer would be that they would don't give them no reserve. Make the pension and fight, not the
Let them
market
fight.
for it.
Yeah, but
Yeah, man.
yeah. We tell all these foolishness to you. Oh, God. We don't need them for reserve. More what?
Yeah.
Come.
No,
It's
no
a
reserve.
level playing field. So we can go for a level playing field. Tell them to buy it at the rest of it.
Yep. Like a bit like Wigton, do the bottom up submission. So the people
give me a good reason why they need to get no reserve.
yeah, do the bottom up allocation like Wigton did. So the poorest set of people, we start the allocation from the people who apply with $1 or $100 or whatever it is, right? And work your way up. So of course the
They won't
pensions
forget.
are the massive people going to get the least amount. I'd also say restrict the current 80% owners. Don't allow them to participate in it either. So leave it just for the investing public. But maybe I don't put maybe I put like a 1 year moratorium on the 40% owners, and then I do a bottom up allocation for everybody else at $1. And then of course the government need money, so I wouldn't even do a PE of 15. I'd probably do a PE of 30 or if not 50. Why not? You have the chance, do it. The demand is going to be there, do it. You're only going to get the money one time. Yeah,
I know what I'm going to say it, you know?
yeah, no, of course. Which house is not going to sell it regardless? Which house is not going to buy it regardless? It's JPS. And so yeah, send the 20% out, bottom up, and so the bigger money people don't necessarily get as much as they'd like. The pensions don't get no reserve class. And then in 1 year, the 40% people are so for the first year, the pensions can hit the market hard and try to buy. And then for after the end of the first year, the 40% owners, their moratorium is up, and if they want to, they can start buying. That is how you raise money as a government, but you also allow the market itself to be pushed. If you do that, if Dr. Clark, I don't know if you're listening, you're probably not, but if somebody can hear and write it and tell him, that would be an amazing thing to require the listing brokers to do. Restrict go again,
the government only gets better with their divestments if they do it into a market that is it's happy about their divestments.
And
Jamaica sell on the back of Wigton.
That is true. And Wigton itself, I mean, Jamaica did not use those terms and was priced differently. And we see the results of that. Wigton, I think, was an amazing example of how to price it and how to. That bottom up thing was great. I don't know about a 5-year moratorium, but that might be nice, you know. But bring it down to 1 year, because I think you have the perfect situation. For the first year, the pensions going to hit, the sensible pensions will have to hit the market hard to get the units that they want, right? So that price
look
will
on
have
Wigton.
That will
You can tell who's serious about the market, you know.
Exactly.
Look on Wigton.
Exactly. That will be that will encourage the serious people to push the market. That encourages serious demand. And then at the end of the 1 year, then you have the big boys who weren't allowed to buy to come in to buy and see if any of them are interested in buying. And they probably will. Who knows? Maybe them can finally fight to see who can go to 50. Suppose one of them try to go 50 and broke the 51 and it. Jesus. If you think that would boost the Jamaican economy, in my amateur view, it would boost the equity market, obviously, but it would also boost the local economy. Again, in my
it's only helped by a good market.
Yeah. But that's one of my dreams. Anyway, the next person that we have that had sent a speaking request is the very, very patient. I want to get the name, the person right. I'm forgetting. I think it is Brown Man, Troy_General. I thought it was a young lady, but maybe we talked too long and she get impatient and come off. If you did send a speaking request, then we'll bring you right back on. In the meantime, Troy_General, are you there? Troy look like him drop asleep. All right, sorry, Troy. If you wake back up, you can send back a speaking request. Travel Sensei. AKA D with a lot of E's. Travel underscore Sensei underscore. If you're hearing me, we're talking to you. Unmute and tell me what's up. I guess she and Troy maybe in the same room. Or not. I do not know that. I'm just saying that maybe she's falling asleep also.
I think you said that in read exactly how it sounded after. I don't know. People go
Yeah.
say that.
Oh God, yeah. And then you said I was in a room with of course, Kamsi Wamsi had come back on, so I don't know if she actually had something else she wanted to say.
Yeah, I just had a question. I teach in one of the questions from YouTube, but I also have a question of my own regarding my money JA. I noticed that when you go on the market tab, it says that it's giving live data, but when you actually look at the tiles, I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, but it doesn't really seem like live data to me.
Okay,
I know now it's not the opportune time to bring this up because the market is closed, so it wouldn't be live data. But but for example, when I look at
no man,
the percentage.
that's a fair question. All right, so during the day, this daily summary section on the right is supposed to update, and it wasn't before, but we are actually dropping an update very, 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 very soon. Very, very soon. I don't want to tell you that it should be there Monday morning, but I am planning, we are planning, me and the team are planning for it to be there for you Monday morning live. The site might look a little bit different. We're doing something very nice for premium, for paid users, more than
Like
what
dark
you
mode?
see here. Say that again?
Like dark mode?
And ask again for the dark mode. Please ask again for the dark
Yeah.
mode. Let them know that the demand is there. I also want the dark mode. I also don't have it. But no, we're doing something else for paid users, especially those who are serious about and want a lot of the live data. We're coming with some proper live data. So look for it Monday morning, and maybe by the end of the week, look for other people doing the same thing soon, because we can't help but lead the way. So look out for it. So the live
Okay.
data bit will be explained, will be a lot clearer on Monday. And I should point out, since you've asked that, for anybody else who is asking, if you want to ask wonder certain things, how it work, first of all, just click around. You can't break the site, so click around. Portfolio is where you create a portfolio where you put in your stocks, and you don't know something works, just hit the wiki. There's an explanation for all kinds of things, everything from how we calculate PE and EPS, how to make your portfolio hidden if you want to share screenshots and so on with your friends, and the explanation for some filler transactions, the circuit breaker rule, the famous circuit breaker rule from JSC, how to import your money line portfolio. So if you use JMMB and you want to pay attention to your portfolio that way, we have instructions for how to import it and how to see it there. And we have a couple of other things, how to create a new port, lots of little things there for you. So just check out the wiki, and you'll see a lot of stuff there. And again, for the people who are thinking of a place where they can pay attention to all the news, there's a lot of options for you right here, right? Yeah. But that wasn't your main question, was it, Kamsi Wamsi?
Well, that was the main question, but I'm stealing Rick Ross's question from YouTube. He's asking if you guys think GK will split this year. Asking only because I'm stealing that question because I was thinking about it and talking about it with somebody earlier today. Yeah. What do you guys think?
What were you talking about? Have a conversation with us now.
Well, I might not want to air my business on the space.
Well, you don't have to air your
But
business, but generally, what you thinking about the stock? Why were you thinking that
well,
it was
I'm
split?
just thinking that. Well, I know you guys were speaking about GK earlier this just now about it might be moving. This quarter. I know you didn't use those words, but I'm paraphrasing. But I was thinking that it seems to be kind of. I'm for lack of a better word, I'm gonna say plateau, but that's not the right word to use. It's been
Why
hovering
not?
in the region that it is right now, and it's kind of getting to the point where it's kind of looking a little not unattractive, but people may tend to shy away from it because of the height to which it's getting. So to make
All
it
right.
a little bit
What
more
you say, stock split?
attractive. Yeah.
All right, hold on, no, Kamzi. We could go through this little bit. First of all, let me point out something you do that I dislike. Not for you, it's a general thing. And I know sometimes I've been guilty of it too. Like, why you don't want to say plateau?
Because I don't know the future. So
No, but it has
I think
plateaued. It has
It's
plateaued.
been another thing for a while.
From the middle of last year, it has been staying in
The
this little
100.
range between 95
100.
and 105. Yeah.
yeah.
So that's a
Okay, fine.
plateau. Yeah.
Fine. But the thing is, because you don't know how much is left in something and you can never know from, in the present, I'm a little hesitant to use that word because you just never
When
know.
when
I
you say
might say that
plateau,
today.
like you're saying it's plateauing or it's not going nowhere or it's doing. You say do it already. It has done it. You're fine.
Yeah. That's all.
Fine, fine, fine. I
All he's
stand
saying is,
corrected.
yeah, man. Plateauing just means that that's looking backward. That's something that has happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I ask about it because I know what happens a lot of time. People are afraid to say these things about stocks because, well, maybe the CEO might hear. You think Don Webby care? and even if he cares, him can't change the past. It has plateaued.
Yeah.
And it is very much up against that hard limit of
Yeah.
$106. And you heard what
Yep.
real people thought. You remember earlier when the young lady was speaking? She said she wouldn't buy it for $2, but she would buy it for $2. She wouldn't buy it for $200, but she would buy it for $2.
Yeah. Agreed. And I mean, as much as I own GK, I would like to own more. but,
Same. As would
but,
I.
but the 104, I think it closed at today, or 3.5 is a little daunting, especially when you want to, as the young lady said earlier, have a quote strong position
What does that mean? Come on.
or
You
high
expect
volume.
Kamzi Wamsi, you haven't done grow, have you?
I have not. I don't
I
want
can
you to come
tell.
loading today.
No, you load up yourself. I can tell. When people do grow, they know better than to say things like that. So
Oh
let me get
Lord.
this straight. If you have $1 million to invest in GK today, you would rather invest it at 100 to 1 than one than at $1 per share than $100 per share.
I would, yes.
Because at $1 per share, you have more than $1 million in GK.
No, because
So
as Dan I will tell you, I am greedy and I like when money moves fast. So
okay,
in my opinion, it's more likely to move quickly when the price is lower than when it is higher.
and so let me help you again. Show you how you know you never got grow. In your opinion, it is likelier to move quickly when the price is low than when it's high, and I agree with you, right? And so then you would hope, and I'll make space here for the point that most companies don't care about the share price. It's not like it helps or hurts GK if it's at 100 or if it's at 1. They don't care. They don't make money from that. GK don't get money when you buy and sell the stock. But that's just that's a tangent we can go on a little later. But you would rather buy it at $100 per share than $1 per share because you'd rather buy it at $1 per share than $100 per share because at $1 per share you think it is likely to move to 2 or to 3, right?
Correct.
And
That's the thing.
And for other reasons which we didn't bother to grill out yet, you think that the share price you think that they might do a split, maybe not 100 to 1 split, but you think that they might do a split, correct?
No. It's not that I think they would do a split. The conversation was more centered around whether or not it's something that may be on the horizon. I know nobody never put nothing in the atmosphere. Don maybe not thinking about it, him thinking about giving his employees some shares.
I don't know that he's
Nobody
not.
said that one there.
Yeah, nobody never said that. That's another thing that I can tell you don't grow, or you would know better than to say that. But if you going, I want to go back to the point. You think that if, let's say, there are the signs, and I'm not trying, not that we can't know the future. What we're doing when we're investing is trying to predict the future. That's the reality of it. If we are trying to predict the future, and do you believe that there might be a split in the future?
I hope there is a split in the future.
Hope is not a strategy. Do you believe that they'll have one?
I honestly don't know.
All right, but if they were to have one, then you
Knowledge
would
and
buy.
belief are different, you know.
Yeah, I realize that's why I asked her, but she really don't know. So if they were going to have one, then you would buy, correct?
The answer to that is a little tricky because I would buy now. It's just about how much I would buy. So yes, I would buy if it's split, but I would also buy now. Yeah,
You'd buy before or after the split,
yeah, I
which
would
one?
after the split.
But not
After the split,
before. Why?
I would also buy before the split.
But you say you
That's
wouldn't
the
put
point
as
I'm
much.
making.
Yeah, but you say you wouldn't put as much money before. You see how you start thinking it through now?
So
You start thinking through now. This is why you need to come to grow. Because if you are investing your money for the sake of investing your money, for the sake of wanting to get profit, and you believe that for whatever reason, so I believe that they may have a split in the future. Why wouldn't I buy it now? Because it's my units are going to split. And if I wait until everybody know that there's going to be a split, I'm going to make the same kind of profit like everybody else or less. It's the people who moved earlier that would get the profit, right?
yeah,
So why would you wait until the split? Moreover, you say you want more for your money. You're not getting more for your money regardless if they're pre-split or post-split. Whatever the amount of money that you put in buys is what you're getting for your money. So the
Sure.
only way you can gain on your money is if you get in before any subsequent rise. Now, if I think, let's say, for example, I think that in a month and a half, let's say I think that in a month and 2 weeks, they're going to announce, or their AGM, they're going to announce a stock split, right? 100-to-1 stock split. Why wouldn't I buy right now? If I have 100 grand, let's say I have $103,000. $103,000, 670. That's how much I have. So if I buy it right now, that gives me 1,000 units of GK, right? And then if it's split, if it's split 100-to-1, that gives me what? A million, 100,000, million, 10 million. I'm screwing that part up. How much is it, Danhai?
100,000. 10.
Oh God, that's
10
10,000. Jesus, I'm so sorry, my math teacher, Mr. McDonald. I'm so sorry. That 10,000. No, sorry, no. It's 100-to-1 split, so that would give me 100,000.
100,000 shares.
Yeah, 100,000 shares instead of 1,000 shares that I have now. Again, Mr. McDonald, my apologies. That would give me 100,000 units, but I would still only have invested $103,670. It doesn't change how much I have invested. The number of units don't matter. Also, if them paying out a dividend, if them they plan to pay out a $100 dividend in December, if them split in July, all I'm going to do is pay out a $1 dividend. It's not like it's gonna trick them. Oh, we forgot, so we're gonna pay 100 times it. No, the dividend is they declare a dividend of a total amount, and you divide it by the amount of shares out there. So I say all of that to say that what you're saying you're doing is not really true. You say, oh well, I'm greedy. On this show, you're not going to hear any of us go, well, you shouldn't be greedy. That's not a bad thing. It's just unmeasured greed is bad because you thought that what you were thinking to do before was something that I do. Because I'm greedy, I want to buy it at $1. If you're really greedy, you buy it right now. I'm not telling you to buy. I'm not an advisor. But I'm saying a person who is really greedy is buying it right now. Because the second them announce a split, what do you think is going to happen? Like, that's a real question. What do you think is going to happen if GK announces a split next month?
for sure, it will look more attractive to more people.
Not look more attractive. Come on, man. We're talking real terms. What do you think the share price? If on May 15th, 2022, GK announces a 100-to-1 stock split, or even a 10-to-1 stock split, or a 50-to-1 stock split, what do you think will happen to the share price on May 16th, 2022?
Similar to what happened with Massey.
No, man. Talk numbers. You can't afraid of profit.
Real life no bossy, boss.
Real life can say we're not afraid of profit
Jesus,
here.
Massey.
Yeah. Not the same thing that happened with Massey at all.
I'm expecting that the price itself is going to jump because it's just more liquidity. So, well, not more liquid.
Hear me out. All right, watch this hypothetical situation. On May 15th, 2022, assume this is a hypothetical situation that GK announces a 100-to-1 stock split, right? Or a 50 or a 20. But for purposes of this, I'll say they announce a 100-to-1 stock split. And assume that the share price right now, 103.67 per share. Assume that that's also the share price on May 15th, 2022, right? And on that date, they announce a 100-to-1 stock split. What do you think the share price will be on May 30th, 2022, if that were to happen? And by the way, the stock split is announced for end of June. But on May 30th, what do you think the share price for GK will be?
I would say it's likely to go up.
Give me a number that you think it would reach. 15 days after the stock split announcement. The stock split don't happen yet, but we know the date of the stock split, or we know that they're planning to do a stock split, and it's 15 days after the end after the announcement. What do you think the share price of GK would be? I know you can't
You're
read
asking me to pull a number out of a hat right now.
Yes, I am, but I'm asking. Yeah, but I'm asking to pull a number out of a.
110, 110, 115.
You think that if GK announced a stock split on the 15th, 2 weeks later, the share price would have only gone up by $10, by $7?
It'll be a happy day for me. It'll be a happy day for me.
Really? I think that if GK announces a stock split on May 15th, by the end of May, GK is probably at $200 per share or close.
Wow, that's
view. That's not optimistic, that's realistic. Check every single stock split except for Massey.
Massey.
Check literally every single stock split except for Massey. Check Salada's stock split in 2021. Check what happened between when it was announced. Check what happened between when Salada's stock split was announced and when it actually happened. Like literally check what happened then, and you'll see. It's not a guessing thing. Yeah, I mean it is a guessing thing, but it's not a light guessing thing. It is a guessing thing based on certain sensible bases. It's things like this why the experts can't hold a candle to what we do, because the book was built for all markets in the world, but common sense was built for the market that you're in. It's like how the road code was built for all roads in Jamaica. Common sense was built for driving in Spanish Town. It's just a simple truth, right? So if you think along those lines, you said, wow, it's optimistic because you want to make money. But also, is it not realistic? Because if I know that I buy GK at $200 and in a month it is going to be $2. I mean, it's going to be 100 more shares I have. It's going to be split, but it's going to be doubled. But it's going to be $2. And I know that GK intrinsically, my personal view, is that GK intrinsically is worth, at that point, I think it would be worth, I'd be willing to say that GK is probably worth $2.50. I'm willing to buy at $2 if I think it's gonna go up to $2.50. Right? Mm-hmm. That's 25% profit. I'm willing to buy at $1 if I think it's gonna go up to $2.50. I'm willing to buy at $1.50 if I think it's gonna go up to $2.50. I'm willing to buy at $1.25 if I think it's gonna go up to $2.50. That's 100% gain. But I might not buy at $125 because it sounds big. The people who think that are the people who allow people like me to be able to easily buy it at 103 and 104 and 105. Because by the time they figure it out, I will sell them back at 2 and 3 and 4 post split. But the value has not changed. That's a free grow lesson. Come to grow. Trust me. Your pocket will thank you. Trust me. Because you're saying that you're thinking about buying GK, but you wouldn't put most of the money now because you're greedy. I'm saying that if I'm greedy, I'm probably in there from now. What about the people who are in from 60 odd, 80 odd? What are the people who are in waiting? Like if I was rich, I remember talking to Danhai about this 2020, before the pandemic. So I'm just not rich enough to put my money down for 3 years waiting on something like that. Well, imagine the people who were buying at $50 and $60 in 2019. When it's split, it is equivalent. The person who bought at this time, April 1, 2019, if it's split 100 to 1, that person's price is 59 cents. When them sell it at $2.50, having bought it at 59 cents, that's 423% growth in 3 years, assuming that a 100 to 1 stock split happened. And again, remember, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm just saying it hypothetically. But that's how you have to use practical thinking to guide what you do with your money, not what people think typically. Why would I wait until everybody know to bet on the race?
Answer.
Fair point.
Yeah. And then also grow, teach you little things like, it brings you to little things like what actually sets stock prices, and whether, like I said, the people at GK's profit doesn't go up if the share price go up. GK's profit doesn't go down if the share price goes down. The share price and their profit aren't directly linked like that. That's not what causes it, and that's not what links. So many people here don't care. That's not, they're not. I don't think Danhai is getting up every day and looking at the share price and going, "Boy, it's at $102. We need to split it."
I need to work on it.
Yeah, I think Danhai is thinking more along the lines of, how are we going to cleanly remove the financial arm? How can we maximize the profit there? What are we doing? Are we going to buy the rest of Catherine's Peak? Are we going to, what are remittances projected to be for the next year? How can we manage our insurance conglomerate really that we built up here within the group? I think that's what Don Webby and team is thinking about. Not whether or not the share price is 102 or 105. That don't matter to them. That literally doesn't change anything about the company's profit. So come to Grow and it'll help you think very, very practically about things like this. And even if you don't come to Grow, just take pause and think about the things you say and ask yourself very practical questions and then answer them. Answer them yourself practically. Find the proof. Don't just ask somebody you know, because a lot of rubbish is said by people we know.
Facts.
All right, make sense, Kamzi?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Please, I look forward to seeing you, girl.
Big up Trouble every time.
Thanks, Danhai.
Please, trust me, Kamzi. I tell you, like I've told somebody else this evening, if you go and when you're done, you're like, yo, this wasn't worth my money, I will give you back every dime.
I believe you. Right. And I will definitely ask for it back. Trust me.
All right, you need not to ask for it. From your sake, I'm giving you back. So trust me. And I hope that you'd be honest and tell me. So no problem. I thank you for bringing one of the YouTube questions in. People on YouTube, we don't often get to your questions. You want to ask a question, go to Twitter, look for #BrickTalk, and send a speaking request, and we'll see it and try and get through your question. I will admit to some amount of bias. So some people who do send requests, if I don't think you're Jamaican or I don't see, like if you're weird, your account created last week and you don't have something clearly Jamaican in there, or you're trolling, you might not get through. I'm so sorry. I am biased towards the island and the region. So if you are in the Trini or a Bajan or somebody in Bahia, Amas or wherever listening, you'll get into. But if I don't know the account, if it's a true looking account, you probably won't get in. All right, having said that, and I don't want to go too late, but I know after this point we usually get maybe some of the more easy points to ask and talk about. Next up we have Government Badness. I am Mafia G. It's a wonderful name.
All right.
Sir Government Badness, what's up? You hearing us?
Badness.
Mafia G, you sent the speaking request and then I'm not hearing you at all.
So now a bro got burned and I see him. I just
surprised. Oh God, Mr. Wholeness, please. I didn't know. Travel_Sensei, are you back?
Hi, I'm so sorry.
That's okay, I understand.
I've been a little bit busy. Yeah, what's up?
Come on, so you go. What's up, boss? Everything good?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good listening to the space. I have been listening in for the past, let's say, a month or so. Yeah.
Well, them two you to chat
So,
no fee, man.
huh?
Them two you to chat no fee, man.
Yeah, no, but good stuff, good stuff. To be honest, I had been wanting to invest for a long time, but I had been very hesitant. And yeah, being on Twitter, you guys, posting and stuff, I was like, boy, this sounds like some interesting stuff. Went to grow, got a little bit
What
of
you say?
insights, got a little bit of courage, did a few plays, and I was like, all right, let me do this thing. I don't have enough time to read the prospectus. So, whenever I do, I might read one or two, just to see what's going on. I don't fully understand the PE ratios yet, but, looking at what's going on. I know you guys talked about the charts and, it not really, how can you say, we can't
Being
really follow that, the movement of the charts really. But
they're
for
not a
me,
prediction. Yeah, I just want to be accurate on what we're saying. The movement of the chart is no accurate prediction of what will happen in the future.
Right. But for me, when I follow the chart, let's say I bought something pretty low, it's for me, my prediction is that it might go up at some point, which I've seen since I've started, and I might sell it. Yeah, depending on the goal that I have at that point, I might say, okay, all I want is a 15% on it, and if it goes up, which it does, but
I
based
can
on
tell you
what
a little
I
grower, you fix up quick and fast, but I
Yeah,
bought it and it
man.
just
Yeah,
go.
man.
No,
Yeah,
man.
man. But guess what? Guess what? For example, I think it was. Let me tell you which stock it was. Recently, it happened to me with. Um, like ECL, it was down for a little bit, right? And I bought it at $4.74. So it's like early March, and I say I go buy it at this point because it's sunk after February 28th. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy it here based on what I'm seeing here. And then I bought it, and then now just the other day it went up to like about six.
It closed today at
So
$6.06.
right. But when it got to I think I got it at 604.
You bought,
Yeah.
oh, that's how much you sold it for, 604.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But I bought a good amount. Good amount I bought, and I was able to get some money off it.
That's
No,
not
man,
enough,
hold on,
man.
hold on, hold on, hold on. So just for some background, you don't have to tell people your business, but you're in finance?
No, I'm not. I'm not in finance at all. At all.
What kind of work you do?
Oh, I'm a teacher.
Word.
Nice.
Yeah,
And
and I
you started
do
investing
virtual.
when?
All right. So, initially, I got some stocks, I guess a year ago. No, 2 years ago when QWI had dropped.
Okay.
There was some hype about it, got some QWI, but that was it. I didn't know anything at all. Just got some news, opened my JMMB account and got that. Left it, and it wasn't until like late last year, I was like, let me try something again. And then I bought some proven at the time, right? And then I was like, all right. But I just didn't feel so sure. I didn't know anything. I didn't have anything to work off. So I was like, I'm not going to invest all the money I have here. And then, so I had all this money in my equity account sitting down. I'm like, boy, what am I going to do when I don't know where to go, where I could find some information on what's happening on the local market. And I don't know, boom. One day I just go on Twitter, see you guys like posting stuff, and then I realized that the space started, and I was like, let me tune into this. And then, yeah, I started taking it a little bit more seriously. So,
When did it grow?
last month, I believe, yeah, last month.
And then
Yeah.
last one being March.
I did under my partner's account, yeah, last month.
Okay. And then but you bought this ECL March 1. When did you buy it?
March.
After
Let me
grow?
tell you. March.
Before,
Yes.
after you did grow?
No, grower. Yeah, before grower, man. Before grower.
Okay.
About it. Yeah.
Okay. I
So
was trying to
before
take all the
grower.
praise. I was trying to take all the praise for what you just do, but big man thing. But
Oh.
I'll take half because
But guess what now, Randy? Guess what now? Even before grower listening, I could take away some gems from listening to you guys. You get what I'm
undoubtedly, because I
saying?
remember us talking about ECL like a month ago and talking about yes it dipped, why you shouldn't necessarily pay when we're more than a month, I think. We were talking about CPJ. But we talk about the fact that yes, there could be some recovery, but it's not that it's bad. It's a matter of timing, I think. I think that's what I actually think I tweeted that.
Yeah, so I've made some plays just by just listening to you guys and looking at some of the reports. There are some things that haven't been, like for example, GK, you know, it hasn't gone to the point that I'm looking for, but I'm still waiting with GK. Wesinko is the same thing. It's slowly making its way up. Yeah, about Wesinko at like 1980, and I'm waiting patiently, waiting patiently to see it go up. For the past weeks or so, it's just been like, not really plateaued, but like massy, but it's slow, very
Yeah, man,
slow.
you get spoiled, man. You're talking about past weeks. You're spoiled, man.
Right? And she's very, very spoiled. That ECL play, that ECL play, if she did grow in March, you bought it, but you bought it in March or you bought it in February?
Maybe late. I got it. Let me tell you, I got it. Yeah, March 1st, actually.
Jaja.
March 1st.
474, March 1st, and she sold it April. Today you sell it or yesterday?
Yesterday.
March 31st.
Jesus.
1 month. $6 sell price. What you say, 604?
Yeah, 604.
And you bought it at 474?
Yeah.
27% gain in 4 weeks, and you're just a start. I
Yeah.
want to tell you that it's not always gonna be like this. But
No, I know.
but on the
I
other
know.
hand, I'd be a hypocrite. It's been like this for a long time. It's been like this for a long time. When Danhai started, him hear me talking about it being like this. Years before I even know who Danhai was, it was like this. The market has always had strong gains there. I'm so proud to hear you talking like this. And you're not talking wildly. And I love the fact that you're sold. Oh my God.
But Randy, I made a bigger play. I don't
Oh,
even
I'm
want to
sorry.
say it, but I did make a bigger play than that.
What's the bigger
What no,
play?
man?
And this
I want
was
to hear that one.
on the basis of reading up on the company. You see, I tell you about QWI that
Jesus.
about that first time. And I was like, I was like, why this stock not moving? In fact, I sold my QWI from that time because I bought it, my mom bought it, nothing. And I look back, 2 years after, nothing same way. But I check on the stock, and then I see that they were paying $3.50, $3.50 on each. And I bought
you
it.
mean you
I
saw they're
bought it
paying
at
The three
yeah,
3.50 cents.
yeah,
3.5 cents. That
right,
the
on
dividend?
each.
the price.
Yes, for each, and I bought it. I bought it at 98 cents because when I read it, it was about that, and I was like, boy, I might not get to sell it, but I bought a lump sum.
What price you bought it at?
What price? 98
Uh,
cents.
98 cents, which is
What price you sell
pretty.
it at?
No, I don't sell it. That's the thing. I
Oh.
don't sell it. Still have it.
Okay.
The payout is supposed to be on the 7th of April.
But
Right?
that wouldn't be a
I
bigger play because the ECL play got you
More profit.
27%
man.
gains, but
So I figure you have more money on the QWI.
Right, but guess what now? The QWI, I dropped a massive amount on it.
Yeah, man. So her 3.5% and is after tax. There's no tax on it.
Right.
Yeah, there's no tax on it, so she get a big lick. That's wonderful. And you haven't sold it yet. Why haven't you sold it yet?
All right, let me tell you why. For persons, I feel like for persons who might see the return after this QWI dividend payout, I feel like it might go up, which it has been actually since I bought more on that day. Yeah. It's been moving. It's been moving. I mean, it synced to about 89, and then I see it go up to like 90. I know it's at 92. I know that I feel in my heart of hearts that people will buy it a little bit more. So even if I break even and sell it at 98 cents again, no problem. No
All
problem.
right.
But if it, I actually have over, I don't even want to have my business too loudly, but
No, you don't.
I
Okay.
bought
You don't have to.
I bought a good amount, so I'm thinking if I have over 300 of these that I bought, and they're going to be paying $3.50 on
Three
each share, isn't it?
3 cents 50.
3 cents 50,
Yeah, 3.5 cents. No, $3.50.
is it?
Yeah, three
Uh,
dollars, 3 cents, $3, 3.5 cents.
I
That
don't
will
know why
carry
I read
people
it
away.
at $3. Why did I read it at $3.50 still?
The
Lie you
lie
want
you
to
want to
believe.
believe.
But still, I think I'd still benefit. I still have a benefit, even if it's 35.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
I can tell you this. I bought QWI a long time ago. I bought an IPO, and
yeah.
then it wasn't moving where we wanted. I mean, it's hard to sink. It's, I don't know if it's a John Jackson effect or if it's the fund effect on the local market, where you see where we don't value them anywhere near their NAV. But I got out. So I think I got out. I think I got out at a loss actually, and I had to make up the money somewhere else. Long ago. This is long ago, around the IPO
Yeah.
time. So we're talking 2019, and I think I may have bought it once again since. I want to say somewhere around. I want to say somewhere around. I'd go show transactions, but it's not really. I don't think this is accurate because I have a lot of dummy data in my account. I bought it once around maybe 2020. Oh well, yeah, well, yeah. In 2020, as you can see, this is that's real. I did a lot of buying during the pandemic dip, and then I sold again in the pandemic recovery in April thereabouts, and then I bought again. Oh, this is actually accurate. I bought again in July of this year, July of last year. Um, I'm hesitating because if I want to say why. Because if you think about the things that were happening around QWI at that point in time, I think things are happening around QWI at that point in time and expected to happen. That's why I bought. And when I saw them not happening in the way and time I wanted, I got out. And I have bought in again recently. And I have not yet gotten out. That dividend is great. I don't care about dividends, but that dividend is great as dividends go. And you've done growth, so you know that I don't buy blindly. I buy for specific reasons, and
Yeah.
yeah, and yeah. I see Anna on YouTube saying that you made a very terrible play with QWI. So Anna, in the words of the great Wade, if you are here in 3 months, if this show is still on in 3 months, you will we will talk again about whether or not that was a terrible play with
No, no,
QWI.
Anna. No, Anna. Actually, yeah, but let's revisit it in a few more months.
But
I'm
listen,
looking forward to it. I'm doing a little bit more reading on the company because I want to see if they're gonna acquire anything new, if they're gonna be investing in any more companies and things like that. I see that the teas company, they're what is the name of that company that they have?
Jamaica Teas.
Jamaica Teas, yeah. It has been performing pretty well. Yeah,
Do
the
you know
investments
what
that
I
they
said,
have.
girl? You know I
But
said, girl. You know how you have to pay attention to a company. So
yeah, man, yeah, man. I'm tuning in, watching them. I'm not selling. I'm holding just to see a little bit more
but what's your goal?
what they have to offer.
What's your goal?
Um, all right, I have some long-term, medium-term goals. I want to get my home in a year or so.
No, man. You don't have to
Um,
tell the people your business. I mean your percentage. What
oh,
was it?
yeah,
What's
for my
the
total
goal that?
portfolio.
No. What was the goal that made you buy into QWI?
Oh, initially, okay, so my initial goal was literally like 25%.
And you haven't hit
Yeah,
25% from QWI as yet.
no.
So you still have some
Mm-mm.
ways to go. Well, what's the time around it?
All right, time I'm looking at, I'm giving myself until October.
Okay, so October is your goal time.
Yeah, until October.
All
Mm.
Yes.
right. So
Yeah.
you know how grow go. You know the lines along which I go. Like you said that you have till October, so you have some time left, and you said
Oh,
twenty five
you, I
percent, and
can't
you
hear
haven't made.
any at all, Randy. You
Yeah, you're chipping
disappeared.
out.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening. I'm saying you have said that you are investing for X amount of time and X amount of percent, neither of which are here yet. So
Yeah. Yeah.
you know how that
Yeah.
work.
And if,
But of
and
course, there's nothing.
honestly, my thing is this, Randy. If at this time I see where, let's say, October comes and the stock worsens rather than improves, and I reassess, right? There isn't enough information out because I realize that some companies, I don't know, it's like hard to get enough information on what they're doing. What is it? What if I don't have enough information? Yeah.
What's
Maybe
enough
I should just,
information? Do you have the same information that the public has?
yeah. But what if it's inadequate in that they're not putting out enough information, in
Well
terms
then,
of their investments or.
well then, the rest of the market would be on this. Everybody would be on the same playing field.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So my thing right now is sticking with the goal. When I meet that goal to sell, rather than to say, oh, it might go up a little bit more, and wait out but actually sticking to it. Yeah, so I'm working on it.
Why,
But
I love how sensible the people around them to grow. I really love how sensible people have so that they do grow. When did you grow? Oh, you say it grow in this month?
no, my last month.
Last, yeah. I
Last
mean,
month.
it's one of
Yeah.
the last ones, split or the full.
The split in the evening.
Okay, okay.
And I didn't even get to tune in fully because I had work, but in and out. But it was really good. There's much I could learn, and I think what's happening is the mindset shift.
Mhm.
Yeah, the mindset totally, and how to approach the stocks. Yeah, that's what's happening for me right now.
All right. Well,
So yeah, big up
I
you and
will.
Danhai.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
big
man,
up you
respect.
too.
Yeah,
Respect.
And big
yeah.
up you
Thank you so much.
doing some great things. Definitely want to hear more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Early
yeah.
man.
October.
Waiting for Carnival and all the festivities. I will be able
Boy,
to enjoy them, but
no,
yeah.
I enjoy them on both sides. So I'll be there doing my underground research.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, that's good. That's good. But I'm looking forward. There are some interesting plays that I have that I'm waiting to come to fruition by, let's say, July. By July. So I'm just looking out to see what's happening. Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
sounds
But
good.
big up guys and big up everybody listening. I hope you guys achieve all your goals. You
No
know?
problem. You too. You too. Big up. Big
Yeah.
up.
Thank you so much.
You're very, very
Yeah,
welcome.
man,
All right.
respect.
All right. And let me allow Anna on YouTube her props. She said I made 14% off QW and she sold all her shares at $1. Anna, the market is open every day. Big up you for that, by the way. But the market is open every day. QWI isn't delisting tomorrow, so maybe if she make 50% next month, Anna, would she have made more profit than you? Moreover, you'd have probably you're out of QWI. So I'm saying that to say not that yours is bad or hers is terrible, but I wouldn't say that her play is terrible in the same way I wouldn't say that yours is terrible. There are many different paths to profit in the market, right? All right. I see Mr. Government Badness is back. Are you back?
Hey, yeah, man, I'm back. I'm here. You guys hearing me?
Yes.
Why, we just asleep a while ago and hear my name jump up, put on my phone. So, that's what happened just now. But it's good to be here tonight.
All right, no
So
problem, no
short
problem.
story. Short story. So last week I went to river in Ocho. Drive past Dolphin Cove, run outside and say, yes, outside looks festive. Man, remember about outside and Dolphin Cove look pack up, right? Them drop the 40 cents per share dividends. Say, yes, and then them drop the words. And then I feel my belly sink this morning and then I turn on we go up on JMMB platform yesterday, the halt. And that was in the halt this morning. It was very I found it very strange because it's halted and then like probably 10 minutes after it's unhalted. I'm not sure what the rules are around halt. Is that 1 hour a mandatory thing or can it be waived? I don't know. What's the rule around the halt?
For this one, I don't know if I'd ask if you have you done grow anyway? Have you done grow?
Yeah, I did draw.
Yeah, but I tend not to go too deep into the circuit breaker at regular grow. I think only times I that is when I'm doing an advanced grow on short-term investing, and even then sometimes I don't like to touch it. But I think if you understand
Okay.
the JSC's circuit breaker rule,
Clarity.
yeah, it might give a lot of clarity as to what would have happened, what could happen this morning. I think I get some message Danhai, so I know you probably get a whole heap to Danhai.
Oh no, floods.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
man, the thing that
Panic is
nice
a
to
real thing.
and
Yeah.
then the thing
You
is
there?
though,
Me no know mafia member. I was not
yeah,
quite.
yeah,
I was
man,
honest.
yeah, man, no man, my client there, man. Me
Right.
I call the most panicky man on the market.
Ah,
That's
me
what
know
not the
exactly what
stuff.
I talk about. Me know exactly who.
Hey, listen,
Cause
man, this whole lot
me
of my
open
heart.
X group and just see the man. Me see my talk about. I say, bossy, panic.
Yeah.
But this morning actually attempted to buy more because I mean I I don't know. I don't see how Dolphin could be a bad stock at this point in time, especially when I hear what's happening in terms of tourist arrivals. Yes, they took a lull, I think, in February, I believe, but then it picked up back. So people coming back into the island. I have a friend on the north coast. Hotels are being filled up again. So the potential for Dolphin Cove in my mind is there. So I was a bit taken aback to how well whatever happened this morning happened. So
Well,
I don't know what.
you understand that. So this morning they put out their full year financials for 2021, right? And it showed them with an increase in revenue from 2.2 million US to 3.9 million US, and an increase in profit from a loss last year of 1.1 million US to a profit of 1.5 million US. But if you pay attention properly and like grow, we say about how you have to understand a company deeply and understand the numbers behind the company. If you break it down on a quarterly basis, you realize that their fourth quarter had a 599,000, call it 600,000 US dollar loss in the fourth quarter, right? Which is a bigger loss than they had the previous year. And for those of you who really do your research, you know that Dolphin Cove seems to have a very strange way to always make less profit or a loss in the fourth quarter, no matter how good things are. So let me not speak on my personal position here, but I think maybe people calculating that and seeing that heavy loss this morning might have influenced some people to
And then the
buy,
panic was.
to panic and sell. And then I would think that it would appear to me that there would have been an order that was, if you understand JSC's rules and the trading bands within which the bands within which stocks can trade, there would have been a trade that if you look at my money JS, a premium accounts get to see the history of all the trades for the day, and so there would have been this 1868 trade that took a lot of units in the pre-open. That's outside of the allowed trading bands for the day. And so there would have been a halt, it would have been reversed, and then trading would have continued as normal. So that's kind of what you saw. Some people got their units sold, and later on, units are right back in the account because JC would have unwound the trades, meaning it would have reversed everything that happened.
When they reverse, do they put them back in the queue?
That's a good question. I don't
Because
know.
if they don't, it never look like that to me. And if that's the case, then that can damage a queue, you know.
Yeah, man. And I
If
think
the same trains don't come back same time.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know how JC unwound. I don't know if it go back in the queue. And if it didn't go back in the queue, as I said, it damaged a queue. And it has already created that sort of expectation in people, put that fear in people. And some people, like I said, some
You know
people
what I would be
sold.
surprised?
If
I would be surprised if somebody did that order deliberately.
I wouldn't be
That's
surprised
what I was
either.
thinking.
Because when I was
was
checking in pre-open, it just got big. It was there, and I think probably somebody said, "I know I can do this trade. It'll go through. It's not gonna go through. I'm gonna keep my shares, but I know the influence the market going to have. People gonna say, "Oh, cool, whatever."
exactly me that thing.
Everybody gonna panic around me. They could have there, bro.
And then yes, me no, hey, cause that me think I said no man, somebody I'm messaging just so them can get up, so them can get them 4 cents, them 40 cents.
The heavy sell for signals after signals get a rise. One order just didn't fling through. No, it could have been the same kind of thing. A man say, "Oh, me drop this come out somewhere."
Yeah, because in testing for see the weak fence them out there, right? And maybe
Yep.
people do it, maybe they don't know. This loss might be a big deal to some people, right? It might be a very strong deal to some people for them to report this sort of a loss in a Q4, especially for those of us who pay attention on the ground, who may have seen and been expecting a profit for the Q4. But if, like I said, if you do a deeper research, you know that that fourth quarter, especially because they don't report their fourth quarter separately, they report the full year. That fourth quarter for years now always seem to have problems, right? Everybody else in the tourism space was having a very strong rise
In
for the
fact,
same time period.
CPG and I think walk hand in hand into profit this year.
Yep.
And then
And yet somehow in the fourth quarter there seems to have been something that can cause them all the time to face some very strong headwinds, you will say. They seem to pick up a very interesting set of losses every fourth quarter. Who knows what it could be? The accountants is another reason why I want more accountants in the market, because they will pick up certain little things, certain trends if they start thinking of the market as a real market and the companies as real companies. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a increase in direct costs, an increase in
it's other operating expenses.
other operations, that wonderful dark black box, other operations, which cause
What's in the box?
yeah, but outside of that, sorry, go ahead, yeah man, go ahead.
My question though, so well, I remember the other day Fresco was climbing, and the Friday I think it ended at $8. I mean I tell my friend them weekend, say yo, people a man gonna sell off, a big man gonna sell off, and people gonna panic and then gonna push the price right down. So I say
792
Monday morning,
ended at 792
yeah,
March 4th.
say Monday morning as the cool Monday morning I gonna sell, because one man you know whatever the man is but come I'm gonna sell and the price will go down, and so said so that I thought there was a big order on the queue in the morning, and I said same blasted thing, so I just cut in, get my profit at $7, no, $7.30, and then the madness started the day and it went right down to $5. So $5 something week.
Why you think it wasn't a woman?
well, you have a point there. You do have a point there, especially when the fact that most of them actually richer than us men nowadays.
Speak for yourself. But
Well,
but what I'll say is that a lot of women tend to be very, very savvy investors. When them get it. You start pushing the top strike all the time, right? I know
That is
Petra,
true,
I know. Yeah, the women when they get it, they get it. But
yeah, man. So the
I think
bigger
in this
point I was trying
case,
to
sorry,
oh,
no, to cut it, not to cut you though, because I want to add a lot of context around it. And if you've done grow, you know the amount of energy I talk about you need to put into research. The directors told you that a director purchased 2.3 million shares on March 7th, right? And that then means that I don't know if a big person was selling, but a big person was certainly buying. But on that date, I think it was much more than, let me get the numbers right. March 7th, 9.3 million units were sold. Now, again, don't necessarily think that is that. You can think of regular people selling, because it's regular people chose to sell at this price, on the 7th. A lot of people chose to sell at 750 in the pre-open. 750 ate up a lot of orders in the pre-open. And for the rest of the day, you had it fluctuating. It went a little higher, went a little lower. But you can't allow something like that to throw you off, because you have to remember, says people just like you and me in the market. So if you would have, when you got to your price, you sold. So you were part of the problem. You contributed.
I was part of the problem, but I know that, but I wouldn't just sit there and sit with the shit.
Say, every single panicker I know, they're doing the same thing they're afraid that everybody else is doing. In fact, I find that they do it more. It's a panic because John, everything is afraid of everybody else, so I'm going to run. Everybody else chill.
No, I get the point, but what I was trying to ask though is, can it be done deliberately? Like if I have if
can what be done deliberately?
Pushing a price down temporarily just to get more units.
No. Pause. You're asking me if something that was done on the market can be done on the market?
No, can an individual?
Well, you told me that when you sold, you told me that when you sold, you assumed it was one person.
No, go again.
You told me that when you sold, you assumed that it was going to be a big man that sell on the market with a big order.
Based on it, so it was, I think, about 2 million units that were being sold in the morning. One order.
And you asked me if one person. You asked me if one person can. Every order is at a particular price, but you're asking me if one person can sell.
I get what you're saying. You're saying the fact that but what is the intent around it? I was thinking, like, if it's actually a strategy that person's employed to get more shares at a cheaper rate. So if
how would I know?
How would I know? You would know, but is it something that the gurus do? People with deep pockets, is that something that they do? Is it a practice?
How would I know? How would I know?
I don't know, because you have deep pockets. I figure that's it.
You're ready.
I think I'm not with deep pockets. You may have certain kind of moves that you make.
Here's what I'm thinking. You came up with the idea. You said before the date that I bet you this is going to happen. Then it happened, and you say, see, I know it. And now you're asking me if somebody can think before the time that, hey, let me do this thing for this effect, and then do the thing for the effect.
I hear you.
So you want me to say that it's possible in my voice?
So I just wanted to know that I wasn't going.
It's all like I hear pockets deep in the boss. So I can hear pockets at the deep on here. So it doing the deep pocket moves.
If I wanted more Dolphin Cove, and I hear so them give me a 40% dividend, and I want more units, I'm gonna take a small piece of my holdings, sell it for a very cheap price, cause a panic, and just buy up more when the panic starts.
But tell me something
like something that I'm gonna do with deep pockets.
That sound, yeah, you need to be very careful. So here's the thing. Here's what I said. You need to be very careful, right? That's part of the fair reaction to the market. Always think like, yo, there is some wicked big man down the corner. What? But this thing for mash it up. Ray. Think about what you're saying. Yeah. You're saying that if I want more Dolphin Cove, I'm gonna sell Dolphin Cove?
Yeah. Come on. Sell a small piece of it. A small portion.
Is it a small portion? It's a small portion for the Dolphin for the FESCO on the FESCO date. You say you saw 2.odd million units being sold and being sold at.
That not sound small to me. I mean, maybe small to you.
That man like you, Randy, that probably small. Like, I'm on that ear level, probably small.
Everybody love to measure everybody else's pocket, boy. For Dolphin Cove, Cove, did you measure what it was that the size of the trade that would have caused something like that?
Today, no. This morning actually didn't see at open. I came on a little bit late. I'm sorry, parted. So I didn't look at the pre-orders and stuff.
It's like 400 and something thousand units, if memory serves me correctly. Like 400, if not 400 and something, then maybe 600 and something thousand units at I had it somewhere I was looking at it, at
18.
At 18. Let me get the exact 68. Number for you. 1868, correct. Thank you, Danhai. And if you calculate what all of them work out to, like if you choose to that, if you're one of them people who take the market serious, like myself, right? You pay attention to what actually happens on the market and not what people think you do. It works out to somebody, assuming that it's one person, him or her. I prefer to say her. Some women cause chaos. It works out to her doing that trade for $10 million. So the person would have made 10, not made, but they would have received 10 because they don't know how much they bought it for. So they've received $10 million for the trade, and that would have been $10 million for having sold, $10 million for having sold, I don't want to get the numbers wrong. I want to remain precise. $10 million for having sold 545,120 units, right? Now, you have done gross, so you hear how much emphasis I put on being precise. If you think that a big man do this would them sell a small part of them portfolio, you can then calculate in your mind how big does a portfolio have to be for 545,120 units to be considered a small part, that I'm willing to give up that 545,000 units at a value of 10 million Jamaican dollars. Is that something that I would do in order to be able to buy up all of the others for cheaper? Bearing in mind that all the other trades for the rest of the day, none of them were that low.
Imagine that. Him saying he will sink it, and he will buy back after, and he was not. That was not a possibility for them.
Yeah, the average price for all the other trades, it was 114 trades, and the average price for all of them was $20.60. No, what you're then asking is if somebody would do this. Here's got a deeper level of conspiracy. Would somebody do this knowing that it would be reversed in order to be able to buy 682,813 units at an average price of $20.28, which means they would have spent, what? They'd have spent 13.9, call it $14 million in order to do that, to buy up those units. So, and then remember, they don't get the $10 million, because that's all reverse. So they don't get it. So they're spending, anyway, they cut it, they're spending $14 million in order to get 682,813 units.
And the person will say, I'm okay with my price. So they're okay. They're losing money, by the way, if they're doing that. Because hold on. The value of the shares that they have now, if they're dropping the price, in the value of the shares they have now are dropping with them, with the price too.
Yeah, but with the expectation that it will come up, it will come back up, because they probably shake the market a little bit for it to go down to that price, knowing very well that it will come back up.
People say these, the fear is strong. People say these sort of things, and I wonder if they know them talk. You hear a $14 million you play with, with another $10 million that you lose. You understand what you're saying?
It gets way more expensive to mop up any fear like that.
And you're affecting the value of your overall units also.
Yeah, lose money.
Yeah. So I'm not saying it is or isn't happening. I don't know. What I would say is there's a lot of factors in that. There's a lot of if and but, and anyway you cut it is a whole heap of money you have to spend for something like that to happen. So again, I'm not saying that it is or isn't happening. I'm saying what is the level of money that somebody has to have free to be able to play around like that, to do a game with $14 million. I don't think that's a very big list.
I don't have the FS in front of me, but the top 10 shareholders, I don't know how much they hold, but I'm pretty sure that if I don't know, let me not say, but if you can look at it on the top 10 shareholder, and the number 10 shareholder, how much does he have in terms of units? I'm almost certain that $10 million is a small part of.
Here, all right. If you're playing the stocks game, if you're playing a stocks game now, you have to start talk real talk. $10 million in stocks is not $10 million in cash. Just because I have $10 million in stocks don't mean that I have $10 million.
It's a very different game there.
So you can't say, well, Randy have $10 million in stocks, so he can do this $10 million move. The only way I'm going to get that $10 million in stocks into cash is if I sell the $10 million in stocks. And then I have to have an order to buy the $10 million at the price I want them to buy it in order for me to get $10 million. Net worth is not cash.
Yeah, I get that.
Move the spend the network, then you know, a bit again.
So the assumption that the top 10 shareholder, as I know you're being, it's just an example you're using here. But the example that the top 10 shareholder would, the number 10, the 10th largest shareholder would be able to, able to do this play because they have, look at it, the top 10 shareholder have 1 million units, which at $20, that's $20 million. So you think like, again, we know it's not Mary Jean Burroughs. I don't know, but let's assume that it was. You think Mary Jean Burroughs is play around and selling half of her units in order to spend another 30 million?
Remember, that shake, knowing that it would be reversed. That $10 million wouldn't leave the account.
Okay, not leave her account. She'd not leave the account. She wouldn't get it. She wouldn't get that 10 million, but she still has to spend $14 million.
So whatever. Or the panic, whatever. If she did that move and caused me to panic to sell.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you're justifying her having $14 million on the fact that she have 1 million shares. But 1 million shares is not, it's worth today $20 million, but it doesn't mean that you have $14 million in cash. You have to have the money in your J trader or whatever in order to do it, you know. Yes, she could margin, but then she can only margin a percentage of it, right? No, or maybe she have it in her pocket. I'm not saying no, but I'm saying, you hear me, you do gross, you hear me talk about the importance of simplicity. The best plays are often very simple. The thing that you're doing, you're putting out there, I'm not saying that it isn't theoretically possible, and I do not know if somebody did it, but it is a risky play where I'm risking 500,000 units to buy 600,000 units when I have the money to buy 600,000 units. Just buy the 600,000 units then.
But if you get that, I thought discount.
But she didn't, or the person didn't. The units went on an average of $20 per share, not at 18 or 19. So you're saying I didn't get that 24?
Not 26. Not 26 or 24. Yeah.
What I feel is, you know, again, fear is strong.
Yeah, man.
That's why I would hesitate in it. Yeah. You know how rich you have to be on both sides, meaning have a lot of units, have a lot of money to ensure that play works out well. And you have to be also willing to buy a lot more than you budget for.
And you have to be willing to assume that, all right, so you're assuming that the initial trade that went through that shouldn't have gone through, that was reversed, was not an accident.
Yeah.
Because if it was, then they've made a mistake there. You're risking more than half of.
That's so many, that much units, I'm sure the person know how to trade.
Whoa. Yeah, listen up. You are making assumption about trust me. Listen up. A lot of units. I know too much people with a lot of units in stocks, and they don't even know how much money it's worth. They just don't say them own some stocks.
Right. You're so right. Yeah.
And yeah, man. So I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying that if you have the level of money that you think that you have, like you'd have to be able to do the things you're talking about, there are simpler ways to get it done.
Yep.
Again, not saying that it's not possible. Not saying it's not possible. But
you're taking a leap here.
And the
you're deciding a lot of...
Yeah, you'd have to, 14 million to you would have to be like 14 grand to you would have to be like 14 grand to Danhai.
I get you.
You get me? Where if I get it wrong, well, at least I have $10 million or upside down on this trade. So the difference between the two, I've lost what? I made 10, paid 14, so I really up 4. But I got 100,000 units for 4. 100,000 units at 4 extra. The difference at 400 is 400 grand. But I could have just. I'm not saying it is or isn't true. I'm saying that is a very small amount of people who have the level of money to play those games and then also be savvy enough. It's an even smaller amount of that circle that's savvy enough to do it and an even smaller circle of people who are on the local market with the ability, the savviness, and the willingness to do an idle play like this. Because there are other ways that you can do it.
These people been sitting down for years with this thing. Think about
Yeah,
things
man.
there. Just look at how much other ways that could have gone, and you're deciding that none of those are viable because you do nothing. You believe in something because you want to believe it. There's so much other ways that could have gone, and that's how it is. Just what if you find that you're choosing one of many possibilities, ask yourself why. What about this thing? And the actual thing there. Make sure you can dial that down to okay, this is actually not how you feel about this or you feel that this person would do whatever. It's if this person did it, why would they do it? And then you have a strong basis that who you know the money in her account, she just get some money and she go buy whatever because you know that she buy the Dolphin Cove. Meanwhile, Dolphin Cove been at how much or how long? Has her units changed over the time? By a lot? Dolphin Cove was at what? How much last year, Andy? $10, $9, $6.
Yeah.
Boy, if you're waiting on no. If you're waiting on no to do it, I'd be very worried. I wonder what's going on. Money just hit.
I'll tell you to check out. I tell you to check out how often does the top 10 change for this company. How often do they change? And again, not saying that it is or isn't true. Not saying it can't happen, but it's a bigger play. I wouldn't approach it that loosely. But that's just me.
If you want to do it, just get all the possibilities together. Pieces around them or whatever, and be as real life as possible. And so you come up with.
Yeah, man.
You realize very quickly a lot of the things that we say very strongly. Well, not we, but you get me. People. A lot of things people say very strongly. There's no big.
Sorry, I think I've lost sound, so I don't know what he's saying, but I think in the meantime, while I sort out my sound, oh, sorry, he's still talking, so go ahead, Danhai. Sorry, I think I have lost my sound, as I said. Danhai, can you hear me still? Sorry guys on YouTube, if you can hear me, my side has gone down. So if you give me 2 minutes, we'll be back up and you guys will be able to hear them. You'll be able to hear them once again. But you have to just give me 1 moment while I sort out the sound issues. Test. Sorry about that. Danhai, you can hear me? Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I think my sound went haywire for a second. All right. I'm assuming that I figure you wrapped the point with him, Danhai. And I said that and my sound went again. Give me 1 second, Danhai. And if somebody else is on, Danhai, you can just maybe just take the next person in line, or you can pick the next person.
All right. So, Ricky, DR, what's going on, boss? Yes, sir. Definitely.
Basin.
You understand? Because I know that big things are happening right now for them. So, and in addition to that, the recent report that came out this morning, it shows good signs, good signs, based on where they're coming from. So that is my point pretty much as to what is happening in Montego Bay, what I see happening, and how Dolphin Cove, CPJ will definitely benefit from all that. So I think there's a big thing for the next report for them.
All right. So,
Right.
more from underground. Love that.
Yeah. the dog them out. All right. I agree with that point. I
No,
like
no.
what you said there.
But anyway, again, I just laughing at that. Just looking at the idea, it's going back to the point of us looking, just being at a party, you can look around and see main event, whatever. A lot of these things are very real things they can look at and just have a gauge. Last year, this time,
Precisely,
that wasn't going on.
exactly.
It's going on now.
And
Yep.
in addition to that, most of the time we can see where exports are being brought from Dolphin Cove in respect to persons who stop there, use their Photoshop. Because you know it's an attraction, Dolphins saw a lot of pictures. So even their Photoshop make a lot of money, and I can tell you that, bro.
Oh yeah, we know.
Yeah, see, I
So
like when we hear full things like that, because when you look back then at the actual financials, you see a lot of the same thing being mirrored there. So the financials point out that they're, what I think it's called ancillary service revenue. It's almost the
Yeah, that's
same
about
amount
Photoshop.
as the program revenue, and a lot of that is from photos. I mean, them licking the tourists with 5, 6, 7, 10, $30 for a pack of photo, right? And I mean, you only get to swim with the dolphins once. You're going to lose that memory. People pay for it. Maybe not all of them pay for it, but enough of them pay for it in US dollars that yeah, the money is strong. So it's great. So I would also I just take to temper this, right? This is literally one day after it. And if you believe in Darwin Cove, I don't know if you've done grow up, but one of the things I make a big deal about
definitely,
there,
definitely.
one of the things I make a big deal about there is you know, paying attention to your goal, and your goal include the time when you want it. I'm not sad about Dolphin Cove. I hope more people sell it. First said as a tweet, I hope more people sell it. Panic
Give
and
more
jump
gas for the
out.
right time.
Yeah, man, panic and jump out, man.
A whole lot of things that happen for them, bro. You understand? So, CPJ is the next one. Oh God, man. Oh God,
And
bro.
CPJ is
I'm looking.
interesting because result they drop, record profit, and the price fall.
You know the thing about it is that Mark Hart said on an interview that this current season is one of their best, right? So we can look out for great things from both companies.
Agreed.
I don't mind if people
So
Yeah.
sell them CPJ too.
It's just
I
time,
mean
you know.
those.
Just
I mean
give me
those
a deal.
persons. Yeah, I mean those persons that sell for 13 something, they're gonna feel it.
Maybe not. Let's not say
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, yeah. Maybe not because
And maybe them
you
good, you
don't
know.
know
Maybe they
what.
buy a tree.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
Yeah. So you can't knock that. You can't knock that at all. But big up. I like that you're paying attention to it. I like that you're on the ground.
Yep.
And I really like that. I like that you're on the ground and you're talking about it in a real way. So you're seeing a reflection of what's on the ground. But never remember that the market is not a reflection of what's on the ground. The market is a reflection of the
True.
expectations,
Mm-hmm.
investor expectations. So
So that's why
That is
panic
true. But
matter.
one of the things that I heard from the great boss himself, which is Randy, is always try to connect the dots. So that's what I'm doing, my boss. I
Which
mean,
is right.
from a practical perspective, you have to look at what's happening, right? And see how best a company that you're interested in or invested in will benefit from what's happening. I mean, just last week I took cruise ship alone in Montego Bay, and that don't include what's happening in Trelawney.
yep. Or
And
the inclusion of the new American airline flights
yeah,
to set to was it? Is it St. Mary or is it St. Anne? So I
no,
think it's St.
it starts
Mary.
from that filmmaker. What's his name? I don't remember.
No
Ian
man, it's
Fleming.
Oh,
Ian
not that
Fleming.
one.
No.
Yeah,
But
Ian
what
Fleming.
I'm talking about is the Ian Fleming Airport move with American airline flights going to now be coming into it. Um, you can consider that you can consider that like a dot for the future. Yeah, I didn't tweet it, but in my view, I'm considering it to be a dot for the future. Starting November 5, they will begin flying twice a week flights into the Ian Fleming International Airport. And do with that what you will. We're
True,
having some very
true.
interesting conversations about that in the Grow subscriber group. So do with that what you will.
Yeah, I should actually subscribe to that. I'm actually thinking about it because I wanted to, but I missed the one. Was it today?
No.
Yeah.
What I'm
So
talking about is the group itself. So the group is always up. It's just people who subscribe. One of the perks from it is that there's a chat group, and so a bunch of people are in there and they have conversations. It's a good mix. Some people talk a lot. Some people don't talk at all. Some people are serious about the market. Other people just quiet and reading. But everybody finds a level in there. What I can say is that anybody in there who wants to actually learn and is willing to ask the questions and have the conversations, every time somebody does that, it works out for them. They grow, they learn, they get better. So it's for you. You do it if you're ready to, or you're not. If you're not, then you take your time. But it
true.
is, yeah, it's there. We'll be welcome. We'll be glad to have you. It's actually growing so much that I'm actually thinking about capping it soon. I might cap it at maybe the next 18 people. But
Yeah.
but yeah.
I also had a session with the great Danhai himself, just the same. I stick to what the boss tell me.
Well, if you advise
Yeah,
that
man.
if you do something,
I
listen to
told
him.
him where he lead, I will follow. So
All right.
Okay.
yeah, man. I can't divert from what
And
he tell me.
I'm sure I'm also say
You repeat?
the grow. I'm sure I also push it to grow.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So
But that's my take on what I see happening on the ground in Montego Bay and
It sounds
how
about right.
yeah
big up.
yeah.
I like that you invest in the space where you can see what's happening in front of you. I saw it for go.
Definitely.
I saw it for go. I saw it for go. Yeah, man. Big up for that, man. Big up.
Yeah. One more thing I wanted to touch on is Eddie Foucault and their acquisition of clever school teachers, clever
Hey, we
teacher
never
school,
even talk
something
about
of
that,
that
Danhai.
sort.
Wow. I
Oh,
can't believe we got this
you're
far and never
right, you
talk
know.
about it. Yeah, and I saw the CEO, I think, in the space a little earlier, but it looked like he might gone in bed now. Yeah, man. Major move.
Major
Major move.
moves. I see
Right.
somebody said Eddie Fokker is the fourth listed company this year that did that thing there, a US acquisition. Boy,
Acquisition
brother.
of a US. Yeah. And I think that is
Yeah.
big thing for them, and person should look at it because
I think
when
it's
I
more
look
than
at
I think
Mr.
it's more
Smith
than the
himself, I
fourth.
can
No, sorry. Go ahead. Talk about. I was talking about the point, but go ahead. Talk about learn. Talk about learn.
oh,
Yeah.
my apologies.
No man,
Um,
you would.
when I look at the plans that the general have for him company, the CEO himself, I can say, yeah,
Our
some
company, sir.
some right, yeah, something big is in the making, right? And we just have to have a bit of faith in him and hope that he actually deliver on his promises. But in terms of that acquisition, I think it's a huge thing, big thing.
Bro, it's 2 weeks after them list them by a US company and they use this
Brother.
wonderful line immediately accretive to earnings. Which is, as I say, is fancy analyst speak for it seems they
Profit.
bought something that's profitable.
Yeah,
They bought something that's
you're going to
profitable.
see more money on the bottom line. You're going to see more profit coming in from this.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And one thing I know is that Jamaicans love when companies earn US dollars.
Indeed.
Exactly. And that's two things that I noticed. One, I saw Gordon tweeting about the impact of it being that they know they can access now they can access now they can access now they can access the US market, so they can get money from there. They have literal meaning finance money from that side, and then just the fact that it's another opportunity. I say Mark Gale, big up Mark. You see Mark on Twitter all the time. Mark saying that it demonstrates a vast surface area of opportunities for Eddie Focal. Again, simply put, Edifocal is there's so many different areas touching education that Edifocal can have. So I kept laughing, and I think I said it when I was talking to I did Advanced Girl, and I was talking to people in there at Advanced Girl last week, and I was saying that imagine a lot of people are saying it's a pep company. And I think maybe now we're seeing more like it's not that it's not a pep company, there's still pep there, right? But look at this, they're now looking at the American side of things, the teacher side of things. Imagine the learnings that them getting from this, that will come back to the Jamaican market. Because it's the same company. And this is a Jamaican company that now owns a US company. So that Edifocal is very, very quickly a multinational. A
Yes,
multinational tech
yes, yes.
company. I think of it
That
that
is
way.
so. And the next thing I'm looking at, and I don't know if I'm jumping the gun, but being as the company now have a presence in the US, he can easily integrate and now try to list on the US stock market. I don't know if I'm
But
being too optimistic.
I don't. I'm gonna ask you a question. Why is that optimistic in terms of
In
what's
terms
so
of
great about
what?
that? No, what's so
No,
great about it?
repeat your question, Danhai.
I think what's so great about it? Why is that an optimistic point? Why do you want him to list on the US market?
I mean, I'm just looking at the future of the company.
No, I think yeah, well, that's fine. Why you want him to list on the US market? Why that be a thing for you?
No, I don't.
They know.
I don't actually want them to be listed currently. I just want them to actually grow, understand, and get a firm grip or pretty much have a stronger presence in the US and also the local market, just to show. And I mean, once you have a presence in the US, then you can easily migrate to the region, right? So I'm just looking at it from that standpoint.
Well, they can migrate to the region from where they are. They're listed in us, so anything is possible after this point. I would think, in my view.
Hmm.
For me, I guess I'm not looking forward to like a US thing in my mind. I'm more interested in the fact that them have a US presence in a business sense. I'm not necessarily worrying about a US listing yet, but that is to say, I'm not. That's not to say that I would have an issue with them listing on the US market. The Jamaican market would love that sort of thing. So
True.
yeah. Anyway, you cut it. I'm proud of God. I'm proud of the team at Eddie Focal. I'm proud of what they've done there, and I'm excited about what they have coming. And that on the back of the SVL announcement, the SVL announcement. I don't see that on I don't see it on JSC, but I saw it on
I didn't
Gordon's
see it immediately
stream.
and I saw it again. And I saw it again. It was put up. I don't know what exactly is going on there.
Yeah, but we saw it. I think we spoke about it last week. So it's a hell of a, yeah. Let's just say that I continue to be a happy shareholder, and I continue to I still feel like I don't own enough shares. So, and I see I'm not
So
the only
true.
one. I feel I'm not the only one because I see they're saying directors and connected parties keep buying and are still buying. So obviously
True.
I'm not the only one there, all right? And I think a lot of the flipper rush, a lot of the initial flipper rush is now out. And I think I like when a stock doesn't have that sort of thing per se. I like when it has calmed down, and this one look like it has calmed down. So what we're seeing now might be a continued thing. Who knows? I remain a happy shareholder. That's what I will say.
Definitely. Likewise.
Yeah.
That's my point still. So bless up on yourself and keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, man,
No
General. Much
problem.
respect.
Big up,
Bless up
General.
my G's.
All right. All right. I won't go through the last set of people here, so we're definitely not going to go all night.
Take two
April
more
2nd though.
Judsa and Jay.
Yeah, I want to go through them, but I'll pause for a point. Danhai, do you know that today, April 2nd, is the anniversary of the junior market?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, 13 years as of today. April 2nd, the junior market was launched. April 2nd, 2009. I think it's a big day.
Because
Why?
it's funny to me. April 2nd, it almost disappeared. So it's
Yeah.
the government almost said April Fool's, but
Yeah, once. Yeah, but I'm happy that it continued, boy.
indeed. And Jamaica itself is happy. Just.
Yeah. A whole heap of people have gotten a lot of money and a lot better and increased a lot for their family and their lives, and will do even more because of the junior market starting out. So big up the JSC for pushing forward with that. Big up all the people. I think Don Webby, I think I do not want to call him Manayad, but the politician who we often call Manayad because his name is slipping me now, had a lot of things to do with it. Audley Shaw, the right honorable, whatever his accoutrements. Audley Shaw, the guy I think he was Don Webby from GK who pushed it heavily. Chris Berry and the Mayberry team who, like, if Audley Shaw and such is the father of the market, Mayberry is the mom. Or the godfather of the market, because them certainly bring a whole heap of companies to it. Them list the majority of the companies on the junior market. And they continue to.
I think Cerberry should start using that one. If you put it in his bio. Godfather of the junior market. That's class right there.
Yeah, that is class. There's a father of the junior market and the godfather of the junior market.
Godfather of the junior market.
Yeah, but because it might not did it with a bird, but him certainly raised it. Listed the very first company on the junior market. Access Financial,
and many more,
and listed the latest company on the junior market, Ediofocal. Yeah, damn, that is a way to do it. Is a way to do it. Big up for that. Big up everybody involved for that, and I hope we have much more of that for years to come. All right. With all of that said, I just wanted to point out because I thought it's a very important date. And look out, we might have, who knows? Maybe depending on how we feel, we might have on Evermiko might have a little discount in celebration of that, and on My Money JA we might have the same. So keep your eyes peeled. Who was next? He said
Judsa,
yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Boy, you just hurt my feelings just now. Good morning.
All right. I want to just say something on a slightly different note. Public sector workers. I was a little heartened a while ago when I heard the teacher speaking, because I'm also in the public sector, right? And I see them bantering over this 4%, and I am so disheartened. But then I just can't be bothered sometimes, because every time I go to like my colleagues and I say to them, all right, try to explain the stock market, I don't understand it. They just don't even care. And I'm saying to them, so for example, so let me tell you, I don't teach at the primary level, I don't teach at the high school level. And I got my retroactive. And when I looked at my retroactive, I put in for Spur Tree. I just started trading again. I did grow the other day too. So I started trading and I did Spur Tree. Yes, hi Randy. I did Spur Tree. And the money that I made from Spur Tree alone was more than my retroactive for the entire year. That's months
Jesus.
retroactive.
Wow.
Yeah, and I
them thing them
am
I talk about.
and I am so annoyed with the people. I spoke to my HOD and I'm saying, switch over, listen, look, this, and I'm showing him. And he's walking around. Unrealized profit. So when I cashed out my money now, and I put it because we said get another brokerage account. So I put it in the other one. So I put it in EduFocal, and I have money to spare that is more than the retroactive for the entire year, and I can't understand. Then when I have been in. I have two different set of EduFocal, and I cashed out an EduFocal the other day at $3.80, and the ticket the other day for Canada was $100 and how much $1,000. And I just say, oh Lord, let me go in my money line and buy my son a ticket. He wants to leave right
See
after.
there? Yeah,
One
man.
time.
You don't batter early that you spend that and whatever, and you still have more money. But people just, I don't know.
I'll tell you
I
a
don't know
secret.
the mindset.
I'll tell you a secret. I know
No.
this through Randy and his struggles. The one of the hardest things to do for convince somebody to get up and start invest. So if all these things you see Randy doing now,
Mm.
you must do them for very long. When I met Randy, in fact, I was annoying this guy to start investing, and he was upset that boy I'm trying to get people to start and whatever. And nobody now listen, right? It's been a long road. So really, it's hard to bring somebody around to that point because a lot of us don't believe in it. We don't believe that it's something for us. Yeah, it's another part of our world. The most exposure we have are the boring little news in the news with the segment, and we just want it done because what is on the TV for most people. So to get people around to that point, it's really hard. They show them the profit, they show them the money, and then find every single reason, and none of them don't make sense why they're not going to do it. It's really hard to do it. So most I can say, if you want to keep trying, just don't make it bring you down. Yeah, just do what you can do. Try your best, all right, but
also
make sure your
too,
peace is maintained.
right. But on the flip side, there's a colleague of mine who owns a bakery. UNESCO or whoever, she has now gotten a building, free building, because UNESCO or whoever it is, whichever free entity is investing in her, that's how big she is. Yet still, when I tell that colleague about investing, she ran and did everything that I told her to do, open an account and whatever. Yet still the ones who their only income is the government job. They are the ones who don't do it. But as I said, don't make it stress me.
Yeah, man. And the Danhai say it's true. For me, you know much night I go on my bed, I wonder why. Why am I doing this? I don't have to talk, you know. You hear earlier some of the earlier callers talking about secret people in the market who do things. No, I don't know if that's real, but I do know that there are a lot of people who, not a lot, but there are people who invest and have always invested and make serious money in the market, and they're not on Twitter yapping. They're not on Twitter at 1 o'clock in the morning talking to people for free about the stock market, right? There are people who work in investing, and you don't hear them doing what you hear me do, what you hear Danhai do, what you hear the people who come on and talk do for free. Some people have the passion, some people don't. For some people, it's just a job. For some people, it's prestige. Them learn it at school and them have the title. But for other people, it's a life changing. If you know, I'm proud of me hear you say that. Because I was going to cut you and ask you to just explain to people what that 4% is. You're talking about the increase in salary and the retroactive increase in salary that government, that teachers got paid.
When we got the 4%, they didn't want to tell you that they increased the pension percent that you pay by probably 1.5. I don't know if it's the bracket that I am in. So it's not even 4% because the other things them now gone up by a percentage too. So when I finished, I ended up with like probably 1.5, 1.75%.
But how your cap gain stay from the year start?
All right. So I bought Westinco at IPO. I wasn't investing. I just bought it and I did nothing with it. I sold Westinco. So it was 781. I think I paid for it and I got it at 9. I sold it at $19.50 50, right? All right. So since January now, because I started with Brick Talkers, as somebody said before, I wasn't ever on Twitter, and then I got on and I saw the Brick Talk, and I started, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna invest in poetry. All right. I made like 100 and I made 200 and something. So that's 110% on poetry. But of course, what I learned at Grow, that I must sort out my volume. So, but remember, poetry was before Grow, so I didn't have the volume, but I had a nice change. I took it out and I put it in Ediofocal, as I told you. Ediofocal just gave me a little bit, but I got back in Ediofocal. So
You
I
take the
still have
money
a
out
lot
of
of
Spurtree.
Ediofocal I kept buying.
You put the money in Spurtree, come out 100% up, and put that 100% plus the original in Edifocal.
Right, but I put some of it because after growing up, you say I must clean up my act. So I said, all right, I can't have the thing all scattered out like I don't have no sense. So I started cleaning up and decided that since I bought trans at IPO, I'm gonna read up on it. And I live in Mandeville, so I know I cannot wait to stop driving through Porus. And I know everybody can't wait to stop driving through Porus. So I know that that would increase. So I started putting money now lower than the IPO cost, because IPO was $1.41, I think.
In Trans Jamaica.
In trans. But I know I started putting in at $1.23. $1.20 something. I started putting
way below IPO, yeah.
Right. So I'm watching that and smiling nicely. Every day I smile, I want everybody to know I am the person who visits my portfolio every day and I smile every day. I do that every day. I also got I got returned at 50 something cents. I'm sorry, I didn't talk last week. That you never.
Trans is at IPO price, though.
Trans is now back at IPO price. No,
right.
144.
So for the first time, it wasn't negative. Trans wasn't negative, and it's this week in my portfolio, and I was so very happy.
Really?
From the IPO.
Let me tell you something, Mom. You see the years, enough time I get fight, I get feel bad. Then I mentioned some of them not mention, so them I never ever speak about publicly. Things that I go through rough. Enough night I will ask myself, why the hell am I doing this for free for people who do I don't have to do it. The money I make for myself, I don't need to talk to make it. Because you've heard, I'm not one of those people who teach because they can't do. I do. Right? I invest. And enough time I feel discouraged. And trust me, you say things like this, it make it worth it for me. It's like you might feeling a joy that I've not had in a long time just from knowing
I am so glad for you in this space. I'm cleaning up my portfolio and I'm looking and I'm saying, man, if I look here, most of my classes start at 8 and finish at 2. And I have 3 set of monitors while I'm teaching the students. And I have my team. I have my team looking at, and I'm teaching same way. You understand? And because I teach the subject I teach, sometimes one question take all 5 minutes. I go and I see. But I also recognize from what you said is those things that you think must be discounted, the things in the sense. The percentage is just the percentage. So I'm starting to look at that too, to make sure. Because when I have Wigton, I had Wigton, I sold it, I got back Wigton. When Wigton moved from 50 something cents to 80 something cents, it's a very nice change too, even though you don't hear people talking about it. So those are, I am nowhere where I want to be. I'm just cleaning up. I have my long term. I have SVL in my long term. And I'm looking at it and I'm smiling too. I put in
on top, brother.
Teacher striker, man.
I teach maths, that's why.
Miss Striker. Jaja.
I'm gonna start putting in the daily cost average thing because I start doing it and I realize that it's gonna work out. So my 10-year plan for SVL I put in. I'm gonna put in half of what I would normally save. I want 3 long term. I have 2. I have Edufocal for long term and SVL. I'm not sure what I'm doing with trans yet, but I'm telling you. Let me tell you, man, if I knew from before all those monies that I waste, I'm not spending any more money buying tickets, you know. No, sir. If I can't make it, nobody going abroad. I am not your new people age. I have big son. My big son is 19. If I cannot make it on the stock market, nobody enjoying it. Nobody going to hotel out of my salary again. I have
Straight
to.
up.
No, man. No, man. It's a
Market
different.
have to pay your feet.
Yes.
Of course. So I'm now cleaning up and I don't have, you see, even the trans that I bought, it was when you said that no, either money must be sitting in your thing. So there was the money sitting in my cap market and I move it. And when I got trans at $1.23, now it's at about $1.42. You understand? So that would have been money that would have been just sitting there.
Let me tell
So
you a thing. Most people that are making money in trans right now are accidental. Them sitting out with it for how long and it finally moved. I don't know what people that buy trans and say buy trans very recently with the expectation of a move and get it. Congrats.
yeah, man, and thank you. I want to thank you again. I'm so very excited. I
Well, I'm
paid
excited
for
for
my
you.
grower class and I loved my grower class. It was very long and I only got one break. I did it in February, I think. But it was very good and worth every bit of it, And it's just
Yeah.
like the money that you pay for it is nothing compared to the money that you get back. Oh gosh, I'm able to tell you, I get back that in less than one transaction. It's transaction.
Danhai, people are gonna think they're pay people to come talk about
I
grow,
mean, not even probably a quarter, a
It's
quarter of the
already
money I made. I'm
it's already
so
was a
sorry.
paid ad.
People are going to think that it's pay
No,
people to
but
come
it
and
is the
talk
truth.
about it.
Listen, when it came on, I put it on my thing. I had my speaker on. I put down my son beside me and I teaching him and him listening. The 2 of us there listening, even though there's one space to pay for. Yeah, that's
No,
ungodly. But
hear
it's the
what,
2 of us.
mom? Me never born and grew up down and rich. Me not care
Yeah,
much people in front of the TV. I
right.
know that
And
many times
I
I
would
hear
not
people in
have
the
gotten this
background.
anywhere else.
Yeah, because nobody teaches it. And if I see,
Nobody
you
teaches
give me
it.
such a good vibe because if you know how many times I have almost stopped doing it, if you know how many times I have stopped doing it, or if you know some of the fight I get, and if you know some of the quarters I get the fight from, if you know how many, like Brick Talk has been going for weeks. You notice we're not sponsored. Yeah, well, we're sponsored by mymoneyja.com. Big up mymoneyja. We're sponsored by D Hall Advisory, right? We're sponsored by Grower.
Right.
If you know my
It's
pro,
free. It's
and
free. Yeah, it's free. It's costless.
you think that I don't want to be out with him woman on a Friday night? You think me and my woman don't want to wrap up in a bed on a Friday night or go to a road? But there I talk to people who I don't know.
Most stocks.
Most stocks.
Exactly. And for that, I am so grateful. And when I see the thing it came up on thing and it said something about, I don't remember exactly what you put up as the ad, but I see something like blessing is something better than boom.
Oh, but I mean for this one, I was messing around. I was saying that it something about boring. I don't remember what it says. Is that I said that you're in the group, then you're in the you're in every Mickle news feed, because I said that it don't make sense if it's not boring or something like that. That's joking around, because I always say that you should not have to be sad when you invest in. It don't have to be a boring thing. It don't have to be everybody sad and boy this don't make sense. It is perfectly okay to be happy if you're making money. Matter of fact, if you're making money, you should be happy. You should be excited. You should want to check your portfolio every day. You should be excited about it, and it should be fun. And that's how I want. That's how I make sure it is. I'm not into the boring investment. Well, you know that this ratio is very. I'm not trying to get bored. So that's what I meant. But my God, I am so happy. But not lie, I am so happy. Then you can hear me?
Yeah, man, yeah, man. Trust me, see
Yeah,
too.
yeah. That licked my heart. I think she dropped. I think maybe she got cut off just now. But Jaja, I am happy that we got her on just now.
Yeah, trust me. Wow. That
Imagine
powerful,
that.
brother. That powerful.
Trust, and she's a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
I'ma tell people, you can complain or you can profit. Nothing
Yep,
she do could have changed a little 4%. You know how long the teacher them wait on the 4%?
brother.
Well, you know that.
Yeah, I know.
You know how long the teacher them wait on the 4%. But see, she can't change that, so she look for profit. And she
I know
said,
she'll put on 4%. Like, well, I mean, more than that.
wow.
Yeah, man.
And if no pitney face to themselves for her, she sound like she on her path where she can make it and leave if she need to. Yeah, I am so proud. I'm so thankful. Call of the night. Thank you very, very, very much for that. All right,
Indeed.
who was the last person? Jay, Jamaican Jay.
Hi, good night.
Hi, evening.
Good night. I'm
What an
morning,
act
no
to follow.
university.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
good
true.
morning.
And it's hard to follow up the call of the night.
Right?
But
Happy
here I
Junior
am.
Market Day.
Thank you. The junior market is my friend.
Mine
Need to
too.
have all their albums.
Love it. Yes. So what motivated me to request a speaking was what you were mentioning about Dolphin Cove and the changes in the figures and the different things that it might be attributed to. So I don't know exactly what it is, but something that I look at when I'm looking at the financials is the cash flow statement. And I would have noticed that from operating activities in Dolphin Cove, they would have made cash of 2.7 million US dollars. And I tend to look at that more than the profit and loss, because the profit and loss will have things included like depreciation, etc., when those assets weren't sold, etc. So I was looking at that, and I think that any company that in the line of their operation can make a profit, that's a very, very, very good sign. And I was also looking at the line that mentioned the net increase or decrease in cash, which was 1.2 million US as well. So last year they ended the year with 14,000 US, and then they added 1.2 million US to that to bring it to 1.3 million US. So I don't think it's something to be discounted at all.
Not at all. The business is back. And like I said, if those of you who do the actual research, I like how you've done the research. I like how you look at the cash, one of the cash movements. Those of you who pay attention and do the deeper research, not that you have to do this, but if you're trying to be a more aggressive investor, this is where it comes from. That's the Grow Rich research. If you look at this and you go back in history, like I said, you realize that something seems to happen with Dolphin Cove very often in every Q4. And I wouldn't venture to guess what it is on a public forum like this, but if those of you in the Grow subscriber group listening to me now would realize how many times I've made sure to say, big up Matthew, how many times I make sure to say, well, they could report a loss in the fourth quarter. They seem to do that a lot. I don't speak very idly, especially, even not there. But yeah, there seems to be something there. But the fact that this has resulted in today's dip might be a good thing. I mean, everybody will be happy if they bought that 20 if it goes to 40 in the future, right? And I'll tell you not to get caught up in one data point per se. It's one day, one data point. But if people want to sell it for cheap, I encourage them to do it. I can't tell you what to buy and what to sell, but feel free to sell all it. Yeah, man, sell it. Go down to all 15 with it, man. Get rid of it. Get rid of it if you want, man. I have no issue. I will buy it. I will buy it. And I know I'm not the only one. But I like how deep you've gone with your research and looking on the cash, especially the cash on hand now, right? And there was another quarters report very, very soon. My Money J is so good. It tells us right here in 1 month and 1 week, May 15th. So in May's earnings
Might have a
season.
home shop.
Yep.
Yeah. So anybody at 15, we take.
Yeah. And who knows? I mean, last year's first quarter, they also reported a loss. but I don't think first quarter 2021 is comparable in a real way to first quarter 2022.
Indeed.
Yeah, the tourists are
Far from it.
here. It's the cruise ships are here. It's a
Flights are
completely
going up.
different thing. Yeah, man. So who knows? Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like because their first quarter ended already, right? Ended yesterday, so or day before yesterday. So big up
I
you.
I was saying that I wanted to pick you guys' brains on something as well.
No problem.
Alright.
Um, I guess it is in a sense private equity. Um, Investing in companies that need funds, that are on a growth trajectory, that plan to list on the stock exchange. Is that something? I wouldn't say if it's something that's easily done, but how would someone go about doing that if they have the means to invest more in larger sums and they're looking to invest in a company that probably is coming to market, helping the company and also helping themselves?
You have to know
I
somebody
would
who
say
has such a company.
exactly.
Okay.
Advertise your willingness to do so. That's the best way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, people around you will know, and you might probably get some legs on on that, and find people you don't know. It's not a factor of being in a certain place, more than putting yourself in that place and saying, "All right, I'm willing to do this," and or you can actively seek people to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's harder, by the way. It's harder. It take
Okay.
Oh
longer.
yes.
People tend to
There's
see it
no
and
cashing out.
realize it. Yeah, people tend to see it and realize it when it's at the end, or what seems like the end of the
Uh-huh.
story, the fancy part where, whoa, what a great gain. But that
Mm-hmm.
great gain is often covered by, like, if you listen to I don't know if you ever listen to our podcast, Earning Season, earningseasonpodcast.com. Listen to some of our early episodes. This is the Lauren where he's talking about um, his struggles with Blue Dot. Listen to Quick Plate, the Quick Plate at the time, who is now Quick Cart CEO Monique, when she's talking about her thing. And this is the years ago when we did it. Listen to the late great Andre Burnett when he's talking about his struggles and his journey in with his companies, with Muse, his marketing company. And imagine that, let's say Quick Cart, for example. Let's say Quick Cart were to list later this year or next year. The person who stuck out that investment years ago through the tough times, the good times, the bad times, and there's no exit. If you're lucky, maybe you get a
Mm-hmm.
dividend if they're paying dividends. But you're stuck. If there's an exit, it might have to be that somebody have to buy it back from. It is not as easy as on the junior market. So don't think that's it. Be prepared. Whatever time you think, what kind of time you think you think. You thinking like maybe I invest this year and next year them lists? Whatever they are.
Like a 5-year period.
All right. You
Even that
imagine.
might be thing there. That's a good stretch, but you find that a company ready to list in 5 years. Very often there are, if anybody have a 5-year listing plan, very often that company already doing well and might not even need the money so much.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're finding something at the start and all that type of thing, that's a very different ball game as well.
Yeah.
True. Okay.
So
Thank you.
yeah. I would tell you to
Figure out what you want.
yeah.
Do not go to private equity just to go to private equity. Don't go to private equity because you want to get in on an early IPO. Go to private equity because you want to invest in something that you think can grow a lot, and this fits whatever you're investing in fits it from a returns perspective. What you're going to be getting from the company. That's the
Mm-hmm.
idea there. Or maybe I believe in the vision you want to see develop, then go for that.
Yeah.
But
And
if
any
it's
amount of
boy,
time you have in your mind. Sorry to cut you. Finish your point,
yeah
man.
man, that's
Sorry
not,
about
yeah,
that.
man. I know it's general. If it's just for boy, I see these companies listing nice IPO, and that's not a problem. Just maybe expand it because that might not be the easiest way forward.
Got it.
Yeah,
And whatever amount of time you have in mind, just be prepared to double it.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's not that simple. It's not that easy. I find people who small companies, and you're taking a bet on them with understanding that maybe 8 out of 10 of them fail, right?
Yeah.
My Money J is a nice small example of that. I do a lot of those things. I do some PE, some with my own stuff. I take investment with some stuff. Other things I invest in other people's things if I see it's good, and there is no guarantee of success, and yet it's work, and yeah, you could lose all your money, and it sounds nice when you see the end, but it not so nice when you hear say, oh well, we gave XYZ $2 million and it never work out, me get burned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's true.
You have these shares, and every year the company take a loss, and IPO nowhere in sight. Yeah, year
yeah,
4, and you now see where it will come from,
yeah.
and you
This,
realize that boy, I can't sell this company. The money 10 million I put in there, so sit down.
yeah, it might just get
The
burnt. It
two,
might just be done.
the little money you scrape together and thing in there because you believe in this, it's not that it's it. Or the person you want to sell it to, him not, but him realize say you no problem, so I'm gonna buy it for cheaper.
Yeah, I'm just not buying it for the or her. Yeah, all right. If you've done grow, you have my email. Email me and maybe I'll share some of the small ones that I have in mind with you, because I'm always sharing it with a small group of people if you're serious about it. But there's no guarantee about any of these things, right? It's always yeah. It sounds nice at the end. It don't sound nice in the middle. That's what I'd say. But the opportunities are out there. You know them. You see them, but you might not see them as opportunities.
Okay. Well, I haven't done grower yet, so I don't have your email, but one day.
Come to grow and tell me says you. Come to the next grow. The next grow is later this month. Uh, come
Check
come
it
to
out.
grow and it will, and you'll see. And I know. Oh well, you're talking about the cash flow, so I know you're a bit of a finance. You have some finance experience, right?
Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
man. Trust me, the grow might work out very very well for you. The only people who benefit more from grow than non-finance people is finance people. Trust me. I'm not even joking when I say that. I'm not even joking when I say that, because you guys already speak the language. But it's one thing to speak the language, it's another thing to invest practically and successfully. And then accountants is always hard because they tend to think that, well, no, I don't know the risky things that you. They decide up front says we're risky, than I.
Yep. Him again. Investing is the idiom. It's a cool. It makes sense in the language, but it makes the phrase make sense in the
Yeah,
language, but then really makes sense anyway. Like pigs fly.
yeah.
Yeah.
Consider
So
it.
the
Consider
accountants
it,
speak the
Jay.
language. Just yeah, I think you should consider it,
Yeah,
I will.
consider it,
especially
Jay.
with what you're looking at. Yeah.
I will.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you have any more questions. Once again, I think my space has just it keeps crashing for me. It keeps crashing for me. So the people on YouTube might not be able to hear me clearly, or they might hear
Sam Yanning right on time.
right. Definitely calling time on this. Danhai, can you hear me? No, you're not hearing me. One
You're on the
second.
gun again. I don't know if he's
Yeah.
hearing.
Again, if you're on YouTube, don't worry. I think that the time, I think it's popping down just to tell us that we all need to go to our bed. It's 1:30 in the morning now, so I think it's popping down because we all need to go to our bed. If you're hearing me, then are you hearing me now? You hearing me again?
Yep. Yep.
All right. So the people on YouTube also hearing me, and I don't want us to go too long. I think we touched everybody. I think everybody that had to talk. Tom Sings and Kamzi Wamsi, I see both of you rejoined and requested speaker again. If you guys had anything you wanted to say, as Kamzi Wamsi had anything left that you wanted to say? I guess not. I think she gone to her bed. She gone to her bed. And Tom Sings, I saw you had also rejoined. I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to say.
Um, Thanks for taking my request again.
No problem.
I sent the request when you guys were talking about JPS at that time. Well, JPS is likely to be listed, but I wanted to ask though, do you guys think that the profitability of JPS will be affected because now you have like increased focus on like renewable energies and so on? Do you think that the the government may be seeing that, you know, they will be, well, the company will be less profitable. So that
Why would
is
the
one
company
way
be less
of,
profitable?
well, I'm thinking that if you have like more focus on renewable energy, because I guess the government want to open, like just open the market up more by 2030, so to speak, just to have more renewables being used in Jamaica. I don't know if JPS will be. Well, I was just
I
asking,
think
like,
I don't
if
know
you
if
guys
you've
think that JPS will be less profitable
I don't
because you
know.
may have more
I get your
companies
point.
coming.
Sorry, finish. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you may have more renewable companies coming into play, but at the same time, we don't see JPS making any move as to whether they want to implement any of that, or it's just that they're just going to go with the use of more, more of the
Uh,
same that they've been using before.
I know. I remember long ago you joined. I'd asked if you could do grow, and I think you said you couldn't do grow because of the time difference.
Well, the time is not. No, the time is not bad now because I think it's daylight saving time, so it's switched back over to Jamaican time. I'm thinking like no, it should be the same time in Jamaica.
Oh, so you probably should do grow. One of the things I would do at grow is we talk
Mhm.
heavily
Yeah.
about how we look at companies and understanding what they do for money. JPS is
Hmm.
actually uses renewables very heavily.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
Yep.
And in fact, the
Okay.
law requires them to buy every single bit of renewable energy that's produced locally. The law requires them to.
Hmm.
So Wigton Wind Farm sells all, and JPS, they have one customer, JPS. In fact,
Hmm.
it's illegal for you to sell energy to anybody else. They're the single buyer under the law. We have I think the second largest solar plant in the Western Hemisphere, also in Jamaica, also sell to JPS.
Okay.
Yeah, man. And I think they spoke about they're doing a brand new plant. I could be wrong on this. They can sprinkle salt with it. And the new plant is set to run off LNG.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
So JPS is very much looking to push. Yeah, is very much continuing to push the green energy. And you think about it, the 2035 or Vision 2030, part of the
Mm-hmm.
things under it is one of the tenets under it is energy, is renewable, is a focus on renewable energies. And JPS being one of the major importers of oil in the country to help generate
Mm-hmm.
energy is certainly front and center in that. Having said that, however, the numbers of JPS are also there. JPS's profitability is up. They up to the end of December 2021, they made 42 million US dollars in profit.
Well.
Not very proud of that because I helped contribute to some of that profit, having paid my light bills. But
Mm.
it is what it is. They made
It is what it is.
973 million US in revenue, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they are more profitable now, and I don't think that the introduction of increased renewable energy sources will remove their profitability. I think their profitability will remain. I think as the market shifts, JPS will shift
Yeah.
along with it. As much as renewables are a huge
That's what
thing,
I was wondering. That's what I was wondering. If they are making the shift with what is required, like
they
the
are the
vision that the
shift.
government. Okay.
They are the shift, yeah, man. They're very much it, and that will only continue. As far as I can see, the government selling their 20% stake will mean that they will try to manage JPS more through regulation. So the OUR will become even more important, and they'll still get a lot of money off the taxes and so on. Very still regulated. Yeah, I would not doubt
Remember
Worry
JPS.
JPS.
too much about that.
Yeah,
I remember JPS isn't at capacity. They aren't supplying Jamaica to the level where you would say.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot of Jamaica that don't have light. a lot of Jamaica that
yeah,
don't have adequate light supply.
yeah.
There's a lot of space to expand into. So
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot more revenues when you have more infrastructure there. And JPS is the infrastructure there. So
Yeah,
we
man.
talk
Great.
about our energy capacity. If we're supplying more energy, then that
Mm-hmm.
30% get a bigger threshold to work on.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand that.
LNG still
But
to power $14 billion Hunts Bay plant amid energy crisis and cooling concerns. JPS will
I
continue to
saw
build
that
up.
somewhere today. I
That's
saw that
14
somewhere
billion.
today.
Yeah. So
But
that's them.
what about
No, go ahead.
what about like no, what about like companies? If companies undertake their own, you know, like renewable energy, that kind of thing, because I saw with the fiberglass company, they were saying that like they're fully renewable. They're not taking any energy from JPS. Wondering if a lot more of the larger companies go into creating their own electricity, if that will affect JPS, like the profitability of it. Because
Well, I think it can. Sorry to rush you. It's 1 o'clock in the
yeah,
morning.
I know
So
it's late. I know it's late. I know it's late.
I think it can, but it has been happening. A huge part is like the combined heat and power
Mm-hmm.
plant from two major manufacturers in St. Catherine, Clarendon there, and that has
Yeah.
existed for a while, and JPS has found ways to work around it. As it is currently, there is a revenue guarantee, I believe, from the government of Jamaica to JPS. So there seem to be guarantee. I could be wrong again. I'm not an expert in this area,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah, I read the news and I listen to the same stuff. And I think that they guaranteed a certain level of revenue, and then it's up to them to handle that revenue efficiently in order to
Yeah.
remain profitable. It has happened already. Many manufacturers
Yeah.
have tried to move off grid and are moving off grid, and JPS is finding ways to adapt. And it could
Mm-hmm.
also be JPS in many ways becoming the supplier to those companies. There are lots of things, right? There are lots of. There's no one way to kill a cat, and
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
JPS is. I'm not worried about it in that regard.
No.
Let's say
Okay.
me personally, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Let's wait until we see the prospectus where them pretty it up. But for now, we have fresh numbers, and this is a company that's doing extreme profitability. It would be one of the more profitable companies on the market if it were listed, if the ordinary shares were listed.
Yeah,
So
I would think. If it continues this way, was just thinking about what will happen, like, in a like a couple years on the line. I like the fact that the government actually bought back some of the shares from Trans Jamaica and sold it to the people. But now they're actually selling their portion of JPS, and I was a little concerned about that. I would have
well, they did
preferred
the same thing for
if
Trans Jamaica, and they did the same thing for Wigton. Well,
right. I would
kind
have
of for Trans
preferred
Jamaica and the same thing for
Yeah, I
Wigton.
would have preferred if the government actually took back a part of, JPS from whomever the investor is, and
Why?
then sold that to the people, and then keep
Well,
their
that's what they're
20%.
doing.
I would have loved that kind of
Oh,
arrangement.
no, they can't do that. They already sold it.
No,
They can't take it back. They own
yeah.
20%, and what they're doing is they're choosing to sell it. There's no need for them to keep it. In order to remain in
Mm-hmm.
control, they're the government. They have laws and they have regulations. They have the
Yeah.
OUR. They can control through that point,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an asset that they're putting out there to the people. I think that it's a nice road towards, I would hope, deregulation. I could have that conversation in another forum or another
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
where
yeah.
deregulation, and it could be a nice road towards maybe we finally having multiple power companies in the island and maybe competition in power.
Wow.
I've seen studies done that state that it
Mm-hmm.
definitely cannot be economically feasible in such an island as Jamaica. But I also know that corporations can have studies say whatever they need it to.
They will.
So
They will for
so
sure.
so I am I think it's an early step, a necessary step, and I'm happy about it. I really am happy about it. So
Yeah,
I'm
myself,
not
I've
looking
been looking
forward to it
towards
badly at
putting
all.
away some money for that for sure. But I was just thinking, we're all looking towards putting away some money for that.
Well, I can't tell you what to do. Danhai, that's Danhai's job, but my own thing is don't.
Don't
There
put
is need
away
a
money for
prospectus.
that.
So yeah, man, you're putting away money, put it in a stock, invest, and then when the opportunity comes along, you can come out of your investment and go into another one. That's my
Yep.
personal general view.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fair, fair, fair. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your
No
time.
problem, and thank you for
Great.
No
coming back
problem.
on
And
Have
thank
a
you for
good night,
coming.
Promisings.
please.
And thank you for your questions. They were really great.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right, I won't call time. I'm gonna give her one last chance. Kamsi Wams, are you there? Or are you still sleeping? All right, she looks like she's falling asleep. All right, big up, Danai. Thank you everybody who came on and asked a question, are listening, or even the people that's listening on the replay later on. I think we get like 80% of our views and listens later on after the fact. It's a
Yep.
very long one. The people who
People
listen
are
and get
already
this
listening to us.
far, Yeah.
I'm actually
Very good.
still here.
Oh wow, I
Really?
thought you had another question.
Just wake up, man. You hear my voice. Just
Yeah.
jump out, hear your name.
Nah.
Did you have
Just
another
doing some other
question?
things. No, I didn't actually.
Okay, well, big up, and thank you
Big up,
for
boss. What's up?
asking your questions.
Indeed.
No problem.
All right. Thank you, of course, Danhai, for hosting this with me.
Much respect, bro.
Yeah, man, look out, like you heard Danhai say, look out for the opening up later this month for
Yep.
the dates 2 months down the line. Look out for grow www.everymickle.com/GRWR. Sign up. The dates are happening this month. I think we have split on the 26th and the 27th of April, and the full grow workshop is before that, actually, on the 23rd. And we'll be picking the advanced grow topic and putting that stuff out later on. For those who are interested, but if you want to learn how to do this, you want to get the effect, big up the teacher, Jaja. Thank you for that
Yes.
call. I am so happy. You've made this justify. You make me feel justified in doing it, because I've been doing it by myself for a long time and just running on the fervor of it. Right? It took me years before I even met like a Danhai. And as you can hear, it's not many Danhais out there. So I am very, very, very happy when I hear stuff like that. Danhai, you know, say a change lives, brother.
Boy, it's a crazy thing to me as well. Trust
Ah
me.
boy, ah boy. Yeah,
When I
man.
see the messages and the tweets, it really knocked me.
Yeah,
I didn't think I was an emotional guy until these guys came on.
yeah. Me too, boy. I'm glad you're not to put that. I probably start ball, but anyway, big up. Thank you very much, Danhai, for being here, and thank everybody for tuning in. And this has been another Brick Talk. Happy Junior Market Day, April 2nd. Big up.
Indeed.
All right, night, everybody.
All right, people.